How was your experience like? What did you get to witness there?
I am a transit passenger. During the Emirates transit passenger. By that time I struck down in the Dubai due to this. Almost I have sit in the open the boarding pass and I sit in the flight. After sitting more than 1.5 hours I waited. The pilot finally said that some Abu Dhabi has bomb hit has taken place. The route is not permitting. Our Chief Minister Sidramaya ji and Parmeshwar, Home Minister and H.K. Patil, everybody has spoken to me. How are you? All these things. They are inquired me about these things. I told that some of the people who are Kannadigas are come here and I don't know what their position. Please open your helpline and do something.
Let me take this across to my colleague Anvit Srivastav. He's tracking every detail of the passengers, the repatriates who are coming back. In fact, those repatriation flights are constantly being made functional, particularly after a lot of impact has been witnessed in airports like the Dubai International and the Al Maktoum Airport. Anvit there getting us all of those details. Anvit, any more flight details that we know of and people coming back, particularly to the national capital?
Well, at least 10 flights of Indigo are expected to depart today and then bring back stranded Indians. And SpiceJet has also come in and they are also operating some relief flights. And this is after the intervention of Ministry of Civil Aviation. They've asked certain airlines to operate relief flights. Some scheduled flights are also coming in, like yesterday an Etihad flight had come in, which was a scheduled flight on which passengers had to book themselves. However, these are relief flights. Recently, one of the persons who was in Dubai, he had, however, left on 27th of February. He is with us just to let us know what the kind of situation is there. सर आपका बिजनेस है दुबई में?
यस आई हैव माय बिजनेस।
कब निकले आप वहाँ से? क्या अनाउंसमेंट वगैरह हुई थी गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से? क्या डायरेक्शन?
27 तारीख को हम वहाँ से निकले जब ऑनलाइन पे हमें देखने को मिला कि मल्टीपल जगह से मैसेज आ रहा है कि ईरान अभी छोड़ना चाहिए, तो थोड़ा गट फीलिंग आया कि जस्ट नियर बाय है दुबई, तो आई फील सेफ कि मैं फ़्लाइट लेके चले जाऊँ। तो फिर मैं श्रीलंका में मेरा एक बिज़नेस मीट था, मैं वहाँ पे एक दिन गया, वहाँ पे रुक के फिर मीटिंग ख़त्म करके फिर मैं अभी इंडिया आ रहा हूँ।
Also, see, this is the flight information board, and you can see multiple flights from destinations like Dubai, also from Abu Dhabi, and they remain cancelled. So, number of flights are cancelled. If we talk of even today, the data of today, 36 departures and 44 arrivals are cancelled at Delhi airport, and same is total 107 flight movements are affected in Mumbai today. So, these are the number of flights that are affected. But at the same time, government has come out and told airlines to ensure that there are relief flights so that people who are stranded in Dubai, Abu Dhabi and places like nearby regions, they can be brought back to Delhi.
Right, thank you so much for that, Anvit. We'll constantly be tracking all of those developments. Remember, it is important for every Indian who have family, who possibly are residing in the other Gulf countries. They are really wary of every development that is coming to fore, and they'd be eagerly waiting for any kind of information or even the physical coming in of all of their wards into India to safety. And that is essential. We here on CNN News 18 are constantly bringing you these developments, and we're there with all of those latest developments, particularly from the Delhi International Airport. Let me now take you through this important piece of news that we have now managed to, in fact, access. A CNN international team witnessed an Iranian drone flying overhead at the Iraq-Iran border. This is CNN's Clarissa Ward. She, in fact, was heard saying that the drone was flying from Iran into Iraq. Remember, we're seeing certain developments here, but let's listen into Clarissa here, who's putting out this report for our viewers.
With Iranian trucks to get back. Earlier today, Becky, that border reopened for the first time since the U.S. and Israel began their bombing campaign. It was only to allow Iranian drivers with Iranian trucks to get back into Iran and Iraqis who were trapped in Iran to get out back home to Iraq. But while we were there, we actually saw a Shahid drone fly directly over us from Iran into Iraq. Check out that moment, please. Are you nervous about going back into Iran now? Iranian drone literally just flew directly over our heads from Iran into Iraq.
Let's get you some more details. Clarissa there telling us about how Iranian drones have entered Iraq and they are particularly going ahead attacking US assets in Erbil. And that's an important piece of development that we are bringing to you. But I'm coming out of the studio and going to Akanksha there, who's right there in the newsroom. She has an important piece of update for our viewers. Akanksha?
So this could lead to a protracted sort of disruption in the supply chains. Remember, because you're looking at 1/5 of the global supply of oil and energy going through the Strait of Hormuz. Not only is China or India and Asian countries looking towards this strait for their own supply, you also have European and the United States itself. Now, critics are also saying that this could perhaps also benefit the US, but that's on the long term. It could further also tighten the noose as far as Iran is concerned, because now the Gulf countries are going to get directly impacted. Will they also now have more reasons to join this war with the United States and Israel is the other question. This has certainly led to an increase in Brent crude, because remember it was at $72 per barrel that it shut down on Friday. But yesterday we've seen it soar over $79 per barrel. So there are, of course, burgeoning concerns over here for how long will Iran be able to use that as a bargaining chip to hold on to the Strait of Hormuz is the other big question.
What is the formal shutdown really that Tehran has really released and spoken about? Because we were constantly talking about how the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked. There was a warning that was sent out by Iran, but a formal, in fact, missive that is now coming out of Tehran, and that is, of course, something.
So that's, in fact, the big official announcement, because this is also looking towards now shifting the conflict to the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, Iranian vessels themselves have been targeted. Many of them were burnt down. So what they are doing is now they are holding on to over 100 vessels which are currently stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. If you go on online and look at the tracker, you will see that the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz has already come down to 80%. It's a very short sort of a passage between the Persian Gulf and, of course, the Gulf of Oman leading to the Arabian Sea. But it's a key choke hold over there if vessels are going to remain stranded, as has been the declaration by Iran. For how long will they be able to do so? How will this impact India as well? Because remember, Qatar supplies our majority of LNG through the Strait of Hormuz. We'll have to see for how long this is going to be, because this is also going to cut off India's access to the Red Sea and to the Suez Canal as well.
We are talking about here. So a lot of underwriters sitting in London possibly are refusing to go ahead and ensure that voyage of many of the vessels that have, in fact, that passage access so far. But now a formal blockade that has been announced by Tehran, and that's the huge development that we are bringing for our viewers. We're going into a very short break with that.
Who, what, where, when, why. You see the bits, I see the whole. To know the inside story on Iran, get with me inside the bunker. Only on CNN News 18.
The 18 exclusive, flashing the details on your screens, viewers. We're learning, as per sources, Saudi Arabia has also sought Pakistan's military assistance. So Pakistan pledging full support under the Pak-Saudi Strategic Mutual Defense Agreement. Top sources breaking down all these inputs for us. What this means in terms of the larger conflict that's playing out. I do want to bring in Anand Narasimhan into the conversation. Hi, Anand. Anand, what does this mean? Is it just limited to the defense pact signed between the two and how they've committed that one act of aggression against the one is going to be treated as one against both?
Well, Good afternoon to all our viewers. Actually morning, but it's just that we've been working round the clock here. But let's understand, Pakistan is caught in a bind. On the one hand, they are expressing solidarity with the Iranians. On the other hand, they are sending across their AWACS, they're sending across their J-17s, and they're doing sorties to try and patrol that area at the behest of the Saudis, because they have committed to the Saudis that your war is my war and my war is your war. That's the kind of pact that they had signed. Little did they know that rather than using the Saudis against Bharat, Pakistan will have to now turn up against Iran. So their JF-17s may be acting on behalf of Saudi Arabia against the Iranians, while their Prime Minister is standing up there and saying, hey, listen, we express solidarity with the Khamenei regime and with the IRGC. So that's how duplicitous Pakistan is. But we have to understand that the Pakistanis are stretched thin. They have a fight going on against the Afghans. The Afghans send loitering munitions to the Noor Khan base and to some of their other bases. They're stretched in Balochistan because they don't know what's happening there. The BLA is running them dry. And on the other hand, they are worried if Bharat does any military exercise on its eastern borders, what are they going to do? So the Pakistanis are stretched thin, and now they have had to deploy resources because the Saudis have said, listen, you signed the agreement, come on, back us up.
Why does this put them with the United States? What's that equation going to look like?
Well, the US, anyway, you saw what just now President Trump has said about Zelensky, and we know what President Trump thinks about the Pakistanis, and how Asim Munir made a quote-unquote, fool of himself. And it's the Pakistanis who have mocked their own failed general, a failed marshal, because of the fact that he went there to wine and dine, and all he was treated like was a doormat. And the Pakistanis are currently offering their bases for the Americans to refuel and take off and also counter Iran from this side. So, all in all, everybody knows what Pakistan's stature is, but the Pak military right now is stretched thin. And there is a lot of resistance brewing even within their own regiments, because a lot of them, Kritzween, are either Pashtun or Baloch or, Afghan. And there are also a lot of Shia. And the Shia are looking at this and saying, you are asking us to go and fight against our own spiritual head and perhaps where we have our civilizational roots or descendants from. How are we going to do this? So the Pakistanis are quite caught in a bind, but everybody knows who they are, and they are treated thus as doormats.
18 exclusive, flashing the details on your screens, viewers. We're learning, as per sources, Saudi Arabia has also sought Pakistan's military assistance. So Pakistan pledging full support under the Pak-Saudi Strategic Mutual Defence Agreement. Top sources breaking down all these inputs for us. What this means in terms of the larger conflict that's playing out. I do want to bring in Anand Narasimhan into the conversation. Hi, Anand. Anand, what does this mean? Is it just limited to the defence pact signed between the two and how they've committed that?
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this continuous coverage on the fury in the Gulf. I'm Anand Narasimhan. You're on CNN News 18. A quick check of the headlines, top of 2 p.m. this Tuesday afternoon. US President Donald Trump issues fresh warning to Iran, says the United States is stocked and ready to win big. Global oil markets reel as Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz and warns it will set ships on fire if they attempt to pass, threatening nearly 1/5 of the global oil trade and energy security. Satellite imagery shows apparent damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear site after fresh US and Israeli strikes over the weekend. Israel Defense Forces claim that they have eliminated Reza Khazizai, a senior Quds Force commander overseeing Hezbollah's rearmament. Amid escalating conflict, US urges citizens to immediately leave 14 Middle East countries due to serious safety risks. After the drone attack on a British sovereign base in Cyprus, France plans to deploy advanced anti-missile and anti-drone systems. As political tensions rise in Bharat, BJP counters Sonia Gandhi's criticism, citing the UPA government's silence on Muammar Gaddafi's 2011 killing, despite strong Bharat-Libya ties and multiple ministerial visits. The West Asia conflict has entered a dangerous new phase with Iran and the US-Israel coalition intensifying strikes and trading major claims across land and sea. The US Embassy in Jerusalem has told American citizens it is not in a position to assist with evacuations, urging them to make their own arrangements. Meanwhile, in the UAE, Dubai authorities have warned residents and social media influencers against filming or sharing videos of security-sensitive incidents, including anti-aircraft fire and missile interceptions, cautioning that violations could lead to fines, deportation, or legal action under cybercrime laws. In the latest, satellite images show visible damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear facility following fresh US and Israeli strikes, according to Iranian atomic energy officials, further escalating concerns over conflict trajectory. Amid the tensions, a 4.3 magnitude earthquake struck Jarraj, and this is in Iran, adding to regional anxiety already heightened by ongoing military operations. Now, let's try and understand which are the US bases targeted and what that implies. Let's quickly try and understand the impact of these bases and what would happen, viewers. US bases targeted by Iran so far. First up, this is in Iraq, the Erbil Air Base that's been targeted. It's a key hub for US operations against ISIS and regional intelligence gathering. Then you have the Ali AI System Air Base, Ali Al Salam Air Base. This is the air base in Kuwait. Now, this has a strategic staging ground for US forces in the Gulf, hosting logistics and also airlift operations. The US Fifth Fleet. Then this is Bahrain, that's the command center for naval operations in the Persian Gulf, protecting shipping lanes and regional security. This has been totally demolished, is what the Iranians claim, the command center here. The Al Darfa Air Base in the UAE that hosts US air assets, including reconnaissance and tanker aircraft and regional missions. There you have the Al Udeid Air Base also. The Al Udeid Air Base is in Qatar. Major command and control center housing bombers, fighters and support units for operations across the Middle East. There has been severe damage here too, but the biggest damage that the Iranians claim that they have inflicted is on the Bahraini base of the US Fifth Fleet. Now let's try and decode Iran's war strategy. Now, while being in a very, very heavily disadvantageous position, Iran still has a war strategy in place to try and hit back at the United States militarily. Now, in the first step, Iran plans to blind US forces by hitting critical radar and command and control nodes. That's what it is trying to do. To try and achieve this, they would very significantly employ swarm drones to try and short-range missiles to try and hit critical nodes in the United States communication systems. Now, what is also hoping to do is to achieve is to disable early warning systems of the US forces. Now, in the second step, Iran plans to deplete US air defense systems by forcing it into using expensive missile batteries to counter its cheap drones, so increasing the cost of defense exponentially compared to the cost of offense. And how it plans to achieve this is by launching swarms and waves of inexpensive missiles and at American bases, along with these kamikaze drones, which are quite cheap compared to the anti-air defense systems that the US-Israeli combined will have to use. Iran can then drain US's missile stocks and increase operational costs, weakening the air defense network over time. Overwhelming US air defense, Iran also aims to breach air defense and strike critical targets. And this is how Iran aims to achieve this, with larger, high-speed or hypersonic missiles. Iran aims to penetrate remaining defenses and also hit strategic installations, maximizing this entire damage over for the Americans. But more importantly, how is Iran going to be able to achieve this? Do they have a clear strategy in place, and somewhere have they actually gained this better than the Americans? That is something which everybody is asking. Are the Americans forced to recalibrate, and how are they going to do that? Now, footage has also showed the extent of destruction to Dubai's port of Jebel Ali. These are more pictures. Adrian Fontanellas is sitting right next to us. Even as we put out these pictures, viewers, there's massive destruction at Dubai's port of Jebel Ali. The footage reveals extensive structural damage that has taken place. Siddhant now joins us. This is satellite footage. We'll try and call up the footage here even as Siddhant joins us. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, that's right. So this port was targeted by Iranians the other day, and now they have come up with the image of this port before and after. As I was pointing out before, Anand, there is a psychological warfare narrative battle also which is going on at this point in time along with the conflict, as Iranians are also now following the format of Israelis, because each time around the combat success that Israelis achieve, perhaps they put it out on their social media handles with the satellite images, the real-time pictures of blast, smokes seen rising from the site, etc., etc. So now the same format is being followed by Iranians through their propaganda channels, through their social media handles. They are also putting out the pictures and the images of the US assets and the ports and civilian infrastructure hit by them, perhaps to show the world that they are not only surviving in the conflict, but they are a military might and they can give response in the
what it does, viewers. This is the port of Jebel Ali. Now, if the Jebel Ali region is not so far away from the Palm Jumeirah, the extension and the various wings of the Palm Jumeirah. So the moment this port is hit here, this is going to hurt traffic. This is going to cause a sense of unease among the residents and also the people in the nearby regions in all these areas, the entire Dubai region. They are all now going to be worried. Despite the Dubai authorities trying to reassure people that all is well, don't worry, everything is normal. This is going to send a lot of unease across the place. Also, that the Iranians have not just stuck in the UAE, in Jebel Ali. They've also hit Aramco and the satellite image, and we'll try and call out the satellite image there. If you look at the satellite image at Aramco, there is significant damage that's happened to that refinery and it's shut down, despite the Saudis saying oil supply is not going to be impacted. There is a reason why the Qataris have shut down their LNG production altogether, and there is nothing moving out. We are building up to an energy crisis, and this is exactly how the Iranians seem to have gamed this. They may be giving, this may be the last hurrah by the Iranians. They may be at breaking point, but like we say in Hindi, bujhne se pehle chirag sabse zyada jalta hai. That's exactly what seems to be happening with the Iranians. That before the light goes out, the flame goes out, it burns brightest. And in that, they are trying to inflict maximum damage all around. Now, this is what's happened at the Aramco facility. So they know their targets, Adrian, and they are hitting them with precision because they right now don't care about anybody's well-being. They are ready, they're there to protect their interests, and they're saying, if you're going to hit us, we're going to come back and hit you. And we're going to cause a sense of unease and panic among the common civilian population and hurt you economically.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They demonstrate, they try to hurt on the military level, and now it is also on the economic level. And it is making sense because in that way they are building up pressure on all the economies who are depending on the oil flow from the Middle East. And in the meantime, they are apparently continuing to run their counter-air operations, that is targeting airfields used by the Americans and Israeli all across the Middle East.
Let's try and focus on the commercial impact on the world, and it's going to hurt us here also in Bharat. European natural gas prices have surged more than 20% today. They are now up over 60% since Friday. So in just about 3 or 4 days, viewers, the cost has gone up by 60%. The cost of LNG, that's because Qatar's massive LNG export plant was shut down by an Iranian drone attack. And it's the kind of volatility that's not been seen since the 2022 energy crisis that broke off. Sanjay Suri now joins us from Israel. Sanjay, are the Israelis taking cognizance of this brewing energy crisis? Is this part of the conversation, or are they just focused on taking down the targets that they have identified?
Well, they are not thinking oil and energy at the moment. Certainly, it's not the focus. The focus is Iran, but it's not also just the only focus. They knew area that has come into the sights of Israeli defense is Lebanon now, and within Lebanon, particularly, of course, Hezbollah. We have word from Israel now that at the very least there will be a limited offensive now on the ground to take at least some areas under Israeli control in order to protect Israel from a rocket fire from Hezbollah. So a new front is opening up on Israel's north. It will be a very active front. The Israelis are determined to go for it. They've called more than 100,000 reservists, and we are talking ground forces here. So that's the new front opening up.
Right.
On Iran, the attacks certainly continue, but we do have some sense of what will need to be done, what Israel and the US will need to achieve to have dominance. The declared aim, as we've heard that from President Trump, and it's clearly Israel's aim as well, to try and take out all ballistic and other missiles in Iran. That is a daunting task. We do know that Iran has more than 3,000 missiles, tens of thousands of drones. Iran, let's not forget, is a country about half the size of India, so it's a very large country. These missile launch sites are scattered all over the country, more to the west, no doubt, and they have independent operative and command structures.
Right.
So for all of these to be flattened, for the last of these to be finished, is quite a daunting task.
Right, we've got more news coming through. The IDF has said an Israeli Navy strike in Beirut has killed Reza Khazai. He is a senior IRGC Quds Force commander overseeing Hezbollah's rebuilding efforts and serving as Lebanon Corps Chief of Staff. So clearly going back to Sanjay Suri on this, Sanjay, so the Israelis are now determined to take down the Hezbollah in Lebanon.
And that is going to be an ask. There is, of course, a limit to how many pointed and precise strikes can be launched of the kind that you just reported.
Right.
But then there is going to be a continuing threat, and the tactics now from Israel are to have a barrier in place that is structural and not just relying on targeted attacks of this kind. And therefore, the push from north of the blue line, which we thought is not going to happen given the accord of November of 2024, is something that we could be looking at to a substantial extent. It was agreed that Israeli forces will stay south of the blue line.
Right.
They may push forward now into the buffer zone because they believe that the Lebanese and the United Nations have not secured that area enough for Israel.
We've got lots of news coming through, but I just want confirmation, Sanjay, of this. This is latest, and I'm just jumping a little here. The Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting, IRIB Broadcasting, has now claimed that in Beersheba, Microsoft Tech Park has been hit. Is that true? Is that true?
Well, we all saw for ourselves. We saw for ourselves that there was an Iranian missile that breached the air defenses and hit Beersheba, and we saw that there was a very loud blast. It beat the defenses, got through, and the precise target of that attack is still being ascertained. But the fact is that the Israeli defenses have not proven foolproof. Iranian missiles have got through here in Tel Aviv, they got through in Beit Shemesh, they've got through in Beersheba, they've got through in areas around Jerusalem. So there is a considerable breach of Israeli defenses just about everywhere, hitting targets that they choose all over the place. A fractional success in relation to the number of missiles launched, no doubt.
Right.
But certainly a considerable success, considering that people were believing and or like to believe that Israel's defenses are foolproof.
True. We'll try and put out the Beersheba visuals in just a bit. We've got Gideon Levy, Israeli journalist and author, with us. Ambassador Meera Shankar is also with us, along with Adrian Fontanellas. We'll try and go across to all our guests in a bit. But Gideon, my first question to you. Are the Americans and the Israelis, have they not gamed this right? Or have they already war-gamed this fact that Iran will try and start hitting commercial installations, it will try and create panic among the civilians, and it will try and also raise an energy crisis so that the world moves to pull back or hold back epic fury?
There are no free lunches, and any war brings its price, and the price is almost always heavy. The question is if any goals will be achieved in this war. The price is very clear, and it was clear, by the way, before they launched this war. It was clear that there will be rises of prices of oil, that there will be casualties, that there will be destruction in Israel and elsewhere. The question is, are we achieving any goals by this war? And this, unfortunately, is still very vague. It's very hard to see that the real goal of changing the regime in Iran can be achieved and will be achieved.
Right. Let's just have a look at this picture. These are the pictures that we have. Gideon Levy, see, Microsoft's installation in Beersheba has been targeted. And the Israelis are saying this is what we are going to do. They are attacking Aramco's oil refinery. The Iranians have come out and said that we will continue to attack all Gulf countries till the time they don't shut the US bases there. How is America going to respond to this? There is pressure on Saudis, the Qataris, the UAE, Yemen, Kuwait, all of them. There's pressure on all these countries and Iraq too to shut down the American bases. Gideon.
I mean, things will change. The Middle East will look different after this war. But right now, the pressures are into two directions. And you have to separate between the public pressures and what is being said in closed rooms. Because we have already experience in which the Arab countries said one thing to the Americans publicly and the other thing, even before this war. Saudi Arabia, we were informed, was all out against an attack, and privately they pushed Donald Trump to launch this. So in any case, now there is a very heavy pressure to stop it, but in the same time, there is also a pressure to continue and to achieve some goals, because if you stop now, nothing was achieved.
Yeah, but what's happening is, Adrian, do you get a sense that there is a kind of an information blackout in terms of the damage that's being inflicted in Iran? Because what we are seeing is so many Gulf nations, one drop here, one bomb there, one bomb there. This is classic, diffusion strategy that the Iranians are employing to try and confuse, create panic, and also make it commercially unviable to mount an attack on Iran.
Yeah, absolutely. It is these demonstration strikes too, but we need to remain absolutely careful, because all the actors will try to show damages against economic or civilian targets, and all will try to hide damages against military installations. So we really need to be careful about that.
Correct. But who seems to be winning the narrative right now?
I think it's Iran, because in my opinion, for entirely wrong reasons, it seems a lot of decisions makers completely underestimated what Iran could do. This is a mystery, because actually every specialist knew their capabilities in this regard, but this must come as a shock especially for Western public opinions.
Well, we've got another update. The IDF has completed a wave of strikes on the Hezbollah command centers in Beirut. Communication components in propaganda facilities used by Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters were targeted. So there is success that the IDF is claiming that it is going to weaken and perhaps wipe out the Hezbollah command centers. Ambassador Meera Shankar is with us. IDF is focusing on trying to neutralize the proxies and how the proxies could hurt, or the proxies could give a certain level of cover fire for the Iranians. But overall, do you think under Epic Fury, US and Israel jointly have not wargamed the situation, or have they underestimated Iran?
It's not about war gaming the situation. I think the larger question is there seems to be confusion about what the end game is that they are looking at. Because initially you saw President Trump basically say, call upon the Iranian people to rise. This is an opportunity for them. They should take back their country. And actually what happened is that people who came out on the streets were mourning the death of Khamenei, and he is now being seen as a martyr. So clearly there has been a gross misunderstanding of the Iranian political situation. Because clearly the expectation that after these strikes, the Iranian people were going to rise against the regime has not been fulfilled. And Iran is now raising the cost for the US and Israel of the operation. See, initially it began as we want to actually close the nuclear file on Iran. But the interesting thing is that progress was being made in the nuclear discussions, as the Oman foreign minister, who was mediating, said that Iran had agreed to, dismantle their stockpiles irrevocably, not to stockpile enriched uranium in future, and to give a commitment that they would now and not into the future build a nuclear weapon. The sticking point was really the question of uranium enrichment, where you could, in principle, where Iran wanted to retain that right in terms of what is permitted under the IAEA thresholds and under safeguards. And the US wanted Iran not to retain the right for any enrichment on Iran. It's an issue which could have been discussed further. But then, the opportunity to say that no progress has been made and we now are going for regime change, I think that is really where both the US and Israel, I think, have underestimated the kind of support that the regime in Iran has and the, their expectation of some kind of uprising has not materialized.
Right.
Iran is really spreading the war, and they had threatened this right in the beginning, that they will attack US bases in neighboring countries. They are raising the economic cost for not just the US and Israel, but for the entire world, because the Strait.
Well, but this is something which the US, the Israelis should have already gamed. They should have already factored this in and taken the Emirati or the Gulf nations on board, saying this is going to be possible. But contrary to that, we have a Trump saying he was surprised that they were attacking the UAE and these neighboring nations. So did America assume that Iran will not attack the bases in these nations? That was something which Iran had already said, that none of these areas remain out of bounds for us if US does strike on Iran and these Gulf nations don't do anything, and because you are giving them bases and support areas. That's something Iran had already said. So how is it that Trump is surprised is a question. We got more news coming through now. The Americans have now told their citizens, get out of these 14 countries. Get out, but we are not going to take you out. You do it at your own cost, at your own risk. But we suggest you move out of the country. Siddhant is with us, joining us with more on this. Yes, Siddhant. Let's walk across.
So if I'm not mistaken, this is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So Anand, if I'm not mistaken, this is for the second time that that such advisory has come from U.S. State Department. So there are two things mentioned in this advisory. One, that the citizens have been asked to leave on their own and move to a safer place. Now, on their own means what? Because there is no flights available to leave many of these West Asian countries. And what does it mean moving to a safer place? Point number one. Point number two, it says that if some assistance is needed, then they can write to State Department. The numbers have also been given. They can reach out to the State Department. Perhaps the State Department can arrange or rather assist them in moving to a safer place or moving out of the country. So this is the second time that advisory has come.
Right.
So on one end,
what I'm going to do is, got it. The second time they put out the advisory, there's a lot of activity happening in our newsroom. We're just walking into the newsroom. We're going to ask everybody. Okay, Tom Cooper is having a conversation. Tom Cooper, who do you think is winning the narrative so far? Iran or the US-Israel combined?
That depends, you know. For example, in Europe, Israel is going to win the narrative with ease. In the United States, it's undecided because there is a strong movement against the war, even against support for Israel. So it's a different situation. Elsewhere, we are going to see. Certain is that both sides are trying to drag additional players into the game. Israel is trying to get Indian government to react in its favor. Israel is trying to get German government. I said it this morning. Also, even the government of Tobago, you know, will come to the idea. So this is certainly everybody is trying to get his favors to his side and attract some sort of support.
But do you think that the US-Israel combined has underestimated Iran's ability to create this kind of confusion, commercial hurt, and also to target the Gulf countries? Because that adds more pressure.
Definitely so. They didn't expect this. They expected actually something like 3-day special military operation where they are going to bomb and then the Iranians are going to rise, overthrow the regime and everything is going to be fine. It didn't happen.
Right. Now you're going to see, let's walk around the newsroom and then get a sense from our people. Murli is here with us. He's manning the output desk. Who do you think is winning the narrative, Murli, right now?
Right now, it does seem that, you know, it's a major psyops operation that is going on right now. You've seen Trump's secretaries come out and give different statements. His official, his administration is also finding it difficult to kind of pin it down, and the questions of the American media is going after them clearly. So at this point of time, I think it's kind of a stalemate, which I feel is going on in this current scenario. It's a current stalemate.
Stalemate. Now we got Aman here. Aman, we got something with the Lebanese. They're backing off because IDF has now put boots on ground. That's the update that we're getting from the Israel war room.
Well, yes, that is the update that we're getting. This is the video that has been put out of the Lebanese forces withdrawing from the border since Israel is upping the ante against the Hezbollah, and you can see these visuals being put out of the Lebanese forces, these tanks and these vehicles going back from the withdrawing from the border areas in southern Lebanon. That's what Israel war room is now putting out. So it's also a lot of narrative war on there, So we just had the word coming also from Iran that they're shooting missiles towards the world's largest aircraft carrier that the US has installed there, and that the aircraft carrier is moving away from that location. A lot of narrative war. We'll have to be very, very careful on what these handles are putting out. A lot is also psyops, I feel. So though videos are coming out, but we don't really know what exactly the situation is on the ground.
Well, thanks for that, Aman. So blanking out of any narrative or anything that could be detrimental to your own state media. This is exactly what all the Gulf countries are doing. This is exactly what Iran is doing, Israel is doing. They are saying blank out anything that's negative, and we are going to filter out the information that goes on to the world. Despite that, there are updates coming. Akanksha, you also have some update. Yes.
So the latest we are learning is that France is now planning to send anti-cruise missiles and even anti-drone systems to Cyprus. This, remember, after their British base was being attacked. And so you can see, on the other hand, you were talking with Tom about narratives. You have France, Germany, even the UK, NATO forces regrouping. They may not agree with the joint strike of the US and Israel, but they feel it is incumbent upon them to protect their own bases. So in the latest, what we are learning is that Cyprus will be provided help by France.
By the time these anti-cruise missiles and these etc. reach there, it will be at least 2 weeks, viewers. Why is it that they didn't think about it before? Is that not a fair question to ask? Before we take a break, I'm just going to quickly come in to our social media desk and ask them, what's the sentiment here? Samir is here. We've got the entire team. What's the sentiment on social media? Who is winning the narrative on social media?
Well, it's a pretty calculated narrative. We are hearing things from both the sides, but yes, absolutely. Iran has been given a huge jolt by, assassinating Khamenei. And Trump is getting all the praise for the attack.
What are the top trends on X, if you just take a quick look?
So there are a lot of fake news going on, obviously, which happens every time in the case of social media. So viewers should only follow CNN News 18 for verified content. There is a...
That's a nice plug, Samir. Well done. Go ahead. What are the trends?
There's a quake that hit southern Iran after the airstrikes.
So are they saying that this could be a nuclear test because of the quake?
Yeah, absolutely. This
They
could be a
are.
nuclear
They are. So viewers, see, everything, every aspect, every development is getting a lot of social media chatter. There are those who believe that Iran is done for. There are those who believe Trump is confused and that's why Trump is troubled, maybe brain faded, we don't know, and that's why America looks confused. But there is also those who believe that you have to look at it in war. There will be punch and there will be a counter punch. Have some of these situations been already thought of? We'll talk about this and more, plenty of developments after a short break. Stay with us. We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. This is the Baloch one.
The Sistan Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know. And
now we got more news coming through as we welcome you back, viewers. Even as China has officially denied direct arms deals, many have questioned its role amid Iran's defensive rebuilding of air and missile defense. And in the face of US-Israel war, Iran's capabilities still rely heavily on domestic adaptation and other partners like Russia. And according to the intelligence note accessed exclusively by News 18, much of the Chinese cooperation involves components, access or negotiations rather than confirmed large-scale deliveries due to sanctions and geopolitical risks. I'll just go walk out to Akanksha joining us with more, and then we'll walk back as Tom Cooper and Adrian Fontanellas are with us. Ambassador Meera Shankar also with us. Yes.
So I'm just getting in these inputs which I'm going to read out to the viewers. CM302 supersonic anti-ship cruise cruise missiles, which is an export variant of China's YJ-12, was in fact shared with Iran, primarily used as a carrier killer or high-speed anti-ship weapon to target large naval vessels. This could very well be the technology that they are deploying right now in the Strait of Hormuz, Anand, including aircraft carriers, destroyers and other warships. Negotiations, in fact, happened last year. And 500 kgs of warhead, sea skimming. These missiles are, in fact, 290 to 460 kilometers in range. They were all sent off to Iran. This represents one of the most advanced systems, potentially transferred recently, enhancing Iran's ability to threaten naval forces, US carriers in the Persian Gulf and Strait of Hormuz. That is the technology that they are deploying right now. And so,
are they really deploying that technology? That's one question. The Chinese have supplied this is one aspect.
but they are able to destroy the vessels, which is why a lot of conversations are now revolving around how the entire conflict could also, if not move, but expand over to the Strait of Hormuz as well.
Well, Strait of Hormuz, it's already moved. Let's try and understand this. Do the Chinese have that kind of capability to be able to give something like this to the Iranians? Do they already have that technology, Tom? Or is it that this was promised, but it's not yet with the Iranians? Because the tankers that they've downed, they don't seem to have used any of the Chinese warheads.
The point is this: cooperation between Iran and China is organized in a fashion in which it is easily deniable. It is not typical cooperation where Iranian delegation travels to Beijing, says, hello, please give me this, this and this, and 5 kilograms of this and 6 of this, and then the Chinese are delivering. It works differently. I'm currently working on a related book, and that's why I have run a number of interviews with involved people. It works so. In China, there are companies or corporations, big corporations, like Polygroup, and they are offering different products around the world. In the case of Iranians can offer not only money in exchange, and not only lots of money, but also lots of know-how, recent combat experience. Therefore, Polygroup went as far as to put the Iranians in touch with the 14th Institute of Technologies. This is the leading research and development body in China in regards of electronic systems, radars, guidance systems, missiles, and so on and so on. So there is a cooperation where the Iranians go to China, say, hello, we would like to have this and this kind of missile. The Chinese develop this for the Iranians, prepare all the technical documentation, all the technical specifications, send this to Iran. If necessary, they add also the tools for production. And if necessary, if the Iranians want them to do so, sometimes yes, sometimes not, depends on the type and project, they also deliver the entire factory constructed in Iran and then help the Iranians set up the production.
Wow, that's the level of, and you agree with Tom, Adrian, is that the level of intensity with which or involvement with which China is participating with the Iranians, saying, okay, you want this, I'll develop this and I'll come to you and I'll help you even manufacture it, set up the installation and manufacture it.
Absolutely. It is both very important and at the same time extremely discreet. And therefore, Iranian technological capabilities shall not be underestimated.
Technological shall not be underestimated. But we are told, can you really trust Chinese equipment? Because the Pakistanis saw that their equipment failed against India in Operation Sindoor. We also have confirmation that the CCTV cameras were actually hacked. The CCTV cameras that line the Iranian streets, they were actually hacked by the Israeli. And that's how they were able to track the movement of the Khamenei and some of the key leaders before they were bombed. So can I really trust Chinese equipment? Multiple times Chinese equipment seems to have failed. It was the JF-15 that stalled and did not know what to do and they just dropped on our skies when it was launched by the Pakistanis.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
Before World War II, everybody was underestimated Japanese technology because back at the time most racism was prevalent and you couldn't imagine an Asian able to do better than creating a pole and outdated copy of some Western equipment. And then everybody was shocked with equipment such as the Japanese Zero fighters, which shut down American-made aircraft in droves. So I think it would be not a good idea to underestimate Chinese technological
Chinese
capabilities.
technology. Yeah, but we have one confirmation, viewers, that the Chinese are giving real-time intelligence support. They did that with the Pakistanis, and they also did that with the Iranians.
As expected.
As expected. Ambassador Meera Shankar with us. Ambassador Meera Shankar, your thoughts on trusting China, on the involvement, level of involvement of China acting from the shadows in this conflict?
Look, for China, Iran has been a major strategic partner in the Gulf. After the rest of the world was adhering to sanctions, it really pushed Iran very much into the Chinese lap. So they are the major economic partner of Iran, they are the major strategic partner of Iran. And while in this conflict, publicly they are taking a somewhat circumspect stance, they have been traditionally the major strategic partner of Iran, and I'm sure that that role continues in some guise or the other. And
Right.
clearly what you said, targeting information or targeting intelligence was shared by China with Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, and I guess that it must be shared with Iran also
Right.
during this conflict. Otherwise, they have tended to look at providing dual-use capabilities, components, and technologies rather than a stream, a pipeline of weapons per se. So it is a strong strategic partnership. But as I said, in public, the Chinese are being circumspect. What they are doing behind the scenes, I think we can guess. But evidence, I think, right now is not very solid.
So I'm just walking across to Akanksha, even as we get to understand that this entire energy crisis is hitting the Chinese also, and that the Chinese refiner has cut production by about 20%. Akanksha now joins us with more, even as there is a lot that's happening in our newsroom. Yes. Yes, Akanksha.
We all know that there were discounted rates for the Chinese as far as the crude was concerned. And even though the Strait of Hormuz had been barred, but Anand, one must keep in mind that Chinese vessels were still operating. They were still getting their own supply. But as of now, as far as Chinese refineries are concerned, due to the escalating nature of tensions, they have paused operations, which means it's now going to muddle up the situation even for China. Will China now also up its ante in sort of the supplies that it was giving, which we were just discussing right now? We'll have to see, because somewhere they want the escalation to stop. They want the conflict to in fact calm down now, because as we said, it's the global Brent crude energy, all of it, which is bearing the brunt.
Well, it was just 60 rupees less than 15 days ago, a barrel. It's gone up above $90 and $60 by a barrel. It went up to 65 to 70 just about Friday, and then now it's ballooned to more than 90. Brent crude, it was
close to $80
per barrel. Yeah, it is at least $87 per barrel. That's where the numbers had gone up. We got more news coming through. Iran has made some tall claims. Let's try and go across to Aman again. The claims made by Iran saying that they've killed what, 700 soldiers already?
Well, that is the what is Iran? Anand, Iran is saying. Iran says death toll from US-Israel strikes have risen to 787. That is what they're claiming. Though US has so far only admitted to about 4 casualties. That was Donald Trump said. 6, I think it has been updated to later. But of course, the toll sides from both sides, the claims are coming, and we have to cross-check all these claims that the Iranians are making and the other side is also making. But yeah.
Right. And now, quick check of our newsroom, even as we do our coverage. This is where all the output desk works. You have, they've been working on it continuously. You see us here and you see the graphics going up there. All of this is happening from our output desk here at CNN News 18. We've been working continuously on a rolling shift, viewers. Back behind us, where Aman was sitting, where I'd gone, that was our input desk, where all the news is coming in. We're trying to cross-check, verify everything before we put out and give you only what can be trusted and what is correct. We'll take you through the rest of the newsroom through our coverage, but right now just walking back into Tom Cooper and Adrian into the studio. We've got an open studio here at CNN News 18. The Iranians, are they holding back some of their, perhaps the most potent arsenal? Have they not opened all their cards yet? Do you get that sense? Do you get that feeling? And are the Americans aware of that?
That is the million-dollar question. But let's
That's
start
why
with the
I'm
Iranians.
asking
Iranians are certainly holding back with some of their heaviest weaponry. Otherwise, we would have seen Khorram Shahs coming down in big numbers. We haven't seen more than perhaps 2 or 3 so far. Khorram Shah missile is the heaviest Iranian
Khorram Shah missile.
Yes.
Can we have that missile graphic behind us? Just take them through all the 3 or 4 graphics, missiles that we have. The entire ballistic missile arsenal of Iran. Yeah, Khorram Shah, yeah.
So unless we see, it has 6 multiple re-entry vehicles, the Khorram Shah. So it's really a heavy weapon that can cause lots of damage over a wide area.
Right. I'm just going to ask you to move up a little the camera so that you can see us and also the graphics behind us. So there you go. Shahab 1 is a 300-kilometer range. We've got the Fateh 110 300-kilometer range. The Shahab 2. Now they must have quite a big stockpile of these short-range missiles also.
Yes, because they are easy to manufacture.
And this is what will be directed towards the Gulf.
These are artillery, basically artillery rockets. At earlier times, they would have only 70-kilometer range, 150 kilometers. Nowadays, they have up to 300 kilometers. They are not particularly precise, but they are delivering sufficient punch to mother.
Just the previous one. Can you just go back to the previous one, please? Yeah, thank you. So, the next one.
And here we have now
the Quds and the Zulfikar Qiyam and the Qadr 380.
Yeah. Essentially, these are Zulfikar Qiyam. These are upgrades of old Shahab 3 missile. That means they have taken the old body, removed the old warhead, which is very, very heavy, and just as unitary warhead, and they have installed a new body, which is dispersing 3 different warheads.
Right. Adrian, we'll go to the next one, the 1,000 to 2,000 kilometer range. That's where these 3, the Shahab 3, the Khyber Shakhan, and this is what you said, the Khorram Shah.
Khorram Shah, yes.
They have not used them. Yeah. Where do you think the Chinese have helped them?
Mostly in the design phase. The history of the Iranian ballistic missile program it began with at the end of the 80s. It began with some Chinese help and also a very intensive cooperation with North Korea. So by the early 2000s and even more after, the Iranians were quite advanced on their own right in such missile technologies.
Okay.
More advanced than the North Koreans.
More advanced than the North Koreans. So they have created this entire ballistic missile technology. So this is what the Iranians seem to have done. Listen, I cannot have my air force. They're not giving me planes. I cannot have too much of my troops because I'm locked in a way. So what is it that I can develop on my own? Drones which are cheap and ballistic missiles which are potent.
You can follow this development since the mid-1990s in particular, because in mid-1990s Israelis began developing their capability to strike Iran, to reach Iran in big numbers.
Right.
And so therefore Iranians reacted by developing capability to strike upon Israel. And started developing ever longer range missiles.
Right. Can we just call the last page, please? We'll just quickly talk about, these 2, the Sejal and the Sumar. This is a cruise missile. So,
Sumar, yes.
Yeah, Sumar. Do they have hypersonic missiles? Do they have cruise missile like India does? India has BrahMos,
yes.
So which is a cruise missile.
Yes.
And the precision is yes.
No, the hypersonic are basically warheads on the ballistic missiles.
Okay.
They don't have hypersonic cruise missiles or nothing similar to BrahMos. However, they have in a sense something better if they has a cheaper version of cruise missiles, which means that they can potentially use that in quite huge quantities, especially this Shahid 239, which is basically a Shahid 136, with a small turbo engine, so shorter range, but much faster. So it's an hybrid between drone and missile.
So they've now tried to create a hybrid between a drone and a missile. So the Shahid 136, they already have it.
Yeah, they did. They fired some during the last few days.
Because you have asked about Sumar. Sumar is actually a copy, really a copy of the Soviet made cruise Ka-55 cruise missile, which is released normally from bombers.
Okay.
And the Iranians have bought 15 from Ukraine in the 2000s and reversed engineered them and launched their own production.
So do we know what is their stockpile? Everybody is making estimates that they have about 2,000 ballistic missiles. Is that a fair estimate, or could they have more?
I am altogether included, they have more. Short and long range, they have more.
They have more.
I'm convinced that the number of ballistic missiles is higher, significantly higher. Long range ballistic missiles.
Long range ballistic missiles.
I would say up from 3,000 upwards.
Wow.
And the number of short range ballistic missiles, those with which they are attacking Gulf states, could be easily could be over 10,000.
Right. Okay. We've got news coming through. The Indian embassy in Iran has said that they have relocated most of the Indian students who are stuck there. Akanksha now joining us with more details. Akanksha, so there was a concern that there could be a few thousand students, and what about them who are stuck in Iran? What's the update that we have?
The update coming in from the embassy, Indian embassy in Tehran, is that most of them have in fact been located outside Tehran. 1,200 students is what we are looking at, but many of them surprisingly have also decided to stay back in Tehran. Anand, why so? Because they were all undergoing one of their medical examinations that was scheduled for 5th of March. And so some have decided to stay back, whereas the embassy has managed to locate many of them outside Tehran. They are providing them transport, even shelter and food. Those arrangements have been made. So that is at least a heave of sigh of relief for the parents who have in fact not been able to contact their students due to disruptions in communication lines.
Right. So the embassy has taken care of the students who are stuck in Iran. Griya also has got an update with us. Yes, Griya, what do we have now?
So there's a statement that has come in from the joint parliament session in Pakistan. Now imagine, Anand, this is a mockery that always emanates from the parliament in Pakistan. There's the president of Pakistan, Mr. Zardari, who is raking up the Kashmir issue. He's belatedly talking about India's response to the terrorist attack that happened in Pahalgam. And then he's saying any kind of misadventure by India is going to be met very strongly. Make no mistake, we are ready for you. That is the kind of absolutely distasteful statement that has come in from Zardari. Why? Because nobody is talking about Pakistan at the moment. They are really stretched as far as their military assets are concerned on the Afghan border. And they have to, in fact, because of the pact that they have with Saudi Arabia, send in the assets into Saudi Arabia, which they already are doing. And then they talk about how any kind of aggression by India is going to be met with with equal and retaliatory force. I mean, what does one make of that statement?
Nothing. We should just give them another BrahMos. It will just land there. That's what they'll do, because the Pakistanis wanted the BrahMos, and that's what the BrahMos chief had said. Yes, we will send one to you, and we sent a few, 9 of them in fact, and we know what damage that we inflicted. We've got more updates coming through. Yes, Akanksha, there. I think we are getting another update. Asif Ali Zardari trying to ratchet up, and of course that they usually do, the Pakistanis, but let's ignore that because he himself is trying to build up his own political capital. Akanksha now joins us here. Yes, Akanksha.
So the latest we are getting in is a very staunch and stern response coming in from the Foreign Ministry spokesperson of Iran, Ismail Bagay, who has responded to Steve Witkoff's claims, in fact, that with regards to their nuclear program. Remember, earlier in the day, Steve Witkoff had said that the negotiating stance of the Iranians was extremely problematic. They were sitting onto over 400 kilograms of enriched uranium, and that's how they started the negotiations, which was in violation of the international norms because they were not allowed to do so. So now that response has come that Steve Witkoff is lying. We were very much ready for negotiations, and so as we are talking about, this is also not just a conflict in terms of military conflict, you're also looking at a war of narratives.
Right, and not just war of narratives. The larger question is 60% enriched uranium, about 460 kilograms of that. Could that turn into 10 nuclear weapons? How much of uranium needs to be enriched before it can be weaponized? And the Iranians have been sitting on a potential nuclear weapon, or the ability to have not 1 but 10 nuclear warheads in a limited period of time. That's the question that remains, viewers. 60% uranium, 460 kilograms of that. Could that be turned into 10 nuclear warheads? We've got the military historians and the experts with us, but we've got to take a very short break, top of the hour. When we come back, we'll turn the spotlight back here on our rolling coverage. Stay with us. Thank you, gents. We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So one, there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. We have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. This is the Baloch one.
This is Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know, and I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for a joint exercise. What do you think is the intent behind this, Tom?
Well, to run an exercise. And Pakistan, just to remind them that India is still here. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to provoke. I mean, I know the Indian government, how it operates, or at least understand.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome, and thank you for staying with us on our continuous rolling coverage here on CNN News 18 as the fury in the Gulf rages. Who's winning this entire war of narratives? Is Iran just queuing up for one last hurrah before it's taken down by the might of the American and Israeli military force? We'll have to wait and watch the latest footage as we lead the headlines at 3 p.m. Latest footage shows massive destruction to Dubai's Jebel Ali port. There are plumes of smoke that were seen rising from Dubai's Jebel Ali port as Iran continued its retaliation for attacks by US and Israel. Iranian missiles struck the Beersheba tech area, damaging buildings near a major technology park. Reports indicate that a facility linked to Microsoft was among the sites impacted in the attack. Satellite imagery shows apparent damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear site after fresh US and Israeli strikes over the weekend. War escalates and so do the casualties. Iran says death toll from US-Israel strikes has gone up to 787. Indian embassy has relocated most Indian students to safer locations outside Tehran and has made arrangements for their transportation, food and accommodation. The fury in the Gulf is raging, viewers, and over the next 48 hours, the course that this war is going to take could be decided. Akanksha joins us with more.
Many thanks, Anand. Of course, the West Asia conflict, as we all know, has entered a dangerous new phase with Iran and the US-Israel coalition intensifying strikes, even trading major claims across Middle East, even in the sea routes. Iran has now shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which is a channel for 20 to 30% of global oil supply. The US Embassy in Jerusalem has told its American citizens that it is not in a position to assist with evacuations any further, urging them to make their own arrangements. Meanwhile, in the UAE, Dubai authorities have warned residents and social media influencers against filming or sharing videos of security-sensitive incidents, including anti-aircraft fire and missile interceptions, causing and cautioning that violations could in fact lead to fines, even deportation or legal action, this under cybercrime laws. In the latest satellite images, which are already showing visible damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear facility, following fresh US and Israeli strikes, according to Iranian atomic energy officials, further escalating concerns over the conflict's overall trajectory. On that note, we're getting in some breaking inputs. This is with regards to Iran's nuclear facility in Natanz. Based on the latest available satellite imagery, IAEA can now confirm some recent damage has indeed been done to the entrance buildings of Iran's underground Natanz fuel enrichment plant. No radiological consequences expected and no additional impact detected at the FEP itself, which was severely damaged back in June last year. Remember, this was also the nuclear facility which had been attacked during Operation Midnight Hammer. This happened last year in June. Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan were attacked even back then. Let's quickly, in fact, go across to Sanjay Suri, who will add more inputs. In fact, Sanjay Kumar is joining me on the broadcast as well. But Sanjay Kumar, for how long can we look at, say, these strikes being safe? Because the IAEA has also shared its primary concern that a radioactive leakage could very well be a possibility now.
If we look at the way in which US and Israel together are approaching this entire conflict, the US President himself has said that he's ready for 40 days. So I could foresee a longish war in which such strategic facilities will suffer damage, given the firepower of both Israel and the United States. But how much radiological damage will be there, that's yet to be seen.
Stay with me, Sanjay Kumar. I can see that Sanjay Suri, who is currently stationed in Israel, is also with us on the broadcast. But let me take our viewers through the footage that has come in, those satellite imagery. In fact, these are the latest that we have been able to access. This, remember, is January last year of 2025, which goes on to show Natanz nuclear facility as completely intact. Cut to March 2026, you can see that there's ample damage that has been done over there, even though IAEA actually continues to maintain, and this looks like the missiles have indeed managed to hit the Natanz nuclear facility. But the IAEA is going on to indicate that there has been no radioactive leakage so far. But the key question is, for how long will they be able to prevent such kind of a radioactive leakage? That's a question I'd like to take forward with Sanjay as well. Sanjay Suri, if I may come to you quickly. Given that Donald Trump has vowed to completely ensure an obliteration of all the nuclear facilities, how will they ensure that there is no radioactive leakage?
Well, speaking obliteration first, was it not Trump who had said in the last round of attacks that Iran's nuclear capacities have been obliterated, using that word, and then being severely critical of anybody who challenged that, and there were many who doubted it. As it turns out, on good grounds, they were seen and declared to be anti-national, anti the brave American forces. So now we have this attempt at obliteration all over again, and obliteration could very well provoke and trigger the kind of fear that you describe, where we might have contamination or leakage resulting from this. The IAEA is not going to issue such warnings lightly. The IAEA warning has been very specific that should there be such a scenario, and that there is serious risk of such a scenario, cities and whole areas may have to be evacuated. So there is a real danger here, and as this continues, as this attempt to pulverize these sites continues, that danger will become more and more real. It will come ever and ever closer. So there is a very serious risk there, and clearly this time Trump will be out to throw everything he's got into it. He certainly wouldn't want a situation where for a second time he has declared obliteration, and then again it turns out that it didn't happen at all.
Stay with me, Sanjay. We are getting in more breaking inputs, in fact, coming in. This as the overall conflict is now expanding by the day. In fact, the British base in Cyprus was subjected to a new wave of attack this morning, is what we are being told. This was a fresh attack on the British base in Cyprus. Remember, this is also after France has now vowed to send more help to this British base in Cyprus. Let me quickly bring in Sanjay back into this conversation. So, Sanjay Suri, we are looking at a fresh wave of attacks that also ensures that Britain is inadvertently getting roped into this conflict, even more so with France now vowing fresh help to Britain.
You know, the British position in this whole business has been a little strange. It has been, to put it simply, kabhi kuch. You had Starmer at first refusing use of British bases to US troops for any assault on Iran. There was a good deal of pushback from Trump himself and from leaders within the US. So then he changed his stance, and finally he allowed it, following which he said in Parliament, well, that there's a problem with the regime change from the skies, quite sarcastic about the declared aim of the US. Now, willy-nilly, the British are seen as an ally of the US, even if they're into it reluctantly, even if they're into it halfway. And so we have this attack on the British base, and the clear result of that is
bring in Sanjay Kumar also on that note. Sanjay, stay with me. Sanjay Kumar, I want to take your assessment on the involvement of Western forces, larger Western forces, not just Britain, but France has also vowed to give them help. They've also appealed to Germany, remember, US and Israel both. So all of these European forces now being asked for help. What could their involvement mean? Is this also going to mean that NATO, if there is NATO getting involved, this is inevitably going to lead to further escalation of the overall conflict?
So far, NATO's involvement is not indicated. If we look at the statements coming out from Madrid, Madrid has asked closure and shutdown of the bases operated by the Americans. The British has allowed to use their bases, but only for defensive purposes and only for the stated objectives. Regime change is something where UK had its own reservations. If you look at statements coming from European Union as an organization, they are also calling for restraint, and they have not committed any continued conflict support by the European Union forces. So overall, I can see a divided Europe on the American cause or Israeli cause, and we can see further fragmentation and split in times to come.
All right. Stay with me, getting in more breaking inputs. In fact, as we said, that there are two parallel wars being fought. One, of course, is the military one. And on the other hand, you have the war of narratives. In fact, Israel's foreign minister has responded sharply to the remarks by Iran's foreign minister, Saeed Abbas Araghchi, signaling strong alignment between the United States and Israel amid escalating tensions. In fact, remember, IRGC had accused the United States of entering a war of choice, that too on behalf of Israel, claiming there was no genuine Iranian threat towards the United States, and he had also criticized the loss of both American and Iranian lives as being for Israel's firsters. He urged the American public to even reclaim accountability. Let's quickly take that forward with Sanjay Suri as well. So Sanjay, there's a war of words over here in terms of who is supposed to bear the responsibility of this, because remember, Iran has accused the United States of fighting this war on behalf of Israel, this when there was no intel suggesting that this was that Iran was in fact planning to attack the United States at all.
Well, certainly both the legal and the factual basis of the US involvement in this is very, very doubtful, to say the least. It is being challenged with increasing strength within the US, and the American people, and not just leaders, are beginning to have serious doubts. We've had one survey saying that 60% oppose this war, another survey saying that only 27% support it, few oppose, 27% say that they support it, and the rest either don't know or they oppose it. So this is now an opinion getting quite loaded against this kind of intervention. We've also seen signs that the US and Israel were not necessarily on board simultaneously from the start. We've had word from Washington that there was a preemptive strike from the US because Israel was about to strike, and the US struck in order to save American lives. It means, therefore, it presupposes naturally that Israel was planning to strike on its own. So there is a question of timing. Once they are in it, they are in the war theater, commanders take over and they coordinate to the extent that they can, and they seem to be doing a fairly good job of that. But politically, it is not the case that they were on board at the same time to the same extent from the start. So there is a division there as well, and that well may surface later depending upon the objectives each has and the political and other military capacity that each has to take it very far. Clearly, Israel here is going to take it as far as it can. It wants to see it through to the finish. The Americans really want out. Trump wants out of this very quickly. There's midterm elections looming, and the primaries for that are getting underway today in Texas and North Carolina. That sword is hanging above Trump. He wants a fast finish. That may not happen.
All right, but we're getting in more breaking inputs right now. In fact, what we are being told is that there are a series of blasts being reported in Jerusalem as well. Stay with me, Sanjay, and Sanjay Kumar also. Series of blasts now heard in Jerusalem. This after there were explosions reported in Tel Aviv as well. In fact, it's been a series of explosions ever since the conflict erupted on Saturday in Tel Aviv, Western Jerusalem, and now fresh explosions being reported in Jerusalem as well. Quickly taking that with Sanjay as well. Sanjay, what else can you tell us?
You know, there is, if not to make too fine a point of it, a difference sometimes between a blast and an explosive. And what I mean by it is this, that I've been seeing this pattern where you have an alert, a bomb alert, you're asked to go into a shelter, the sirens sound and you go in. And very soon after that, very often, I've heard a number of loud blasts. And they're quite loud, quite emphatic, and it appears to be air defense interceptors being launched, and that is the sound that we hear often. At times, you do not hear that because there seems to be no immediate need for interception. So whether these are those blasts or these are Iranian missiles that have struck Jerusalem and would have struck in quite a few by way of numbers, going by these initial reports, that is something that will emerge very shortly. But this situation is very, very tense. We've had a bomb alert here in Tel Aviv just a few minutes back. So there is a danger everywhere now.
All right, getting in more breaking inputs. This as firefighters are fighting large fires and thick plumes of smoke. This in Beirut's southern suburbs after a fresh wave of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut. Now remember, these airstrikes have been continuing in Beirut since yesterday. Firefighters are already battling the blaze in Beirut after the fresh wave of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut. Now, why is Beirut being targeted? Important to highlight that Lebanon is inadvertently getting involved in this overall conflict. Why so? Because this is also the headquarters of Hezbollah. And right now, we've seen the kind of assistance that Iran is receiving by Hezbollah as well. And so the United States and Israel and these Israeli strikes are also focused on destroying Hezbollah completely. Will they be able to even do so, given that we've seen how terrorism is more about a mindset than just a proxy militia group? Let's quickly take that forward with Sanjay K. Verma, who's also a former diplomat. He's in fact continues to stay with us. Ambassador Verma, how do you put this into perspective now that there is, attacks actually happening in Lebanon as well? Lebanon inadvertently getting involved in this conflict because of Hezbollah.
I do not know whether it is inadvertent, because Hezbollah had always been an element in Lebanon. They had always been there. They also command political power in Lebanon.
I'll tell you why I say so, because the polity there and the government have actually made it amply clear that they do not wish to be associated with Hezbollah and that civilian lives should be protected even if Hezbollah is being targeted.
Completely agree with you. But if you look at the way in which Iran operates or Shia alliance operates, they have got these proxies all over the Middle East. And whenever there is a conflict, all these proxies are activated in low levels or even at a very high alert level. So in this case, we are seeing Hezbollah, but let's not forget that there are other proxies available in the region as well. And if they get activated, then it will be a multiple front conflict opening up. So Israel is doing fine. It's trying to block one of the fronts by bombarding those facilities in Lebanon which could support an Hezbollah attack on Israel.
Sanjay, as Ambassador Verma also highlighted that they are blocking one of the fronts. Are there threats from other fronts as well? What happens to Hamas? Is that still a threat at the moment?
Well, the two other threats, to add to what Ambassador Verma was saying, clearly are the Houthis, and Houthis do have some capacity. There's been a lot of US firepower aimed at the Houthis, and that has not destroyed but certainly reduced their capacity to hit out at their targets, but they have not been obliterated, to use that word from Trump. They do exist, they do have some capacity to launch missiles, drones, and to carry out attacks. And then in Israel, very much more a danger is Hamas. And following October 7, we've seen what happened. And over the last 3 days, we've seen a very considerable tightening of Israeli control to keep Hamas and its sympathetic elements down and suppressed. We've seen that there has been a new closure and new restrictions at the Rafah border with Egypt. Within Gaza, the control and the surveillance has been tightened up in Jerusalem, particularly East Jerusalem, and there has been a very strong presence of Israeli forces and police and the paramilitary, and we know that the number of people going to Al-Aqsa is very high at this time of the year. It's the Ramzan, and therefore there is a very highly tense situation all around.
I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there, Sanjay, because we are getting in some more breaking inputs. Let's quickly now shift focus over to the impact of this war. We are looking at 5% surge in global oil prices. This was on expected lines because remember, Brent crude in fact shut on Friday at $72 per barrel. But on Monday, we've seen a surge where it's crossed over $80 per barrel. But 5% has been the overall global surge. Let's quickly take that forward with Haim, who will give us the details. Haim, what more can you tell us?
Now, of course, Akanksha, we're looking at a oil surge of 5%. Remember, yesterday we saw a crude oil surge of 9% as well. And this is only on expected lines. We know that the Strait of Hormuz is, of course, facing a lot of disruptions. And many analysts would actually argue that if Trump's timeline, which is of 4 to 5 weeks, is anything to go by, we could see prices rise to about $130 a barrel. So that's really what we're looking at. Yesterday, remember, it was close to $85 a barrel. Now, that's something, if we were to stick to that 4 to 5 week timeline, could increase going forward as well.
In fact, a very key point that you've made, because one has to not just focus today, but also on the days ahead. You're looking at 4 to 5 weeks is what Donald Trump is indicating this, when he had in fact ensured that it's going to only last a few days. Israeli Prime Minister still maintaining that it's going to be a swift end. But having said that, you mentioned the Strait of Hormuz. What is going to be the overall impact now that Iran has officially declared that they are indeed shutting down the Strait of Hormuz?
Of course, that was a fear. Up until now, we've only been seeing disruptions because a lot of ship owners were citing the security concerns in the Strait of Hormuz. It's important to understand that that particular strait, this tiny stretch on the map, actually controls 20% of the world's oil flows, and it's going to have an impact back in India as well, and that's something that remains to be seen, how that will impact India and prices. But if we were to talk about the United States alone and Trump's timeline, we could see gas prices rise up by maybe $4 to $5 as well.
And perhaps the United States may also be looking towards benefiting out of this situation by perhaps taking over the overall global supply. Many thanks to you, Haim. We will keep coming back to you as and when more information pours in. All right, let's in fact get you more information. But as of now, I can tell you that the Strait of Hormuz is a key critical choke point, a very short passage in fact. But when that gets disrupted, you're looking at global oil and energy supplies getting disrupted, not just for, by the way, has one of its largest suppliers in Qatar, which is supplying LNG at massive scale for India. Getting in some more breaking inputs, government sources in fact indicating that there's 40% impact on the overall supplies. Petrol, diesel supplies are sufficient. So the Indian government has ensured that 40% imports are going to be via the straits, and they already have 60% of their supplies coming from other routes as well. Let me quickly take that forward with Pallavi Ghosh, who will bring us the details. Pallavi, what is the preparedness like for the Indian government at the moment to secure our energy supplies?
Well, Akanksha, a big word which is coming in by way of government sources is to all the people that there's no need to panic. There's no need to hoard. There's no need to panic. The situation is completely under control. And just rattling off some of the figures which we have got by way of government sources is that 25 days of stock as far as the crude stocks as well as the energy stocks. Now, energy stocks includes petrol and diesel, which is our everyday essential. So we have enough material for 25 days. So that is something we are not to be worried about. As far as the LNG is concerned, Qatar is one country with whom we've had a long-term contract with, which should last for around 25 to 30 days. The clarification also coming in is that as far as the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, only 40% of our supplies come in from there, 60% comes in through other routes. And one big route where it comes in through is that of Cape of Good Hope. So the big takeaways from what government is telling us and conveying to the people of the country is that there is absolutely no need to hoard, no need to panic. The government is quite sure that the situation is not alarming and that it's not going to last for a very, very long time. But there is a contingency plan in place. Day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute, monitoring of the situation is taking place.
In fact, it's over to Ayushman for some details that he's bringing to us on the video wall. This is with regards to some more breaking inputs that have been coming in. Perhaps Ayushman could shed more light on what the Strait of Hormuz looks like at the moment.
It's the Strait of Hormuz. I'll come over here on this side to get a better view for our viewers. This is the Strait of Hormuz over which a lot of the energy imports around the world pass. But as you can see, there has been a lot of deployment along the coast over here, which is why they are targeting several of the American assets over here, which is why pretty much this entire stretch has been paralyzed. But because this is the energy corridor of the world, we are seeing a shooting shooting up of the oil prices, as well as a lot of nations taking stock of their energy infrastructure, because Iran is not just targeting Israeli and American assets, they are targeting the energy assets of all of these Arab nations, which is also disrupting energy markets around the world. So this strait, which is pretty much the sensitive neck of the energy sector of the world, this is facing a lot of disruption, and it is one of the levers that Iran has been using when it comes to putting forward its message to the world, and at the same time putting forward that leverage on the energy markets to, in a way, try and get these Arab allies of the United States to put pressure on Donald Trump to pull back from the entire conflict. But we're getting a video from the Israeli Defense Force, ladies and gentlemen, as they continue their operations in the region. It's not just the fight between Iran as well as the United States and Israel. They're also taking out the entire Hezbollah network as well. You can see these visuals on your screen. This is the regime's leadership complex, is what the IDF is saying. They're putting out these videos about their targeted strikes inside Tehran, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see the visuals. They have created this massive grid of the targeted strikes. They have taken the assembly area of the Council of Experts is one place which they have targeted. At the same time, you can see that in this entire square, which is the leadership nexus of the Iranian regime, they've taken out all of these buildings in precision strikes to cripple the Iranian leadership. So Israel making it extremely clear that they have a precision policy when it comes to taking out Iran, but it is only escalating the situation on the ground. This is also the presidential complex. You can see the structure of the Supreme Security Council. All of these structures have been taken out by the Israeli Defense Forces, but at the same time, it's only escalating tensions because the regime seems to be down, but not out. Tom Cooper, when you come in on this. You can see these visuals coming in from the IDF. This entire area is the nerve center pretty much of Tehran. What kind of a message is sent to the entire world by taking these out? But does this only escalate the tensions within Iran?
How much is this escalating tensions within Iran? I don't know, but this is actually a strike on Iranian target, on Iranian government, not on military forces. Of course, the national security has its strategic purpose, but it is actually developing politics, for which then the armed forces convert into the military operations. But this is pure attack on actually civilian objects, Iranian government.
But can they turn things around? Does this effectively nullify the security leadership, or they're always in control? Taking out these buildings doesn't really do much.
It is taking out the buildings.
That's it.
That's it. The people move out, and that if somebody is still inside, it's tragic, but otherwise it's accomplishing nothing.
Right. So even if the IDF takes out these kind of buildings, there is also a network of underground structures that Iran tends to operate, all the details which are coming in. Does that offer an effective command and control for the Iranian regime?
They do, depends on the facility in question. But most of such facilities are not in the city.
Not in the city. Yeah. So, Akanksha, this is the analysis that's coming in, that even though these buildings have been taken out by the Israeli Defense Forces, at the end of the day, the Iranian regime's command and control nerve center is still intact, which is why you can see the counteroffensive coming in so expertly from the Iranian side.
Absolutely. I want to bring in Adrian as well. Adrian, would you want to weigh in on now when the conflict is expanding? You're looking at Lebanon, you're looking at Cyprus, new areas which are getting attacked, but more importantly, the conflict moving to the Strait of Hormuz. How does that reshape the overall conflict when you're looking at a key critical choke point like Strait of Hormuz? Because these are not just ordinary vessels. Whatever is left of those vessels, much of the traffic has cleared, but these are vessels loaded with oil supplies.
There is two points. If you take it on the military level, because they have an ability to counterattack, the Iranians also holds the advantage of the initiative, and they are forcing their enemies to overextend themselves to defend everywhere. So even if Cyprus was only attacked one time, you already has reactions like, oh, we have to send anti-aircraft missile systems to protect Cyprus too. This is the first point. The second point, which is even more important, is because they are strangling energy supplies, they are building up extremely intensive diplomatic pressure from countries like your country, India, but my country, Switzerland too, because we also have to import everything, and France and everywhere in the world to try to pressure Washington into ceasing this war as soon as possible. So at this stage, the Iranian strategy is quite clear. Pressuring
All right.
this
I'm so sorry to interrupt you there, Adrian. In fact, I have a very special guest, former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Michael Oren, joining us on the broadcast. Ambassador, thank you for joining in. First of all, I'd like your thoughts on the expanding nature of this conflict. There are mixed messages coming in from both ends. Initially, Prime Minister Netanyahu has indicated that they're looking at a swift and speedy end to this conflict. On the other hand, you have the US President indicating that this could very much take 4 to 5 weeks. I'd like your thoughts.
Well, I think, first of all, it's a pleasure and an honor to be with you. Thank you for having me on. From Israel's perspective, a 4 or 5 week war against a major military adversary such as Iran with ceasefire destruction is not a long war. In Middle Eastern terms, it's actually a short war. And so I don't see a contradiction there. A long war would be a war such as the one we're fighting against Hezbollah and Hamas, which has continued since October of 2023. That's a long war. Iran is a country that is geographically bigger than France and Germany combined, with a population of 90 million. It has in its arsenal about 2,000 long-range missiles, each one packing about 1,300 kilograms of TNT. One of them just hit Israel a few minutes ago in the north. These take down not just an apartment building, but take down an entire neighborhood. And so this is a huge adversary. Right. And so 4 to 5 weeks to deal with that threat, to eliminate it, would be, I think, would be modest.
Ambassador Oren, would you like to weigh in on the escalatory nature, given that your allies in the Middle East are also getting targeted? For how long will they remain mute spectators to the kind of attacks that are taking place, whether it is UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, a host of US allies in the Middle East?
That's a key question. By shooting missiles at us, Iran doesn't gain anything strategically. It may gain something ideologically. It's fighting, it's killing Jews, firing at the Jewish state. That's very important for their Islamist ideology. But by firing at other countries in the Middle East, whether it's Kuwait or the UAE or even friends of Iran, such as Qatar and Oman, and even Cyprus, which is not even really in the Middle East, but a British base there or an Australian base. It is trying to put pressure on the Trump administration to cease the war. I mean, I think you just had a guest on from Switzerland. I caught the end of the interview, was basically saying that, Switzerland is putting pressure on the United States to end the war, which is precisely what Iran wants to do. Iran also wants to increase the number of American casualties, and that is designed not to put pressure externally on the Trump administration, but to pressurize the administration from American public opinion, which hasn't been very favorable of this war, as you know.
Oren, I'm so sorry because I'm running short of time, pardon me for interrupting you, but given the kind of impact we've seen in terms of flight disruptions, in terms of the impact on oil prices, the Strait of Hormuz being shutting down, do you think that there have been calculation errors over here in terms of the strategic calculations that were made by the United States and Israel?
No, I don't think it's our miscalculation. I think that this was always expected. What the miscalculation may be Iran's, because instead of increasing pressure on the Trump administration, it may create a situation where Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and other Middle Eastern countries join in the fight against Iran. Just the UAE and Saudi Arabia together have about 500 fighter jets. That's a very significant force. So this may be a huge miscalculation on the part of the Iranians, and it may be a game changer in terms of the war.
But was Israel and was the United States expecting such kind of a retaliation to come in from Iran, given that the supreme leader was killed and there was an expectation that it will be the end of the Iranian regime?
Well, that's two different questions. I think the expectation was that Iran would fire at other Middle Eastern countries and that Iran would try to close the Straits of Hormuz. First of all, the Iranian regime said it was going to do that and has done that repeatedly in the past. Every time there's been a confrontation between the United States and Iran or Israel and Iran, the Iranians do precisely that. They target other Middle Eastern states and try to close the Straits of Hormuz. Whether there will be an overthrow of this government, this regime, there'll be a regime change in Iran, is really up to the Iranian people. I think Israel and the United States can create the circumstances in which the Iranian people can once again rise up and hopefully this time succeed in overthrowing that government. But that's not in our hands.
So, Ambassador Oren, put this into perspective for us. What is endgame Iran over here? Is it regime change? Something that the U.S. President, the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth have also denied? Or is it the obliteration of the nuclear facilities? What is it that U.S. and Israel are looking at?
Well, again, ideally it would be if we had a different government in Iran and we could go back to the relationship we had with Iran before 1979, the Islamic Revolution. Iran was a close friend of the State of Israel and of the United States. We'd love to go back to there. Again, but that's not in our hands. It's in the hands of the Iranian people. Barring that, Israel certainly wants to eliminate the threat posed by Iran through these huge missiles, these ballistic long-range missiles, certainly eliminate the nuclear threat. And perhaps if we have to go back to a negotiating table, the United States and Iran, to create a situation where Iran can no longer threaten Israel or any of our Middle Eastern neighbors.
Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, has gone on to comment that this was an attack that U.S. had to carry out because this was for Israel that they did so. How do you respond to the American criticism that's now coming in from the Democrats that why did U.S. have to bear the brunt of this?
Well, there's many different criticisms of this war, but let's say this, just from an Israeli perspective. I can't speak for the United States, and I certainly can't speak for my friend Marco Rubio. And that is to say that Israel was going to act. Israel could not remain passive as Iran developed 30,000 of these massive missiles that would have created not just an existential threat to the state of Israel, but created a situation where Iran would have immunity. It would have a missile umbrella under which it could develop its nuclear arsenal and continue to support terror around the world, and we would not be able to respond to it. We'd have these missiles literally pressed to our head. So Israel is going to react sooner or later, irrespective of what the United States did.
So, Ambassador Oren, my last question. The Pentagon has reported that they have no intelligence suggesting that Iran indeed would have targeted the United States, and yet the U.S. went ahead with that attack. In fact, the U.S. President making that claim has been completely dismissed. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think you look at history, and I'm not going to be a spokesman for the United States. I'm not even an American citizen, even though my accent sounds like it.
I understand, but this is a joint strike.
It is, dude. Okay, it's fine. And that is the Iranians since 1979 have committed aggression after aggression after aggression against the United States of America, beginning with the taking over of the American embassy in 1979, the killing of hundreds of Americans by the Iranian regime throughout the 1980s, through the Iraq War, the launching of nearly 200 attacks against American bases and other military assets in the Middle East during the last 2.5 years. Attempted terrorist attacks on American soil, including a purported attempted assassination of the President of the United States. And by the way, attempted assassination of me when I was ambassador in Washington. They were going to try to kill me in Washington. This is an extremely dangerous enemy state. And the fact that it has not posed a strategic threat to America right now, you could have used the same example against Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s, which never threatened the United States, but certainly had to be destroyed.
All right, we leave it at that. Many thanks to you, Ambassador Michael
Thank
Oren.
you.
It was a pleasure having you here on CNN News 18. Thank you for your invaluable insights. With that, the CNN team has witnessed an Iranian drone flying overhead at the Iraq-Iran border, and CNN's Clarissa Ward said that the drone was flying from Iran over to Iraq. Let's have a quick look at the CNN report.
Earlier today, Becky, that border reopened for the first time since the U.S. and Israel began their bombing campaign. It was only to allow Iranian drivers with Iranian trucks to get back into Iran and Iraqis who were trapped in Iran to get out back home to Iraq. But while we were there, we actually saw a Shahid drone fly directly over us from Iran into Iraq. Check out that moment, please. Are you nervous about going back into Iran now? See that now. An Iranian drone literally just flew directly over our heads from Iran into Iraq. So, Becky, after that drone flew overhead, they did close the border again for a period of time before reopening it. We then heard another drone going over. We don't know exactly where those drones landed, but it speaks to the challenges that people here living in Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan, are facing. Last night, we heard multiple drones. There have been missiles. There have been rockets. And the people who live here are getting it from both sides, really, because they are being attacked from Iran, but they are also being attacked by Iran-backed militias inside Iraq.
And as we cut away from CNN, more breaking news that's coming in. A defiant message coming in from Iran, where the Consul General of Iran has blamed the current Iran-Israel conflict on what he called the greed and the overambition of the United States and Israel, accusing them of trying to undermine Iran's independence and even the partition and the aim to partition the entire country is the pitch that's coming in from the Consul General. He said Iran will defend itself with full force, especially after what he described as paying the highest price with the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khamenei. So that is the entire pitch that's coming in from Iran. You can see that defiant message coming in from the Iranian regime that aims to only increase the cost for the United States and Israel. Let's listen in.
Today is Sir Mutlaq, the Consulate General. Sorry, I got distracted.
You see?
Yeah.
That is
no, that's
why.
okay. That's okay. Iran's position on the rapidly evolving Iran and Israel conflict, and most importantly, what it means for the Indian national. Sir, thank you so much for taking our time to speak with us. We would like to know what is your stand, what is Iran's stand on the growing hostility between Iran and Israel.
بسم الله الرحمن
In the name
الرحیم
of God, the compassionate, the
من
merciful,
گرامی می‌دارم
I would
نام
like to
و
honor
یاد
and
رهبر
pay
کبیر
homage
و شهید
to the memory
ایران رو
of the martyr,
حضرت
the
آیت
supreme
الله
leader
خامنه‌ای
of
رو
the Islamic Republic of Iran,
و
Ayatollah Khamenei.
ریشه این مسائل در زیاده خواهی‌های آمریکا و اسرائیل. آمریکا و اسرائیل خواهان گرفتن استقلال از تمام کشورها من جمله ایران است. ببینید تو این مسئله ما باید این توجه رو داشته باشیم. کشورها باید مستقل باشن و بتونن برای خودشون تصمیم بگیرن. اینها از ما میخوان که ما سرشت امورمون رو به اینها واگذار کنیم، تصمیم گیری رو میخوان از ما بگیرن. مقاصد دیگه حتی برای تجزیه ایران دارن. توی صحبتاشون این هستش که ایران بیش از حد بزرگه و باید تقسیم بشه. برای افزایش حاکمیت اسرائیل بر منطقه ما هستش و طبیعتاً ایران به لطف خدا با قدرت و جدیت از استقلال خودش دفاع میکنه و پای این استقلال ایستاده و بیشترین بها رو هم تا به حال که شهادت رهبرش بوده داده و من بعد هم همین رو ادامه خواهد.
And that is the pitch that's coming in from the Iranian regime as it aims to only escalate the cost for the United States and Israel. We're going to take a quick break now. More news and updates on the other side on the continuing coverage on the war in West Asia.
see the bits, I see the whole. To know the inside story on Iran, get with me inside the bunker. Only on CNN News 18.
We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So one, there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. This is the Baloch one.
This is Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases if necessary.
And more breaking news that's coming in from the war zone. What we are learning is that there's been a massive explosion at the Ras Al Khaimah port in the Sultanate of Oman, targeting the Fujairah oil field in the United Arab Emirates. This has happened by a drone, ladies and gentlemen. So as you can see, in the entire Arab world, the energy infrastructure is now being wantonly targeted in the middle of this conflict between the United States, Israel and Iran, where the energy infrastructure is in the direct bullseye of the Iranian regime, trying to escalate the cost of this entire fight, putting more pressure on the United States and as well as Israel to pull back from the offensive. So the Fujairah oil field, one of the key energy infrastructure points in the United Arab Emirates, has been targeted by a drone, and we get those visuals for you. You can see those visuals on your screen. This is coming in from Riyadh, but we're also getting visuals of the Fujairah oil field in the UAE, which has been targeted by a drone. So the energy infrastructure in the firing line of the Iranian regime, and that has been something that has been happening for several days ever since the war was declared over the weekend, where the energy infrastructure of all these Arab nations are now under attack from the Iranian regime. You can see those visuals on your screen. These are from the Fujairah oil field. You can see the drone just zooming in. You can see these visuals on your screen with the drone, which is a swarm drone, just zooming into the Fujairah oil field infrastructure and just exploding on impact. You can see this kamikaze strike of this entire attack as the drone just swooped in and hit the Fujairah oil field. Tom is also with us on the broadcast. Tom, you can see these visuals on our screen where the energy infrastructure is in the firing line. How effective are these swarms to cripple the energy infrastructure and send the entire energy markets into a tizzy that we've been seeing for the past few days?
shutting down the entire economy. Keep in mind, nobody's working in the United Arab Emirates, nobody's working in Qatar, nobody's working in Kuwait, nobody's working in Israel. So they are shutting down the entire economies. They say, we don't care. Help yourself if you can. And this is, whether this is one hit or 15 hits, eventually doesn't matter. The shutdown is complete. That is what matters.
Right, and at the end of the day, whenever these kind of attacks take place, it has a reverberating effect on the entire energy market because everyone wants to secure their supply. Even a hint of these kind of insecurities coming into the energy market, it just shoots up prices. This will pinch Americans at the end of the day.
And at the same time, it's increasing the prestige of the Iranian regime at home because they can show pictures. Look, the super trooper, whatever equipped United Arab Emirates armed forces cannot prevent our UAVs from striking their oil fields.
Right.
Boom.
And Tom, when it comes to these capabilities to launching these UAVs, despite the fact that so many strikes have taken place inside Iran, how do they maintain the capability of launching these strikes?
Very easily. I said 3.5 tons truck. You have them so many on the streets of New Delhi. These are small trucks. They put 6 boxes, each with one UAV inside, and they're launching them with catapults.
Right.
So the UAV is airborne in a matter of seconds, and that's it. The truck moves away. We have seen earlier videos where the people are then running away from the truck. Yes, sure, they have completed their duty. UAVs are out. Now they can go wherever they want, And the Israelis or the Americans are free to strike an empty truck.
And the range as well as the explosive capability of these drones, given the fact that the oil fields and the energy infrastructure is just across the water for Iran.
Yep. Very easy to strike. They know where these oil fields are, so they can strike them from multiple directions, therefore taking local defenses by surprise. Because these defenses, they are sometimes to the left, to the right, and so on and so on. Question is whether they are expecting an attack from this direction or not right in that moment. So it's an easy job for the Iranians. It's not something that is making me happy. I'm simply explaining from the Iranian point of view.
Right.
And it's not hurting them. The Americans and Israelis can then destroy this launcher, but UAVs are away, and the economy of the United Arab Emirates is down. That is what matters. So just one truck,
and the
6
entire
UAVs.
world for that matter,
Exactly.
But at the same time, do you see these tactics coming in from the Iranian regime as a major miscalculation from the United States and Israel, that when it comes to raising the stakes with Iran, protecting these oil fields was essential at the end of the day, but they've been unable to do that?
It is a massive strategic mistake. They have expected actually they are going to bomb for 2-3 days. I said 3-day special military operation. They're going to bomb for 2 or 3 days. Iranians are going to raise. The regime is going to be weakened through the bombardment, and everything is going to be fine. Milk and honey are going to flow.
Absolutely. Akanksha, so that is the pitch that's coming in, that despite the fact that Iran has been pretty much crippled, its military has been hit.
And I think we need to also touch upon how critical is the fact that they are targeting these oil refineries. Yesterday it was Aramco. Aramco first issued a statement saying that their oil production is not going to get impacted, but it doesn't seem like it, because you're looking at all of these OPEC plus nations now being targeted, whether it is UAE, whether it is Saudi. We've seen how there is a targeting of these oil refineries, and if Donald Trump is anything to go by, for how long can they have a shutdown if this war, as he's indicated, is even going to last 4 to 5 weeks?
Right, and Pete Hegseth pretty much in his press conference said that it's a stupid question to ask how long this war will be. Also not ruling out the fact that there could be boots on the ground. In your opinion, is boots on the ground something that America could be forced to kind of go for?
They might be forced to think about it, but I don't see how shall they organize this. Because except they deploy their troops, for example, in Iraq or in Pakistan, they have nothing, no ways to run an invasion of Iran. Because it's, if you take a look at the map, excuse me.
Yes, take a look.
Iran is largely landlocked country, except in the Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. But the countries nearby, they are not particularly US friendly. And even if they are US friendly, like Pakistan, you first have to bring the troops into Pakistan, then you have to bring the supplies for these troops to Pakistan, which is a huge task.
Absolutely.
And then you have to move these troops into Iran. And for example, if they attack from Pakistan, just for example, the problem is majority of Iranian population is living in the western side of the country. So they would first have to pass some 500, 600 kilometers to reach those areas.
Right. So it will be a strategic nightmare as well as a logistical nightmare for the United States and Israel.
Similarly, if they say, let's say, Kuwait lets them arrange the invasion from its terrain, from its soil, then they have to cross Iraq as first.
Absolutely.
And in Iraq, we have Iranian proxies. Like Qatar, Hezbollah.
Right. So strategic nightmare from here and the proxy nexus over here that could affect the United States. And that's when it comes to the entire situation between Iran as well as Israel, as the cost of war is only escalating because these energy sectors are now being targeted by the Iranian regime. We'll continue to track all these developments coming in. For now, quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to be IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. This is the Baloch one.
This is Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know, and I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for a joint exercise. What do you think is the intent behind this, Tom?
Well, to run an exercise. And Pakistan, just to remind them that India is still here. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to provoke. I mean, I know the Indian government, how it operates, or at least understand it. I do not say that I know it in person or something. But I understand the way it operates. And in this situation, it just remains Islamabad. Guys, we are watching what are you doing over there, and now we are going to run an exercise because we have the right to do so.
Yeah, and they're running an exercise in this portion here.
Yes.
In this portion, that's where the exercise is. The Pakistanis, meanwhile, are conducting sorties and exercises here.
Yeah.
They are getting active in this region.
Sorry.
Yeah. So they are conducting activity in this region. They are stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched all over the place. There is also internal strife that is happening with the Shia population. What do you think is going to be the impact of this conflict on this nation and this region? Do you think there is going to be trouble in Balochistan? The Baloch are going to get...
Explain this way. Let me start with the start in Pakistan.
Okay.
Pakistan is broke.
Okay.
Bankrupt. Okay. And this is not since yesterday, but for some 50 years, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, at least. Okay. What was it? 24 IMF programs in Pakistan and something like that? Okay. Now, the newest invention, so to say, in Pakistan was to prompt the Chinese to invest and borrow $120 billion to Pakistan. So,
out of 195 countries in the world virtually, there are almost 45 countries which are sucked into this battle, with 32 in NATO, with 12 almost over here, and Afghanistan and Pakistan. So just these 45 countries involved today in some way or the other.
One way or the other involved. So now Pakistan is broke. And they have this huge bill, and the Chinese want their money back. They say, sorry, but we are not giving your money, our money to you just...
Good evening and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Riyadh. With me right here in the News 18, CNN News 18 studio is also my colleague Poonam, and we are tracking every development when it's to do with the fury in the Gulf that continues. Let's take a look at the headlines as we begin each and every updated response that's coming in from the Gulf nations particularly. So in a fresh satellite imagery, the IDF shows precision strikes on Iranian leadership compound. Numerous munitions have been in fact dropped on the presidential office, and that's the biggest update that we're bringing to you. Latest footage also shows massive destruction at Dubai's Jebel Ali Port, and also plumes of smoke were seen rising from Dubai's Jebel Ali Port as Iran continued its retaliation for attacks by the US and Israel. Also, Iranian missiles struck the Beersheba tech area, damaging the buildings near a major technology park. Reports also indicate that a facility linked to Microsoft was among the sites that were impacted in this attack. War has escalated and so are the casualties. Iran is saying the death toll from US-Israel strikes have risen to 787. Lebanese forces are withdrawing from the border areas as Israel has intensified the defensive operations targeting Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists.
You're watching our non-stop coverage here on CNN News 18 as the West Asia conflict enters a dangerous new phase. It's day 4 and there is no let-up as far as the Iran versus US-Israel fight is concerned. There are major claims that are being traded across both sides, across land and sea. Iran has now shut down the Strait of Hormuz. It's the channel for 20 to 30% of global oil supply. Gulf countries are going to feel the heat. The rest of the world is going to feel the heat because the price of crude oil is going to go up, eventually have a domino effect for the rest of the world as well. The United States and its assets and its embassies are feeling the heat across that West Asia region. In fact, the US Embassy in Jerusalem has told its citizens that it is not in a position to assist with evacuations. They've in fact left their citizens to fend themselves there, urging them to make their own arrangements. This is a war that Donald Trump started but has no respite or has no backup plan to ensure that his citizens are back safe in the United States. Meanwhile, in the UAE, Dubai authorities have warned residents and social media influencers against filming or sharing videos of these security-sensitive incidents, including anti-aircraft fire and missile interceptions. But the fight is going on between all sides. Tehran Times just a short while ago put out images, put out videos of what they claimed were latest attacks across Gulf regions. We saw a similar attack on a port in Oman. We saw a similar attack in the UAE as well, and this is what is unfolding. In fact, Reha is now joining us, taking us through all of what the defining moments have been of day 4 of the war.
Absolutely. And Poonam, we have the video wall right here behind me. In fact, we are just going to be putting out these visuals of every kind of escalation that we have managed to, in fact, capture. And this is the latest piece of breaking news that we are getting. US Embassy in Riyadh has been hit by 2 Iranian drones. That's something was a big development that happened that came in early in the morning. And now, in fact, we are on camera getting you these visuals of the area surrounding the US Embassy in the diplomatic quarter in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia after it was targeted by the 2 Iranian drones. If we play that out once again, you see March 3rd, and this is the visuals from the embassy in Riyadh, and this is right after the strike. Remember, the official response that's coming in from Saudi Arabia is that this is a minor damage that has in fact this drone strike has resulted in, and this is what we are in fact seeing. So Poonam, these visuals, as we in fact put these out for the viewers, if you can just come along here and see what do we have, because officially the word that's coming in from Saudi Arabia is that this is a minimum damage that happened despite the dramatic footage that was released early this morning as far as the twin drone attack by Iran.
And that's what Saudi Arabia and other Gulf nations have also maintained, that the damage is minimal. Many of those drones have been intercepted. We also have to be careful of the fact that both sides are making claims that support their sort of narrative.
Absolutely.
So Iran has been putting out videos in which they've been showing that there have been attacks on US assets, on military assets of the Gulf nations. But we are seeing both sides, from Saudi Arabia to Oman to UAE to the United States, claiming that all of these claims made by Iran are nothing but exaggeration. In fact, Rahul Shivshankar also now joins us, getting us more perspective on this. And Rahul, as far as these attacks, like I said, it's a narrative war as well. It's not just a war that plays out on the battlefield, but also in the cyberspace.
You know, what's really intriguing me is that Saudi Arabia, as you know, has a defense pact with the great Pakistan. So where is Pakistan? Why hasn't Pakistan entered the equation? Why hasn't it lived up to its own side of the bargain, Poonam? And that's fundamentally the question. No one is being able to sort of address this. It's the elephant in the room. Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, after Op Sindhu, decided that they were going to go into a pact, an agreement, a military pact, that if you attack one, it's considered an attack on the other. It was a kind of brotherly equation that they had forged. And it was a mutual defense pact. And now fundamentally, there is no commitment from Pakistan. Has Pakistan either chickened out? Is it too undependable? Is it too broke? Or was this pact really, at the end of the day, more about optics and symbolism than about intent? I've got some reasons that might sort of square, and I've been sort of writing this piece since the morning. First of all, there is no publicly available clause mandating immediate deployment, immediate troop deployment. So while the pact was signed, there was a huge photograph, and you remember those pictures of Shehbaz Sharif and at that time, of course, MBZ, all of them, MBS rather, standing together, shaking hands over that pact. Nothing much has come out of it. You also had, of course, General Munir talking to his counterpart, and then it was signed very theatrically, and those pictures were then broadcast all over the world. And many people, including many here in India, were sort of a little worried about this pact, but it's going nowhere. Pakistan sits on the edge. So this is one aspect of it. Precedent, of course, matters. In 2015, I remember, and this is something that I've dug out, Pakistan's parliament voted against, in fact, joining the Saudi-led Yemen campaign. So that was also very interesting. The Pakistanis obviously have equations on both sides. So they have equations with the Saudis, but they also have equations with the Iranians. And they don't want to sort of at any level pick a side here. Remember, Pakistan has also been saying that it's very, very wary about allowing overflight rights or airspace, or giving its airspace to the US war effort. And just like the United States is upset with the UK for not providing Diego Garcia, we are hearing that there are a number of voices from within the US establishment upset with Pakistan for not giving overflight rights to US aircraft to go and attack, as you know, eastern Iran. It's one area where there hasn't been much targeting, and a lot of forces of the Iranians have moved to eastern Iran because they see that there is a little area for them there to seek refuge. So this is really fundamental. It's a great question, and on the back of this, a lot of this has come out. Of course, that attack on the Ras Al Khaimah port, that's a big one in Oman, because once again, it is a tactical strike, Poonam. And those are the pictures that we're seeing on our screens. That is a tactical strike. Already oil has gone up by 5%. Yesterday there was another spurt in oil prices. The Iranians are thinking that, look, they can actually punish the war effort. They can escalate costs here using low technology drones and targeting all this oil infrastructure. Back to you.
Right, absolutely. Rahul, thank you so much for putting things into perspective. And we were just discussing, Poonam, this entire fog of war and how the narratives that are coming in from each side will be catering to their respective domestic audience. So the version has also come in from Pakistan as well on a possibility that they will be sending out their military assets to Saudi Arabia. But this Saudi Arabia question remains, because the one important aspect is that, which nobody seems to be discussing about, are US really being coerced into this war, not just by Israel, but also Saudi Arabia. And now there is an attack that is coming in by Iranians on Oman. Poonam, this piece of breaking news. That
and more information that's now trickling in as far as the war in Gulf goes on. In fact, now we're learning is that US has issued a security alert for Oman. There are issues of shelter-in-place order that has now been made for all Americans. Remember, there was a time when the United States, at least as far as Israel was concerned, had left its citizens to fend for themselves. They said, we could not assist you in repatriating you back to the United States. You're on your own. Now, as far as Oman is concerned, at least there's some sort of respite, Griha, in the sense that at least here, they haven't said that we won't do anything for you when you're out there for yourself.
Absolutely. And this is an important piece of development, even as we are talking about oil refinery that is possibly being hit. And this was a major update that even Rahul Shivshankar was speaking about. We are talking about shelter in place for the US citizens, particularly, as this shelter in place order has come in by America, as US has issued this security alert for Oman. And all of this after this spate of attacks that have happened in Oman. We are now getting some more updates, in fact, on this very input that we are putting out for our viewers. We are also learning of alarm sirens, and this is the next piece of breaking news that we'd like to put out for our viewers. Alarm sirens blaring in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Another important piece of update, the Gulf continues to, in fact, ring. And Rahul, this is an important update that we have, in fact, broken for our viewers. Sirens there in Amman. Rahul.
Yes, very interesting. Now, look at this. Every country that has a US base or that has allowed its land to be used for the use of US forces is being targeted one by one. So, Iran is not withdrawing. It is actually widening the theater of this operation. How is it that the Iranians are being able to sort of carve out these passageways? We're going to try and, of course, go across to Tom Cooper in just a little while. But fundamentally, if you really look at the map, and let's pull out the map, I think it's right on your left. In fact, and if you could just go up to that map, Poonam, and have a look at it. It's just to your left, actually. We can look at where Jordan is. And it's very, very interesting because you see that there's a swath of land and it forms a corridor. And in that corridor, what exactly is happening is that you have a large number of Iranian missiles that go across. So if you just look at that, let's just talk about that. Poonam, if you just point out to our viewers where Jordan is, and you'll get a sense, really. That's Jordan.
This is Jordan. This is where Israel is. This is where the Iranian missiles have also been attacking. Beersheba was one of those places where it hit yesterday. This is Amman, where sirens are now sounding. This is that particular area. This is that stretch of land that you were speaking of, Rahul.
Yeah, so if you look at that on the map, and if you could just point out Jordan for our viewers, it abuts Israel. There is Syria, there is Iraq. Now, all of these territories, viewers, are really not territories where the US has bases. So you actually have quite a passage for Iranian missiles to come through, unless, of course, they're intercepted. That's one of the reasons why the Israelis are also trying to move into Lebanon so that they can establish a front line before these missiles come and hit Israel. They want to intercept them on soil that is not Israeli soil, because, as you know, even debris can cause damage. So the geography there is very, very important. That's a passageway. The Iranians are getting into that passageway. They're targeting a number of these countries. They're going to escalate the costs for these countries. The hope is that these countries begin to fray, at least their nerves fray. The leadership begins to wonder. You damage their reputations for being safe havens, stable. Now, the Jordanian kingdom is a very stable place, actually. And it is one of those cities, Amman, which is a capital that is ruled by a prince and a king who are very, very close to the Americans and have been traditionally close to the Americans. So the idea is, here you create a little bit of unease, you make them feel the pressure, investor confidence is shaken, business activity stalls, costs begin to rise, and then you have an issue where these Gulf countries then begin protesting and the coalition gets fractured. So that's the idea.
Right, absolutely. So from Jordan to Oman, everything seems to be blaring up as far as these sirens also go. We are now constantly putting out these updates on the Indians who are stranded in these impacted regions. So here's an update for all of you there. Emirates, we are told, has extended flight suspension, and it is from Dubai. This extension has been put out till the 4th of March. As far as Etihad Airways is concerned, they have extended the flight suspension from Abu Dhabi up till March 5th. So far, no flights. That suspension remains. 4th of March is where Emirates from Dubai really is not going to be operating from till the 4th of March, at least as far as these constantly developing updates that we are bringing to you. And as far as Etihad is concerned, from Abu Dhabi, that suspension remains in place till at least the 5th of March. In fact, we are getting more updates, and Poonam here with me. Poonam,
And in fact, we were talking about this geography, Griha, of where exactly these attacks are taking place. In fact, the latest that we're now learning is about a port in UAE where there were some sirens that were sounded, there was some debris, there was some smoke that was witnessed as well. And that particular port, which is the Fujairah port in UAE, they have now stopped all its activities, is what we're learning. There was, in fact, a strike that was noted at that particular port, which is why all activities at that particular port have been suspended. Whether the suspension is temporary or not, Griha, we don't know just yet, because that's something that we've seen since yesterday. Even when Aramco was hit, temporarily there was some suspension. They eventually did come out and say that the damage was minimal, that none of their refining facilities were actually hit in terms of the production taking a hit. That's what seems to be happening at all of these other ports as well.
Absolutely. And this one that you were speaking about, the Fujairah port in Oman, that's particularly of significance here because after Saudi, this is a UAE refinery that one is talking about. And the version that's coming in from UAE is that this is a minimum damage, and the interception really happened of the Iranian drones. And there was some debris that we see falling in those visuals we had earlier put out for our viewers when we broke this story. In fact, about this aspect as well, Rahul had touched upon it, but Rahul, more on this, oil refinery. So it's not just restricted to US military assets in the Gulf region. The energy infra is also starting to be impacted, particularly attacked by Iran.
So what is exactly Iran's game plan? What Iran is doing right now is not exposing its bigger weapons. It is using its low caliber weapons, it's using low cost weapons, it's crossing across the skyscape, and it is trying to harry some of these UAE city-states. The idea is to ensure that there is complete paralysis. You have already mentioned how in Dubai, for example, yesterday the Jebel Ali port was targeted. You also talked about the Saudi Aramco facility, and there is a dispute over just exactly how much damage has been caused to the Aramco facility. There's been now, of course, a hit in Oman, and Oman is, of course, coming out there and saying that, look, we weren't warned at all. You now have news coming in about Fujairah. Fujairah is one of those iconic ports and also an oil facility where a lot of the oil is, after extraction, kept and then transshipped to different countries. The idea is to absolutely halt work there so no oil goes out of the UAE, the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz is shut, and then on the other side also impact production. When that happens and you're using really low-cost weaponry to do it, you're not bleeding, it's the adversary that begins to bleed. And wealth begins to sweat, so to speak. And you have a situation also where you are engaging the interceptor systems, the missile shields, etc. So you're also exhausting the military munitions of your adversary. So all these countries will begin to fire their munitions to intercept these low-flying drones, and some of them are very potent, and we've seen how Ukraine, in that theater there, in the Ukraine-Russia theater, in Ukraine itself, the Russians used Iranian these particular drones to great damaging effect. So you're going to see the same kind of tactical ploy being used. And what Iran therefore is doing is sort of escalating the costs. It's a war of attrition. These countries begin to feel the heat. They also need to obviously once more redeploy weapons, get more weapons, and then once they have their stockpiles up and ready, then they counter the second wave. The idea is that if there's enough depleted, then Iran can come in and deploy some of its heavier weapon systems, some of those hypersonic missiles that cause so much damage. So that's the whole idea. It's playing the waiting game. Now, whether it can or whether the Americans succeed and the Israelis succeed in getting into Iran as they've been doing and flattening out more command and control structures to even stop Iranians from coordinating, it's really a matter of time. We don't know which way this is going. So the idea is to break command and control in Tehran before it can try and press all these different stratagems into service.
But it looks like there is no let-up as far as the fighting is continuing on the ground. And the latest that we are gathering is that there is a direct attack, or at least there is an attempted attack in Israel. Alarm sirens are sounding in Jerusalem and surrounding areas due to missile launches from Iran. If I could just give you a sense of where exactly this is transpiring, this is Jerusalem. This is where those sirens are currently being sounded. This was Amman in Jordan, where just a short while ago we were seeing sirens, we were hearing sirens being sounded there as well. This is where Iran seems to be targeting at the moment. Jerusalem is where we are hearing those sirens. Amman was just about 20 minutes ago or so. That's the area largely where Iran seems to be targeting its missile strikes at the moment. But that's not to say that that is the only place where targeted strikes are happening, Reha, because we're also learning of information that's trickling in from Qatar now.
Absolutely, and this is what we are in fact looking at. Another piece of breaking news that we'd like to put out. Qatar in fact has gone on to say that it has thwarted all attacks at the airports there. Iran's army says that its forces have launched attacks on Israel and a US military base in Qatar as the war is raging on for a fourth straight day. But Qatar there going on to mention that it has thwarted all attacks. In fact, Poonam there with the map, so she'd be able to place Qatar there so that you exactly understand the kind of dynamics and the heft that we are seeing at play here. Iran constantly going ahead and claiming that it's pounding these areas. But Poonam, Qatar now playing a very,
so like
very
I was
defiant
pointing
stance.
out, these were the two areas initially where we saw the attacks, which was in Israel and in Jordan, which was in Jerusalem and in Amman. But like I said, it's not limited to that particular area or that particular region. This is where we're seeing some strikes as well. We've seen certain attacks in Qatar. We're hearing of some sirens that are being sounded there. Qatar has come out and said that they've thwarted these attacks. We've seen certain ports in Oman that had also seen certain strikes. There were parts of Riyadh yesterday where we had seen some of these debris actually falling. There was the US embassy in Riyadh that was also a target of these particular strikes. So this entire region, in fact, Bahrain was not left untouched either. That's somewhere that we also did see some sort of debris falling, some sirens that were sounded yesterday as well. So this entire region, if you see, the UAE as well, these parts of the region of the Gulf, they have been touched as well as far as these Iranian attacks go. It's not just Israel that is a direct target of Iran, but Iran has made it clear that any of these countries that seem to even look like they're on Israel's side, they will have to bear the brunt as well.
Absolutely. And Poonam, we are back on the entire fog of war logic, because once again, Qatar saying they have thwarted any kind of attack that's coming from Iran. Iran, on the other hand, is saying that they have gone on to attack the US base in Qatar. And that's another, we know how big is the US base in Qatar. There was an attack earlier as well
Israel after the 3 nuclear facilities were pounded by US and Israel the last time around, and that's when the retaliatory strike happened at the US airbase in Qatar. But now again, counter narratives that are in fact coming into play here by both Qatar and Iran. In fact, we are also now learning about various explosions that have been heard in UAE, Bahrain and Jordan, as Iran, we are told, is deploying drone swarms. So there are swarm of drones that we are in fact looking at in these areas, UAE, Bahrain, Jordan, all of these places where there are explosions that are being heard. So constant escalation that one is learning of as far as these regions go, even as the narratives, at least official ones that are emerging from all of these areas, really say otherwise. Poonam.
And the risk that Iran is running at the moment is that if all of these countries, if the Gulf coalition actually comes together with the United States and its military support, Tehran will not have too much to go on. They do not have the economic strength to balance it. At the moment, they may seem like they do have the military heft, at least if you keep the United States out of this region, which is exactly what it's trying to bank upon, or so it would seem. But Rahul, as far as the long game is concerned, can Iran actually afford to stretch this out if the United States and if this entire Gulf coalition comes together?
See, it's a cat and mouse game. What the US and the Israelis are trying to do is to degrade very quickly the command and control structures in Iran. The hope is that the Iranians then cannot control any of their launchers, they cannot control any of their operation headquarters in different districts, different parts of Iran, and there is a breakdown. And then everyone is sort of acting independently of each other, and there's confusion, there's no coordination. Now, on the other side, the Iranians are trying to break the resolve of the Americans' allies, because it's here where the bases are. These are the front lines from where the action is taking place. So Iran then sends these drones across, engages some of these defenses, some of these pass through the cracks, and there are obviously signs of damage, and there is debris falling and so on and so forth, and people are spooked, and there is a complete shutdown of the airspace, markets, workplaces, everyone goes into a sort of shell shock. The idea being that you sweat these countries out. Now, it's very interesting because Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson has come out to claim that pressuring Gulf countries would lead to a return to negotiation this force. So they're saying that this battle of attrition that Iran is waging is not going to work on us. We're very firmly with the Americans. The point is, at what stage in this conflict will these countries begin to say that this cost of supporting Trump is bleeding us economically? It's no longer viable. If the Iranians can hang in there, then they will be able to make the time frame stretched long enough for these countries to feel the pain. If they can't, if they fold up, this plan goes into cold storage. So that's really what's happening. It's a cat and mouse game, as I told you.
And it's really who will blink first, or at least that's what they're waiting to see. But do stay on with us, Rahul. We are getting more information that's now coming in. And this is what Iran is now claiming, that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is the IRGC, they are claiming that they know locations of Netanyahu's meetings. They are going on to warn that they would unleash more intense attacks on the United States and Israel together, because this war is now entering day 4. They are now threatening that it's Netanyahu's life that is at risk. You targeted our supreme leader. Your head of state is also going to be at risk, and the next target, Iran says, is going to be Netanyahu. They're also claiming that they have heard of his movements, or they've heard of his meetings, and he will be attacked based on that intelligence. How true really is that, Griha? Well, that's anyone's guess, because like I said, it is also a psyop sort of a situation that is going on. Tehran would want to project an image of being strong, of being able to retaliate. Whether they can actually track Netanyahu's movements and target him, that's something only time will tell.
Absolutely. And Poonam, let's go back to the news that we broke early in the morning, where we learnt of how Ali Khamenei was eliminated. It was about traffic cameras and AI usage by Israel. The data that was with them for years on end, they used that to track the, in fact, movement. And now we are seeing a counter narrative pretty much on similar lines that is coming in from, in fact, Iran. And the earlier statement, in fact, Rahul, I'd want you to weigh on this. The earlier statement where Iran, in fact, spoke about how they have access and any kind of radar target as far as Netanyahu's office is concerned, that was dished completely by Israel, saying that it's fake news.
Absolutely, Griha. In fact, I'm going to take this forward with Rahul at the moment. In the morning, what we were also being told by our in-house security analysts, Adrian Fontanellas and Tim Cooper. In fact, Tom Cooper was also going on to indicate that there is much intelligence sharing happening between Iran and China, which is the interesting aspect, Rahul, we are looking at, because there's a lot of chatter about the Israeli intelligence sharing with the United States. But how do you weigh in on Iran receiving these intel inputs from China?
Well, this is very interesting, and thanks for bringing this in, because what we've been seeing over the last few years is the Chinese have developed technologies that allow it to actually look very closely at geographies from space. So they've got a whole array of these spy satellites, and the resolutions are better, if not better, at least as good as those that the US have. So this is a big change in the global sort of balance of power when it comes to espionage.
And in fact, when you're talking about espionage, just today we've received inputs from Manoj Gupta, who's also gone on to talk about how technology sharing has happened between Iran and China. But the question also is, where is China on the battlefield?
Well, China won't be on the battlefield because most of its munitions are basically designed to protect its own geography. So they haven't thought of anything that can project beyond their geography. Yes, they have missiles and so on and so forth, but it is not really a country that has either engaged itself military campaigns overseas. It has always sold arms and provided logistical support, intelligence and so on and so forth. But you haven't really seen, like the Americans have done, or even the British have done, boots on the ground in foreign territories. So that has never happened. So this is a leap too far for China. China can provide weapon systems. And if you really look at the map of Iran, and we're going to try and get Poonam to look at the map of Iran, if Poonam can help us with that map of Iran, it will be cool, because you see to the east of Iran, you see that there is a contiguous border, albeit through parts of the Pamir Knot, where in fact you have ingress into China. So if ever the Chinese want to supply Tehran weapons, they can bring them through that land corridor.
And do you see this as a tit for tat? Because till yesterday there was a lot of misinformation doing the rounds about Netanyahu's location. First they said he's in Greece, then Berlin, and then he finally made that appearance in Beersheba, where he openly admitted that he was very much in his country and he was not really running off anywhere. So now the Iranians coming out with this information that they know where he is also trying to tell him that we've got eyes on him.
This is psyops, but on that note, suspenseful note, we're just going to take a very short break. We'll be right back and pick up the thread of that conversation with Poonam and the rest of the team.
We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line. 700 kilometers Durand line, 1400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. This is the Baloch one.
This is Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know, and I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for a joint exercise. What do you think is the intent behind this, Tom?
Well, to run an exercise. And Pakistan, just to remind them that India is still here. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to provoke. I mean, I know the Indian government, how it operates, or at least understand it. I do not say that I know it in person or something. But I understand the way it operates. And in this situation, it just remains Islamabad. Guys, we are watching what are you doing over there, and now we are going to run an exercise because we have the right to do so.
Yeah, and they're running an exercise in this portion here.
Yes.
In this portion, that's where the exercise is. The Pakistanis, meanwhile, are conducting sorties and exercises here.
Yeah.
They are getting active in this region. Yeah. So they are conducting activity in this region. They are stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched all over the place. There is also internal strife that is happening with the Shia population. What do you think is going to be the impact of this conflict on this nation and this region? Do you think there is going to be trouble in Balochistan? The Baloch are going to get...
Explain this way.
Welcome back and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. We are keeping you updated with every development as far as the fury that's raging on in the Gulf. Right now, inside the CNN News 18 studio with my colleague Poonam. And Poonam, we have constantly been keeping our viewers up to speed with every visual that we've managed to access, vetted it first, and only then are we putting it out. So what do we have right now?
Absolutely. We are also talking about claims that are being made by both sides. So let's start about what Israel is talking about at the moment. And the IDF has released this particular video where they claim that they have struck top leadership's compound in Tehran. These are the visuals that have been put out by the IDF, which is the Israeli Defense Forces. This is the compound that they have marked, saying this is where the top leadership of Iran was. This is where Israel has struck, going on to say that they had struck right at the heart of where the political military leadership was in Tehran, and this is proof, they claim, of how they took out Ayatollah Al-Khamenei and everyone else that was in the compound on that particular day, on Saturday, when that attack did take place. In fact, we're talking about attacks coming in from both sides, and like I said, both sides are releasing videos, making claims, and this one is being released from the Iranian side. In fact, Tehran Times was the one that released this video.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one that we are putting out now, we have been talking about how another oil field has been attacked, this time by Iran. This is coming in from UAE. This is the Fujairah oil field there, very, very close to Oman, and that's where this strike has happened, at the very Oman port. The first strike so far that we are talking about, and this one is the visual where you see smoke bellowing, and the official version that has come in from the UAE is that these are minimal damage that has happened because of this oil field that saw twin drone strikes by Iran. They were in fact intercepted by the UAE.
And we're talking about multiple countries in the Gulf region that are at the target. And this one is coming in from Saudi Arabia. In fact, the capital in Riyadh, where the US embassy was attacked. This was where, Griha, we saw yesterday that there was some drones that had struck that particular US embassy compound. There was minimal damage, is the confirmation that came in both from Riyadh and from the United States. But the fact is that US embassies across this particular region are at the receiving end of Iranian strikes.
Right, absolutely. Another set of visuals that we will put out for our viewers. But right now we are getting some breaking news on the broadcast. We are in fact learning, and this is coming in from the Foreign Ministry in Qatar, that Iran's action will not go unanswered. This is a major assertion that has come in from Qatar Foreign Ministry. They are saying that Iran's action will be responded to equally and with opposing force. They also claim that they have sufficient stockpiles of interceptors to deal with the ongoing threat. So this is a big assertion there, Poonam, that's coming in, particularly from Qatar Foreign Ministry, where so far, in fact, we have been discussing about how the Gulf has been impacted because of the expansion of this strike by Iran. But now this counter that's coming in from the Foreign Ministry in Qatar.
And that's what the Gulf nations have been warning Iran against as well, that we right now are taking a cautious approach. That's what Saudi Arabia had also come out and said. But if you provoke us, then there will be retaliation. That's something that Qatar also now seems to be talking about. In fact, we have more information that's now coming in from Lebanon, where also we did see some sort of proxy war that was unleashed by the Iranian side. What we are now understanding is that at least 30,000 people have been displaced due to the escalation of these hostilities. This is just the beginning, Griha, isn't it? Because we are going to be seeing these numbers only climb from here on.
Absolutely, and we would want an assessment from Rahul also, who continues to be with us here on the broadcast, because Rahul, as far as the casualty is concerned, which during a war like this can be termed as collateral, but it is the human cost of war that we cannot really look away from.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing really is the beginning of boots on the ground, Israeli boots on the ground in Lebanon. They're trying to create a buffer. If you look at the map, it's very clear that they need sort of a buffer zone, because there's Syria, and then beyond that there is Iraq, and beyond that there is Iran. So the idea is to create some sort of a buffer, because it is over these two geographies, Iraq and Syria, that the Iranians are sending these missiles, they're sending their drones, and they are finding their way into Israel. So what the Israelis want is to flush out the Hezbollah, which also pose a threat, because the Iranians could tomorrow start using proxies, and they've already started doing so. The Hezbollah has come out and said that the time for niceties is over, in fact. So the Hezbollah, if it gets into this contest, then you have a proxy that will harry Israel and will create chaos within Israel. The Israelis will be diverted with trying to deal with the Hezbollah, forgetting about the greater mission, which is to flatten out Tehran and the command and post and control structures. And you saw that bombing raid that you just put out videos of, where the headquarters of the intelligence agencies was targeted. I was trying to say to you, the idea, Griha, is to ensure that the command and control structures in Iran are completely decimated, so the Iranian regime cannot basically communicate with any of its troops.
Right,
to achieve all of that, and to ensure that that remains the undiverted aspect of the plan as far as Israel is concerned, they've gone into Lebanon. And they've asked Lebanese to vacate their villages. So 30,000 people have been displaced overnight, because the Israelis have walked in and said, we're going to create a cordon sanitaire for ourselves, leave, and we're also going to go after Hezbollah. So that's really what's happening here.
And that's a clear message that is coming in. But even as we see collateral in terms of other countries that seem to be bearing the brunt, the direct fight between Israel and Iran will continue. And the latest, in fact, we're seeing is something that's coming in from Tel Aviv, where smoke seems to be rising in. There are injuries in Bet Shemesh that have been reported as well. There was a direct hit in Tel Aviv. That's the latest that we are gathering as far as attacks of Iran on Israel are concerned. These are all drones, missiles that are being fired from the Iranian side into Israel. There are several cities in Israel that seem to be particularly targeted by Iran. Ras Al Ain is one of them, Tel Aviv and Bet Shemesh, which was also targeted 2 days ago, where 9 civilians were killed. That's another piece of information that is now just trickling in to get a sense of what exactly is transpiring. I believe Aman Sharma is also now joining us, getting us more inputs of what exactly is transpiring in the region.
Well, Poonam, what we have right now is a detailed statement being issued by India, the Ministry of External Affairs issuing a detailed statement on the conflict that is happening. The MEA is now saying that unfortunately in the holy month of Ramadan, the situation in the entire Middle East region has deteriorated significantly and continuously. India is also reiterating that it is most concerned about the safety of Indians who live in the Middle East. Nearly 8 million people of Indian origin live in the Middle East. It is Indian statement is saying that the deaths and the destruction have mounted even as normal life and economic activities have come to a halt. As a proximate neighbor with critical stakes in the security and stability of the region, these developments evoke great anxiety. This is what Indian government is now saying. There are almost 1 crore Indian citizens who live and work in the Gulf region. Their safety and well-being is of utmost priority. We cannot be impervious to any development that negatively affects them. That is what the Indian government is saying. No outright condemnation yet of Khamenei's killing, but the Indian government is very clear, Rahul, on what they are saying now.
Well, you know, the priorities are very clear. We have to safeguard our interests. The Khamenei matter, I think, has been left aside, and we've already sort of spoken and expressed our deep concern. But the point is, from oil to remittances, India is exposed. And I had put out some facts a little while back, and I'm going to read some of them to you. India imports 90% of its crude oil, as we know. So we are also highly sensitive to West Asian disruptions because, as you know, from West Asia, 51% of the supply comes in. Russia has the next 20%. Strait of Hormuz is now choked, so we're fearing that we're going to have problems on that front. LNG, as you know, is not coming out of one of the biggest LNG producers in the world.
Interestingly, Rahul, they mentioned that in the statement as well. India is saying that our trade and energy supply chains also traverse this geography. Any major disruption has serious consequences for the Indian economy. As a country whose nationals are prominent in the global workforce, India is also firmly opposed to attacks on merchant shipping. So India is clearly saying its economy could have serious consequences if the Straits of Hormuz remains blocked.
Absolutely, because look, right now we are pulling ahead. As you know, the GDP numbers were released just about 3 or 4 days ago. And you saw that the projections for the next year have also been increased. I know this is a new series, but nonetheless, we're looking at an upside. And suddenly you have this disruptive war, which is going to throw all those calculations once again out of the window. Then there is the question that you were talking about, which is the remittance economy, which is from the diaspora. What are we talking about? 1 crore Indians that live and work in GCC countries, in which UAE alone is 43 lakhs. So 43 lakhs, which is 39% of the population, 4 out of 10 are living in just the UAE. And if you break it down beyond that, Saudi Arabia is 2.7 million, so 27 lakhs. Kuwait is 1 million, that's 10 lakhs. Qatar is just under that, that's about 8 lakhs. And where are these sectors that they're employed in? These are construction, hospitality, healthcare, services. And all of these, by the way, are locked down in the UAE because of these drone attacks that have come through. So it's also India that is going to start facing the problem. And then, of course, there is the trade and business link that is also referred to in this statement.
Absolutely. I think the Indian government, by its statement, is making it very clear that India does not want any impact on its economy. It wants Indian citizens to be safe, and that is why it's reiterating.
$57 billion of our exports go to the GCC. And we are talking about perishable goods. A lot of our food, etc., goes there, and that becomes problematic. When you really look at it from that perspective, our entire focus right now is to boost our exports and find markets for our exports. That's why we've just signed, as you know, a trade agreement with a couple of Gulf countries also. And the Prime Minister is working with the government to try and forge other agreements with other countries. We've just had the Canadians here, and the Canadians have said by the year end, we're going to have a free trade agreement. We've had it with the UK and the EU. So we are moving quickly. We're also negotiating with the United States, but look at this.
Clearly, and that is why India is again reiterating its call for dialogue and diplomacy. The MES statement saying we raise our voice clearly in the favor of an early end to the conflict. Many lives have been regrettably lost, and we express our grief in that regard. So I think the MES statement clearly putting the record straight on what really India's priorities are. And in the morning we saw Sonia Gandhi write a piece, asking India why it was not, condemning Khamenei's death. But I think Indian government has made its priorities very clear through this long and detailed statement.
She said silence was abdication. Without actually in any way taking position, I just want to state some facts before I bring in both Griha and Poonam. The facts are that even the UPA in its time did not take a position, for example, when Gaddafi was ousted by, again, a regime change operation.
Or when Saddam Hussein was assassinated.
Saddam Hussein was assassinated, hung actually. He was captured and then hung. Or even when you've had regime change in other quarters of the world. So there is a little bit of hypocrisy there, and clearly it's born out of a sense of political compulsion.
And back to you in the studio.
Right, absolutely. Rahul and Aman there, thank you so much for that assessment. India is making it amply clear that they have stakes in the region and they want de-escalation very, very soon. But here, look at what we have for you in the studio. We are looking at the global collective. Where do the, in fact, alliances lie? What are the blocks that one is looking at? If you take a look at this world alignment block here on the studios in the wall, there you see the big block here, which is of course led by the United States of America. That also goes on to include Israel, the UK of course, and also France, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, basically all the Gulf nations. They go on to form this one block that comes under West. And there is an anti-West bloc clearly with Iran, Russia and China. And that's why this entire Strait of Hormuz that also Rahul was referring to, and how India's strategic interests and also the energy flow that in fact happens from the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked. The other countries, their vessels have been blocked, but there are two countries, their vessels are being allowed to pass, and that strategically is also China. Russia to an extent doesn't cross the Strait of Hormuz that much, but China has been granted that leverage even as Iran goes on to announce that blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is what we are talking about, Block 1, which is a Western bloc, which is where you see, of course, the global powers like US, UK, France, and there is Block 2, which has, of course, Iran, China, and Russia. We will need Rahul's assessment, all this, and India's position, so to speak, and we'll expand onto that thought, Rahul, that you were making earlier, now that the statement by the Ministry of External Affairs is also out.
Yeah, thanks Griha there for that. Yes, we put that out so beautifully, didn't we? It was a very clear division between the East, really, and the allies there in the West, so to speak, which is this bloc that is supporting the United States. I remember my mind goes back to that famous quote by Henry Kissinger that to be a friend of America is fatal, actually. An enemy is bad enough, but being a friend is fatal. A large number of these countries that had tied up with the Americans, given them bases in exchange for petrodollars, as the term was, because they were selling oil to the Americans, and the Americans said that, look, we can take care of you, we can provide you a security shield, you do your business, you sell us the oil, we'll take care of your strategic as well as your external security interests. These countries went into this arrangement, and today the Americans are calling the favor back, and you have a situation where the entire Gulf is now in chaos. And a large number of these countries, as you know, founded their reputation on providing stability. So they said that, look, a lot happens in this area, but we're immune from it. It happens between Israel and Lebanon and Iran and Iraq, but here we are in a little island of our own, so to speak, where in the Gulf and across the Strait of Hormuz, there's tranquility. We are moving towards a service and financial economy, much like Singapore and London had done in the past. And a large number of them were transitioning away from fossil fuels because, as you know, these are non-renewable energy resources. So after a point in time, they're going to run out. So these countries were building their own economies. There are a lot of infrastructure that was created, real estate to actually attract expats, top professionals, and money, investments And all of that today going up in smoke because of this sort of war between the two blocs. And India has done well, not hypothecating either its security or its interest to any of these two blocs. So I think we've done well by not picking sides.
But will India feel the impact or not?
Let's go straight across to IDF spokesperson Ben Cohen, who joins us from the front lines, really. Thank you, Ben, for speaking with us. What's the situation right now in Israel? What are we expecting by the way of timelines? Is this war going according to plan?
So I just returned from the bomb shelter from a siren that was just in the area. We started this operation, Operation Roaring Lion, on Saturday morning when the IDF and the U.S. Armed Forces started a joint operation intended to do one thing, and that's eliminate an existential threat, a threat that's relevant to the state of Israel, to the United States, and to the world at large, and that's been proved over the last few days. The strike started on Saturday morning when we eliminated more than 40 senior Iranian commanders, including Supreme Leader Khamenei, and they continued over recent days as we struck aerial defense targets, ballistic missile targets, and other Iranian terrorist regime targets in Tehran and in Iran at large. Over the last 36 hours, the Hezbollah terrorist organization, the Iranian terrorist regime's main proxy, made a strategic mistake and decided to fire dozens of rockets and UAVs at Israel, and at this time, incongruent to IDF strikes and U.S. Armed Forces strikes in Iran, the IDF is striking Hezbollah terrorist organization commanders and targets in order to eliminate that threat on Israeli civilians.
So, of course, we're hearing that the new Iranian defense minister has been eliminated in a fresh wave of strikes from Israel, but what we're seeing also is resistance coming from Iran. They seem to have hunkered down. They're sending these drones. Many people are saying that this is a strategy where they are trying to exhaust your munitions, the Iron Dome, patience of the Gulf allies. Is this what Iran's game plan is, or are they actually not being able to react using some of their hypersonic weapons and other bigger weapons because of compulsion? What's exactly happening? From your perspective, how do you read this?
So I can tell you that after 2.5 years of war, and after the 7th of October, the IDF has learned that we never underestimate our enemies. We understand the threat that the Iranian terrorist regime poses. And as far as it goes to their strategy, I can tell you one thing for certain, and that's that they have a strategy to target and hurt civilians specifically. This isn't just a message, it's concrete intelligence we have at hand. They're sending those ballistic missiles on their drones to civilian areas, not just in Israel, but in the entire Middle East.
Okay, well, what we're also hearing is that the longer this war continues, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about timelines, but the longer this war is continuing, costs are also escalating, as we know. Right now, I'm hearing that oil is up by about 8 to 10%, silver is up by 11%, the Strait of Hormuz is completely blocked. The new Iranian defense minister, of course, has been eliminated, and I just discussed that with you, and you're doing a fantastic job of trying to eliminate the top leadership. But is that really having an effect? Can bombs substitute for a ground invasion and affect regime change? So one is that question, and the longer we obviously stay in this war, there are these knock-on effects. So how do you react to that?
So we operate in accordance to clear military objectives. And that military objective is to eliminate that existential threat, those ballistic missiles, the launchers, the infrastructure, to eliminate the ability of the Iranian terrorist regime to operate their proxies on our borders, as we see with Hezbollah, and to eliminate the ability of the Iranian terrorist regime to pose a military threat upon Israel and the Middle East. And we will continue to do that for as long as the political echelon asks of us. We have many targets at hand. We continue to strike all the time, and we'll do that for as long as need be. But I want to make clear our target is to eliminate that military threat, and the IDF, in contrast to the Iranian terror regime, strikes military targets.
There are some experts who say that your stockpiles will fast deplete, and you will then have to sort of recalibrate. Is there a danger of that?
The IDF has been at war for 2.5 years on more than 7 fronts. We've been prepared to operate on all of those fronts, and we've been able to continuously protect ourselves on all of those fronts. We have the capacity, and the ability to keep operating for as long as we'll need to, even in multiple fronts at once, in order to protect Israeli civilians.
Can you explain the reason behind crossing the border once again into Lebanon and launching what some people are saying is a ground offensive? What's the idea behind that?
Of course. So on October 8th, when Hezbollah made the decision to start firing indiscriminately rockets and UAVs at Israeli civilians, Israel made a choice to evacuate tens of thousands of civilians from their homes in northern Israel. After October 7th, we understand that we can't allow for a reality where terrorist organizations on our borders move our civilians away. For that reason, overnight IDF troops situated themselves in an enhanced forward defensive posture. And I want to emphasize, this isn't a ground invasion. We have IDF troops on the northern side of the border with Lebanon in order to protect ourselves from Hezbollah, because we understand that there are civilians in the north and we need our IDF troops to be able to protect them from the terrorists who can get in their way.
Explain to us a little bit about the strategy that has been employed, because what we're seeing is that there is a constant barrage of missiles that are coming out of Iran or drones that are coming out and somehow making it across the Strait of Hormuz or the Gulf and landing in the UAE and other geographies. How is that happening if you have aerial domination?
So again, the IDF operates in coordination with the United States Armed Forces and other allies in order to do aerial defense as effectively as possible. The Iranian terrorist regime has very clearly proved over recent days that they are not just a threat to Israel and to the United States, but to the region at large. They're firing ballistic missiles in every direction. We do the best within our operational capacity to defend ourselves, but we understand that there are risks. There are risks involved when you have a terrorist regime with hundreds of and thousands of ballistic missiles that they want to fire on civilians.
I want to come back to that original question. The Americans have now come out and said that regime change was not the objective. Trump has come out and said it. Hegseth has come out and said it. Rubio seems to be suggesting it. Do you share that?
So again, as said, the objective is very clear. It's to eliminate that existential threat that we have on the state of Israel and at large, and that's a military threat. It's the fact that the Iranian regime, since Rising Lion, which is the operation the IDF conducted last year in June, have set out a goal for themselves to manufacture 8,000 ballistic missiles by 2027. Now imagine for yourself for a moment, there was a hit a few days ago in Bet Shemesh in Israel, a synagogue in Israel that gets a direct impact, 9 people are dead. Imagine 8,000 missiles that can each create that direct impact. That's an existential threat. So we have a military objective, and that military objective is to remove the existential threat that the terrorist regime prevents on us. That's what we're striking, military targets.
Well, Ben Cohen, thank you very much for speaking with me. Let's just follow me. Thank you very much. We're going to check back with you in just a few days, but here we are joining the Take 3 XL. Lovely to see you.
Well, yeah, interesting conversation. Let's just pick it up from there itself. What Lieutenant Ben Cohen actually had to say, that it was after Roaring Lion, last year, the 12-day war, that it was not in Israel that they said death to Iran. It was not in Israel that there was a clock tower that set a countdown, and it was not the Israeli Prime Minister who set down a countdown clock back saying that by 2027 we've got to set up 8,000 ballistic missiles and we need to wipe out Israel in the next 2 years. Iran, yes. It happened in Iran. So Israel's point has always been, we've never said death to Iran. It's the Iranians who are under Khamenei who have said death to Israel, death to America, let's kill all Jews. Tom Cooper.
I beg to differ a little bit in this regards, because rhetoric as fiery and as venomous as that of the Iranian regime, without defending it, is one thing, and the ability to actually do something is an entirely different situation. That's why I always say Iranians can cry as much as they like that they are going to wipe out Israel, but they can't do that. On the contrary, as we can see, Israel can especially with US support, bomb Iran up and down almost as it likes. Not entirely as it likes, but it is fair enough.
But that's also true that from 2024, 2025 till 2027, even now, Iran has significantly amped up its ballistic missiles cache. If you see right now in the last 2 days, Zaka is also with us and viewers, let's get this. The estimate is that they have at least 600 missiles that have been fired.
Already.
Already. So, and they are saying we're just getting started. So that means unless they are sitting on a stockpile of medium to short range and of course long range missiles of about 3,500 plus missiles, they're not going to be able to make this boast.
So look, Anand, I've been saying this even yesterday, I'm saying this today. Iran has a finite number of missiles, right? And whatever they can expend in this particular war, because the Iranian nation is going to continue even beyond these few days of the war, will have to be, let's say they have X number of missiles, it'll have to be X number, whatever the factor is.
Right.
So the most conservative estimates say they have 2,000 or 3,000 missiles. The
Right.
most expansive estimates say they have upwards of 10,000. So my point is, it's a finite number. At some point, all this firing of missiles will have to stop. Even with the drones, as cheap as they are, I mean, we were talking about it, $2,000, $3,000, whatever it is, $10,000. The point is that there's a finite number of ammunition that the Iranians have. And that's going to run out at some point. Look, what is at play? This is the big picture as I see it. Iran needs to seek revenge. Their supreme leader, their spiritual guide, their political and, the man who really controlled that state over the last 40 years is dead. And dead brutally. I mean, I don't want to get into adjectives and stuff, but he got killed like a dog. I'm sorry to say this, but that's really what happened. Now, the point is, Iran needs to do something to be seen as avenging that, right? That's their way out. So how do I see this war ending? It has to be either of two possibilities. One is Iran needs a way out, which is that they have to take a high-value American target out. Look at what happened last June when the 12-day war concluded. How did it end? It ended with Iran hitting the Al Udeid air base in Qatar, which is an American air base. Nobody died because people were all evacuated, but at least they hit an American air base and they could tell back to their people.
So that was their off-ramp.
That was their off-ramp.
Yeah.
What is the off-ramp now? Right now, there is no off-ramp, which is why they are continuing
the
to hit.
off-ramp right now, Rahul, what they have said, Largiani has actually said it, and they have said that it's Bibi Netanyahu.
They're not going to hit Bibi Netanyahu. I said this yesterday. I've been
they-
inside Bibi Netanyahu's office.
They may
no
not
one's
hit.
going to hit
They
him.
are saying exactly what the Israelis said about Khomeini, saying we know his movements, we know where he is going, we know what he is doing. They are now out for Netanyahu's head. That's where they will settle, because clearly they don't want to touch Trump. But here it is Netanyahu's head. And someone like Trump says it was either me or Khomeini, and Khomeini had to go. That was also something which Trump said. So how do you see this? We'll get into the nuclear aspect and also Trump shifting goalposts through the course of this conversation. But first, your thing about what is Iran's off-ramp here, which is going to perhaps de-escalate this.
Look, first of all, I don't believe that the Iranians are looking to actually take revenge. I think the regime there is looking to survive. With the Trump administration and others now coming out and saying that, look, at the end of the day, we're not looking for regime change. I don't see where the end is, where this war is going. What are the objectives now? If it wasn't regime change, then what was this about? Okay, you've eliminated a few people, but more people will step in. And if they step in and the US and the Israelis say, oh, we've neutered their weapon systems and this, that, the other, fine. The war might end. There might be an off-ramp offered, or maybe they will come to the table, but the regime won't go. And after another 4 years or 2 years or 3 years, you'll have another build-up. And you'll have another replay. So this war is ending in inanities to me. Or going there. Now, the Prime Minister is talking to the Sultan of Oman, the Crown Prince of Kuwait, over the Gulf War. I think the best bet now for these Gulf nations also sort of come together and form a bridge. They're the ones who should sort of talk to Iran, and they should talk to the United States, pull back and say, guys, I think the time has come when you redefine what you're up to here. Come to the table, let's start the negotiations.
Right.
They can't become part of the problem because they're clearly bleeding, and we've got a situation where the MEA has mentioned that we're worried now about the so-called oil shock hitting us.
Right. Agree? Disagree? Tom Cooper?
I agree, disagree. For example, I agree with Zaka when he says it depends on missile stock. I said right away this is going to be a game of numbers. The point is, however, that also the Israeli and US missile stocks cannot be fantastic, because just yesterday they plus the US customers for Patriot missiles in the Gulf has wiped out the entire year worth of production of Patriot missiles. Just yesterday. This is something like 600 missiles. They are gone. They are spent. And between others, in order to shut down 3 US aircraft. So I don't see where should this go. It is the same story. It is all wars Israel has initiated already since 1956. There's always somebody on the other side who is a lethal or mortal threat for the country. Then they invade. There is a war. There are sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands.
This war is, where is it going?
And every time,
I don't see any clear objectives here.
Let's understand. First, they said they want a regime change. Now they killed the Khamenei, but there doesn't seem to be a regime change at this moment happening, because they've immediately got somebody in place in Ali Reza, and he seems to be following the Khamenei's line very clearly.
This is not how Iraq played out. When Saddam was sort of hounded out of office, and Chemical Ali and all his cabinet was sort of found and shot dead, the regime imploded because it was actually a minority Ba'athist party which controlled a majority.
Sunni,
Exactly.
Sunni,
Here,
largely
the
Shia
situation is that these people are from the larger population. There is a homogeneity. So people will just step in to say we have to defend the larger interests of Iran, and if we become Shahid, no problems.
You know, I beg to differ on this. People tend to sort of paint Iran as this homogeneous society. It is not. Only 60% of Iran is Persian. The remaining 40% is Kurds, Azeris. There are all kinds of other Baloch. There are all kinds of other minorities. Now, here's the thing. When they hounded out Saddam Hussein in 2003, it was unfinished business from 1991. The father Bush could not finish it. The son Bush came and tried to finish it. When they hounded out Saddam Hussein in 2003, it took them 2 months between the launch of the war, I think it was called Operation Desert Storm, and then 2 months later they found Saddam Hussein, those famous words, we got him.
We got him,
right?
Yeah.
Here, the principal objective of the Trump administration, certainly for Mr. Trump individually, was to smoke out Khamenei. And he's got that on day one. Tomorrow, like this morning, daybreak in the US, if Trump wakes up and says, that's it, America is done, I'm done, I'm ending this war, Israel cannot continue this war on its own. The rest of the region cannot continue this war on its own. It depends entirely on the United States.
No, it does.
But having said that,
the rest of the region.
Hang on. What is there to disagree about? Hang on.
So the point is, Trump has got whatever he wanted.
All I'm saying is that
he can stop the war tomorrow.
That this war is going nowhere. If Trump pulls out, you know what people are going to say? That you started a conflict in the region. All of us have been burnt by this, and you walk away from the table without being able to kick out the regime.
Because he's got what he wanted.
No, hang on. One second. You might have the bragging rights, but at the end of the day, that's the end of it. The regime is still there.
Like he's looking for anything other than bragging rights?
The regime is still there. The women are still going to be sort of, unfortunately, terrorized. Young civilians who have risen up or at least expressed their support for the outside world are still going to be tormented and jailed. They will be back, and it will be an only matter of time.
I hate to break it to you. Trump doesn't care.
It doesn't matter.
He doesn't care.
It doesn't care.
All he wanted was the head of the snake. He's got the head of the snake.
What did I start by saying? What did I start by saying? That this regime doesn't want revenge. It wants to survive because it just knows that, look, there are interests, there are business interests. This is not some,
business interests.
These are business interests. No one walks away from the business interest. You have Pakistan. The Pakistan army is in charge of Pakistan. Why? Because they own businesses, they own golf courses, they own resorts, they own hotels, they own everything. And so does the Iranian regime.
Right. Totally taken. Point taken. Now my question is, Iran has gone ahead and bombed Qatar. It's gone ahead and bombed in Saudi Arabia. It's bombed Bahrain. Although they say US air bases, These nations are saying, you have come and attacked our sovereign soil. We didn't expect you to do it. Are these nations going to keep quiet, or are they going to push for certain kind of revenge now?
They would like to hit back on Iran, but the problem is that is then going to position their regimes as fighting on the side in an alliance with Israel. And they can say as much as they like, oh, Abrahamic Accords and we are great friends now and whatever else. But they know that the population does not like this idea.
All right. Okay, let's take this forward because there are 2-3 other aspects which I wanted to cover. One is Steve Witkoff and Iran's position. Does Iran have nuclear abilities, weaponizing abilities? Because Steve Witkoff claims 60% uranium enriched. That's what the Iranians themselves claim. 460 kilograms of it, and we can make 10 nuclear bombs with it. At what level of enrichment of uranium can it be weaponized? And are the Iranians close to a nuclear bomb? Then were the Saudi concerns right then?
You can make a dirty bomb already with 10% of enriched uranium. This is not the question. The question is just how effective is it then? Is it really, destroying an entire city or not? That is the difference.
And can you deploy and deliver it?
Enriched, yes. And that is the next question. Do you have a platform which can reliably deploy it? Because this is what killed de facto the Pakistani operation last year, that they had no platform which could reliably deploy a nuclear weapon against India. So this is why they were defeated, and they then called for, please, let's sound the ceasefire. Okay, that is one start.
Which is one of the reasons why people said you should have gone in and finished the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's another point. But
that's a different point. But let's go back to Iranian capability to actually make a nuke. They can make a nuke. They can make a nuke for 20 years or something. And that was the point. I don't know why is nobody taking this seriously. This nuclear fatwa by Khamenei from 2006. This is a religious law. Everybody is happy to declare Iran for theocracy, but nobody cares about the religious law in this theocracy. So really, if you have a religious law which says you are not permitted to assemble and keep assembled a nuclear weapon, this is how I interpret the text of that fatwa, then it means that dear IRGC, shut up, sit down, you can have all the pieces of the bomb, that is very nice, but you are not permitted to build them together.
If that is the case, why were the Saudis so hell-bent? Because now it is coming out, viewers, and to all of the, the gents here, that it was not Israel that pushed US. It's been the Crown Prince and Saudi Arabia for the last month and a half that's been pushing the US to move in and attack Iran.
I don't buy that.
They say that it's the Saudis because they were very, very... See, let's try and piece together certain circumstantial evidence. Let's just say the Saudis move with Pakistan to sign a nuclear cooperation deal. The Saudis defense cooperation and also nuclear technology.
There's no nuclear.
That was the second one. The first meeting was defense. The second meeting was about exchange of nuclear. No, it's not about where Pakistan is. That's when we started saying Pakistan is trying to get into a rent-a-nuke program, because when that meeting happened with the Saudis. Now, why were the Saudis moving in this direction, especially nearly a year after the 12-day war? This whole aspect of Iran is going to become nuclear did not start with Israel. Israel has been saying this for a while. Of late, it started with the Saudis. So there is some merit to this entire speculation. That's what I'm saying.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think Iran was anywhere close to making a nuclear bomb. They were maybe years away. According to America's own intelligence, they were years away from making a proper actual nuclear bomb, and more importantly, being able to find a platform to deliver that nuclear bomb. Why did this war happen? This war happened because first Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu, and then subsequently he managed to convince Donald Trump that they have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to take out a man who has been chanting death to America and death to Israel for the last 40 years. Trump wanted to do this for his legacy, Bibi wanted to do this for his legacy, and they have it now. Now the question is, how does the war wind down? There's only one or two ways in which the war winds down. One is either Iran gets an off-ramp, they get a high-value American target, they either hit the aircraft carrier, I don't know how they'll do that, or they hit a commander who's overseeing the operations, whatever it is. They need a high-value target to take down and then show to their people that Khamenei's death has been avenged. Or the second way in which this can be done is if the Trump administration finds a candidate who is pliable enough, who says, okay, I'm going to put an end to this, like the Delcy Rodriguez of Iran.
Right.
What did they do in Venezuela? Again, it's apples and oranges, but at the end of the day, they shifted one guy out. They removed one guy, found the second in command and said, you take charge and we've got a deal. What did Trump do with the Houthis? People tend to forget this. He started this whole bombing campaign of the Houthis right after he came to office. He did that for about a month and then he realized he's not going to be able to stop the Houthis or at least decapitate them in a way that they stop attacking ships on the Red Sea. What did he do? He cut a deal with the Houthis. A man who can cut a deal with the Houthis surely can cut a deal with the Iranians. That's what Trump will do.
Somewhere they don't seem to be wanting to cut a deal now. Now the Iranians don't want to cut a deal. Rahul, why do you think Trump has shifted the goalpost?
I'll tell you why. The Iranians they could be opportunistic and make the pretense of wanting to come to the table to give themselves some breathing room. But fundamentally, they won't compromise with the US because this is not a legitimate regime. They need an enemy to stay relevant, just like Trump needs an enemy to keep away from. This is not about legacy. This is just, that's a peripheral conversation. This is about the economic ruin. This is about the Epstein files. This is about several other things, including an election that is looming on the horizon. If Trump even is thinking, I don't know, if he's thinking of another term, you never know with him, he needs at least something to go back to his party to say, look, here, I'm still sellable. On the other side, you have Bibi Netanyahu, who's facing elections in another 6-8 months or 6 months.
Yeah, and he's been quite under the pump by
my dear friend,
domestic
not
politics.
under the pump.
Not only
his approval ratings are by his socks.
And not only that, but he's also going to be prosecuted because he was supposed not to get re-elected or get involved in the politics. Whose shoulders does he stand on? The Zionists. A hard right. Are those going to compromise with Israel? No. See, you've got to understand that over the last 2.5, 3 years, Israel has found one excuse after the other to prolong that war that began on October 7th. So if it's not going into Gaza, then it's going down some other rabbit hole like the Hezbollah in Lebanon and this, that, the other. Then it was Iran, then back again. So they've just wanted to extend this. They've created an enemy. This is wag the dog. This is classic wag the dog.
Yeah, but this is also very, very expensive for a country like Israel. War is not cheap. Now,
for Israel, not so much because they get covered by US taxpayers.
Exactly, that's the thing.
It is more expensive for US taxpayers than for Israel, actually. Especially considering that the mass of ammunition is of US production, because Israel has no heavy metal industry.
Tom, there is a lack of enthusiasm in Trump's base for this war. The MAGA base does not like long wars. Trump came to power saying that he's not going to get entangled in long wars. So if anyone is going to sort of pull out of this war or put an end to this war, it is Donald Trump. He doesn't want to extend this.
In fact, I'm absolutely in agreement with you.
The Nobel Prize has gone out of the window now.
No, he doesn't care for the Nobel Prize because I don't think he's going to get it. The other question is China. What's happening right now, viewers? We are looking at a blooming energy crisis. Every nation buys oil and keeps stock for at least about 30 to 60 days. Even Bharat would have got its barrels in place for at least 30 to 60 days. But then if this war continues, the energy crisis looms. Europe is already facing a price up on its LNG because Qatar has stopped production. What's China's game here? Because a lot of the oil, if the Strait of Hormuz closes, they are going to make sure that even Chinese ships don't go there because the US or the Israeli will come and bomb it, or somebody else will bomb a Chinese tanker and say, listen, nothing close. If ours doesn't go, theirs won't go either.
Especially Israelis.
Yeah, Israelis will do that. That's going to happen. China's already cut down. The refiner has already cut down production. What's China's game here? Because it's backing Iran. And is it going to help Iran militarily? Is it going to ensure this war prolongs, or it's also in its interest that it tries to figure out an off-ramp for Iran?
It's a good question. I would say that they are certainly going to continue doing like if they are doing nothing and just monitoring while doing the usual plausible deniability, which is, for example, supplying surface-to-air missiles to Iran via Afghanistan down to Zahedan or to Mashhad or to whatever the cities are in eastern Iran.
Right.
By flights of nocturnal flights of their transport aircraft. This is quickly done and nobody can say anything against this. Beyond that, they are going to wait for their moment, because we should not forget one thing. This is almost unknown in the public. that Israel and China are at war. At least their intelligence services are at war already for 20, 30 years. They are killing each other, especially in Africa, bombing each other, assassinating each other, and so on and so on. And the Chinese, at some point in time, they went so far that they have positioned the camera, captured a Mossad operative, and then assassinated him in front of camera and sent the video to the Israeli embassy.
Wow, this is something which is not relevant or not known to this part of the world as much, that there's so much happening in Africa. So the Africa dimension comes into play, and that Israel, so that's what Tom Cooper is saying, China and Israel have been at war, their intelligence agencies.
So they are going to sit and wait patiently until a certain point, and then when it hurts too much, then they are going to act. In what fashion, that's something I cannot
All right,
predict.
we've got limited time, 3 minutes, so let me start with you and then we'll circle back to Rahul and Zaka and then end here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's silence has seen a lot of domestic politics. He's not said much about, he's not commented about the Khamenei killing. He has called up various heads of state, but nothing about the war from him, from his handle. You think that's a right position? Because many are questioning the silence. The opposition is questioning his silence.
Well, look, I don't know anything at all about Indian politics. I can say only following. He has to care about the country of 1.4 billion. And he's somebody who thinks about developing this country for the next 20 years in advance. In this regards, he's already not just one, but several magnitudes better than any other politicians I know around.
Okay.
So now to get dragged into this idiocy, I wouldn't be keen to be in his position and get dragged into this. I would.
So that's your assessment,
also
that
fall silent and keep quiet.
Better to stay silent and keep quiet. Rahul?
Yeah, I think, look, fundamentally, Iran, is it really a great friend? I mean, if you were just forced to flip a coin and choose a side, I still go with the Israelis a little bit. At least they've helped us when, we've been down and out in conflicts too. The Iranians, I'm sorry, they've put the Muslim world first on many occasions.
Yes.
So, yes, there is one complication though. There's one wrinkle, and there is a port, the Chabahar port, in which we had made huge investments. The idea was to try and thwart the Gwadar China-Pakistan axis.
Yeah.
And that's my worry. And I think the calculation perhaps in New Delhi is this. It's better to be on the winning side. So when things are divvied up by the new regime, or by a regime that might be perhaps more conducive to working with the West and so on and so forth, we can use our good offices to get back into Chabahar, like we did in Afghanistan, for example, when there was a transition. We got those contracts to build and so on and so forth. And of course, the Americans then walked out, and we were worried that all those contracts would go out of the window. Then we had to do business with the Taliban. We sort of held our nose and we did business. I think the Indians are sort of seeing this perhaps as another way of getting back into the equation by just keeping out of it and letting somebody else come in. And not upsetting
interestingly, there is a thought process which says that was the Ayatollah really the religious head of the Shia, because the descendant of Ali is in Najaf.
And just one little point. Little point.
Yeah.
We also have a huge trade equation with the GCC countries, which we can't sort of jeopardize.
Yeah, and we've got friends in the Gulf areas. We've got friendship with everybody.
My view is that India's already taken its side. It was evident even before this war began. India's on the side of the US and the Israelis. We can't publicly say it because there are domestic concerns and so on and so forth. But I think India is very clear. I don't think it's a coincidence that the Prime Minister was in Israel 48 hours before this campaign began. I think that was...
But there's no truth to all this doing the rounds that it's the Prime Minister who went and gave Ayatollah's coordinates to the Israelis. Sorry.
Who said that?
No, it's all doing the rounds on social media.
Wow.
Okay. There is a big press conference going on, so as we call this a wrap, let's quickly go across to that.
Which ensures continuity and sustainability of interception in all types of weapons for a long time, and to maintain preparedness and readiness of the sovereignty of UAE. In this media briefing, we will highlight certain topics. The first topic is the latest developments in the field, operational field. The Ministry of Defense dealt with with 186 ballistic. We destroyed 172 missiles, 13 of which went into the sea and 1 into the territory. Also, we checked 12 drones and 57 fell down in the territory. Also destroying 8 drones and 8 cruise missiles. There were 68 injuries and some damages which are medium and low. We would like to highlight that the sounds that we hear in different areas in the UAE are the result of interception of ballistic weapons and attacking the drones and crew. This proves the readiness of the Ministry of Defense in the UAE and armed forces and departments concerned in all departments, which confirms that we are dealing with all types of threats. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will show you some samples of attacking our jet Mirage 2000, attacking the aggression of the Iranian forces. This is a brief of sample of intersection and destroying of the attacks and aggression by the cruisers and jets of from Iran. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight the drones that were damaged and missiles that were damaged by our Air Force. We start with this ballistic tactical missile, which was damaged. We intercepted hundreds of these missiles. Another missile, cruise missile, which is a threat that we face, and it is difficult sometimes to deal with these crews, but we destroyed them and intercepted them through our defense forces in the UAE. Also, Shahid drone 136 was intercepted. Hundreds of these were destroyed and damaged.
We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India, And talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line,
Yeah.
the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Yeah.
We have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah,
That
this is the Baloch
Pakistan
boundary with Iran. Yeah, this is the Baloch.
Balochistan.
This is the Baloch one.
This is
Yeah.
Balochistan.
Huh.
And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan. Because they're
Balochistan, there is a
sustaining it
major
coming from Iran.
insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. to that.
Additionally,
So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support
good
towards
luck with
Saudi
that.
Arabia
Yeah.
and conduct exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
So
and promising bases if necessary to
Pakistan
the United States.
is in a catch-22 situation.
Yeah.
They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know, and I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for a joint exercise. What do you think is the intent behind this, Tom?
Well, to run an exercise.
Yeah, but
and Pakistan, just to remind them that India is still here. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to provoke. I mean, I know the Indian government how it operates, or at least understand it. I do not say that I know it in person or something, but I understand the way it operates. And in this situation, it just remains Islamabad. Guys, we are watching what are you doing over there, and now we are going to run an exercise because we have the right to do so.
Yeah, and they're running an exercise in this portion here.
Yes.
In this portion, that's where the exercise is. The Pakistanis, meanwhile, are conducting sorties and exercises here.
Yeah.
They are getting active in this region. Sorry. Yeah. So they are conducting activity in this region. They are stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched all over the place. There is also internal strife that is happening with the Shia population. What do you think is going to be the impact of this conflict on this nation and this region? Do you think there is going to be trouble in Balochistan? The Baloch are going to get...
explain this way. Let me start with the...
So the big question is, how will this war in the Gulf end? It's no longer just America and Israel on the one side and Iran on the other. The entire Middle East, America's Gulf Arab allies from Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Oman have all been dragged into this wider regional conflict. How may this possibly move towards some kind of cessation or culmination? I'm now joined by a very special guest. Professor Jeffrey Sachs is a leading economist with the Columbia University. Thank you very much, Professor, for speaking with us. First of all, what is your assessment of what has happened over these last 3 days? This joint American-Israeli airstrikes on Iran, the taking out of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. What do you make of what's happened over these last 3 days?
This is a reckless, illegal, and very dangerous action. This is a blatant violation of the UN Charter, and it is leading to regional war, obviously. It has to stop. The way for this fighting to end is for the United States and Israel to leave, because they started this. This is why it happened. There was no motivation for it other than basically the hegemonic aspirations of Israel to control the Middle East and the United States to control the world. And other than that, there was no imminent threat. There was no reason for this. Killing the religious leader as well as the head of state of Iran was a poisonous action. the U.S. and Israel made a terrible mistake, and they have to stop the fighting.
President Trump's motivations, I'll get to Israel in 1 second, but President Trump's motivations in this war was to eliminate Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. He's done that. He's achieved that already within the first 24 hours of this war. Why is he still continuing this war then?
How can a president of the United States have as a goal the murder of the head of state of another country? It's barbaric. If that's his goal, it's barbaric, it's illegal, it's vulgar, it's dangerous. Having said that, the United States should stop any further attacks and just leave.
Do you believe that Trump really cares about regime change? I mean, look at what he did in Venezuela. There was no regime change. He replaced one man with a woman. He can do the same thing in Iran.
He can't do anything other than commit murder or kidnap presidents, so everything is delusional. You are correct, though. He can just go home, which he should do. Leave the rest of us in peace. This is a move completely against the interests of the United States of America and against the opinion of the American people, who are 3-1, that is 75% to 25% against this action.
So why do you think he's continuing it, particularly for a president who came to office saying he's not going to, launch these endless wars in the Middle East or anywhere else in the world? His MAGA base doesn't approve of it. Why is he still stuck in this?
I think that there are two reasons. One, the U.S. deep state, which is led by the CIA, has global hegemonic aspirations. Those continue. And the CIA is the main driver of American foreign policy, not the President of the United States. The second reason is Israel. Israel is tightly connected with the CIA through Mossad. This is a long-standing plan. Netanyahu said yesterday this is the culmination of his 40 years dream. This isn't something that just came up last week because negotiations bogged down. This is something that Israel has been calling for decades. Israel has a very unusual stranglehold on the United States, including the CIA, which is in very close partnership with Mossad. So this is a deep state operation. It is also a part of a broader U.S.-Israeli hegemonic approach. It's not disconnected from what happened in Venezuela, because that's also part of the idea. The U.S. wants to control the Americas. It wants to control the Middle East. It wants to have the lever over oil. It wants to tell India whether to get oil or not to get oil, and at what price to get oil, and at what price not to get oil, and whether to trade with Russia. Now it wants to say whether to trade with Iran, who's going to get control. So this is a matter of control. It's absolutely reckless and completely in violation of every international standard.
The Prime Minister of India was there in Israel 2 days before Israel and America launched this operation against Iran, and many are saying that that's not a coincidence. What do you make of that?
I hope it is a coincidence. This action by Israel is a criminal action, in my view, and a very dangerous one. And I hope that India, as a president of the BRICS this year, upholds the UN Charter. The United States and Israel have blatantly, vulgarly, and dangerously threatened the UN Charter with this action. The UN Charter, Article 2, Paragraph 4 says that no nation may threaten the use of force or use force against another sovereign state. That's straightforward. So this is absolutely a vulgar and dangerous violation. And Netanyahu explained it, as I said, clearly. He's been dreaming of this for decades. I've been making that very point for years and years and years. And then Netanyahu came out and confirmed it. This is his lifelong ambition, to bring the United States into a civilizational war with Iran. How reckless is that?
Iran has responded by targeting some of these Gulf Arab allies of the United States, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait. Why do you think they're doing that, and how may the U.S. choose to now respond to this?
Well, they're not targeting those countries. They're targeting the U.S. military bases in those countries. This is a difference. These countries and many others are essentially occupied by the United States. When you have a U.S. military base, you're occupied by the United States. You lose your freedom. You lose your maneuver. You have the CIA hosted in your own country. You're always looking over your own shoulder. What Iran is doing is attacking a network of U.S. military bases along the Persian Gulf.
America was the main security guarantor for all of these countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar. That security guarantee seems a bit weak now, given what's happened in the last few days.
I often quote a famous adage of Henry Kissinger, who said that to be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. Now, countries that rely on the U.S. security guarantee go under, usually by the United States itself, which turns on you. But to be a friend of the United States is absolutely to put yourself in peril. Look at Ukraine. The United States said, "We have your back. You will join NATO." And Ukraine is being destroyed because a regime came to power that said, "We'll go with the U.S. rather than neutrality." And the consequences are devastating. For these Gulf states, it's a big mistake that they think that their security comes from the United States. Their insecurity comes from the United States.
So, finally, Professor Sachs, how do you see this war ending? How do you see this war ending, and by when do you see this war ending?
I know how it can end, which is that the United States and Israel should go back to their own homes and stop bothering other people, and the war would end. Iran would stop fighting and the war would end. That's how it should end. How it will end, I cannot say, obviously, because we're led by irrational and dangerous people in the United States and Israel. So they have lusted for this war against their own publics, against all logic, against all strategic considerations. And these are very dangerous people. And in the United States, we do not have a constitutional order. We do not have Congress that plays a role. This is basically an executive branch decision-making by the CIA and by the White House. So it's very dangerous and very unpredictable. This makes no sense, this war. It's dangerous for everybody. It's dangerous for India. It's dangerous for China. It's dangerous for the BRICS. It's dangerous for Europe. It's dangerous for the Middle East. It's dangerous for the United States. It was a war of choice that never should have happened.
All right, Professor Jeffrey Sachs from the Columbia University, thank you very much for joining us here on CNN
Good
News.
to be with you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a quick break here on the program, but news and updates continue right on the other side.
We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So one, there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. there is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Baluchistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Yeah.
We have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Baluchistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. Yeah, this is the Baloch. This is the Baloch one.
This is Baluchistan, and therefore Baluchistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Baluchistan has a problem. That's the problem between Baluchistan and Pakistan.
Baluchistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered because they've had very badly from Baluchistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know, and I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India-NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for a joint exercise. What do you think is the intent behind this, Tom?
Well, to run an exercise. And Pakistan, just to remind them that India is still here. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to provoke. I mean, I know the Indian government, how it operates, or at least understand it. I do not say that I know it in person or something. But I understand the way it operates. And in this situation, it just remains Islamabad. Guys, we are watching what are you doing over there, and now we are going to run an exercise because we have the right to do so.
Yeah, and they're running an exercise in this portion here.
Yes.
In this portion, that's where the exercise is. The Pakistanis, meanwhile, are conducting sorties and exercises here.
Yeah.
They are getting active in this region. Yeah. So they are conducting activity in this region. They are stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched all over the place. There is also internal strife that is happening with the Shia population. What do you think is going to be the impact of this conflict on this nation and this region? Do you think there is going to be trouble in Balochistan? The Baloch are going to get...
explain this way. Let me start with the start in Pakistan.
Okay.
Pakistan is broke.
Okay.
Bankrupt. Okay. And this is not since yesterday, but for some 50 years, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, at least. Okay. What was it? 24 IMF programs in Pakistan and something like that. Okay. Now, the newest invention, so to say, in Pakistan was to prompt the Chinese to invest and borrow $120 billion to Pakistan. So,
out of 195 countries in the world virtually, there are almost 45 countries which are sucked into this battle, with 32 in NATO, with 12 almost over here, and Afghanistan and Pakistan. So just these 45 countries involved today, in some way or the other.
One way or the other involved. So now Pakistan is broke. And they have this huge bill, and the Chinese want their money back. They say, hey, sorry, but we are not giving your money, our money to you just like that. So Pakistan depends on IMF, which means on Trump's agreement
to
let IMF pay Pakistan, give Pakistan money so it can pay back Chinese credits. So this is a silly situation. This in turn means Islamabad is going to do whatever brings money in order to stay liquid. And if the Saudis say, hey, we are going to pay you 5, 10 or some whatever billions in order for you to send a brigade of armed forces, yes, they're going to do that. This is the point, and this is how they think and how they act.
But their nation's prime minister has endorsed support to Iran, and its nation's military is going to support and send military aircraft, including JF-17 and of course AWACS and maybe an oil tanker on top to help the Saudis fight the Iranians. So the civilian government says we are with you, Iran. The military says we are going to fire at you, Iran. So that's what is the nature of Pakistan. We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They have a 900-kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. This is the Baloch one.
This is Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know, and I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for.
बाहर निकल के प्रकृति का धन्यवाद देते हैं, यही बस्तर की खासियत है। इंद्रावती की नदी पर ये एशिया का सबसे बड़ा वाटरफॉल इस वक्त आप देख रहे हैं, जिसे हिंदुस्तान का नायग्रा फॉल कहा जाता है।
Israelis have walked in and said we're going to create a cordon sanitaire for ourselves, leave, and we're also going to go after Hezbollah. So that's really what's happening here.
And that's a clear message that is coming in. But even as we see collateral in terms of other countries that seem to be bearing the brunt, the direct fight between Israel and Iran will continue. And the latest, in fact, we're seeing is something that's coming in from Tel Aviv, where smoke seems to be rising in. There are injuries in Bet Shemesh that have been reported as well. There was a direct hit in Tel Aviv. That's the latest that we are gathering as far as attacks of Iran on Israel are concerned. These are all drones, missiles that are being fired from the Iranian side into Israel. There are several cities in Israel that seem to be particularly targeted by Iran. Ras Al Ain is one of them, Tel Aviv and Bet Shemesh, which was also targeted 2 days ago, where 9 civilians were killed. That's another piece of information that is now just trickling in. To get a sense of what exactly is transpiring, I believe Aman Sharma is also now joining us, getting us more inputs of what exactly is transpiring in the region.
Well, Poonam, what we have right now is a detailed statement being issued by India, the Ministry of External Affairs issuing a detailed statement on the conflict that is happening. The MEA is now saying that unfortunately in the holy month of Ramadan, the situation in the entire Middle East region has deteriorated significantly and continuously. India is also reiterating that it is most concerned about the safety of Indians who live in the Middle East. Nearly 8 million people of Indian origin live in the Middle East. It is Indian statement is saying that the deaths and the destruction have mounted even as normal life and economic activities have come to a halt. As a proximate neighbor with critical stakes in the security and stability of the region, these developments evoke great anxiety. This is what Indian government is now saying. There are almost 1 crore Indian citizens who live and work in the Gulf region. Their safety and well-being is of utmost priority. We cannot be impervious to any development that negatively affects them. That is what the Indian government is saying. No outright condemnation yet of Khamenei's killing, but the Indian government is very clear, Rahul, on what they are saying now.
Well, you know, the priorities are very clear. We have to safeguard our interests. The Khamenei matter, I think, has been left aside, and we've already sort of spoken and expressed our deep concern. But the point is, from oil to remittances, India is exposed. And I had put out some facts a little while back, and I'm going to read some of them to you. India imports 90% of its crude oil, as we know. So we are also highly sensitive to where
the American justification to this entire war, the West Asia conflict escalating into a bloody, high-stakes confrontation. The recent decapitation strike against Iran's leadership was hailed by Washington as a preemptive defensive measure. Yet Tehran has refused to surrender, retaliating with missiles and drone attacks. American officials insist they are hitting key military targets to neutralize threats, but the world and even Americans at home remain confused about why the attacks began. Was Iran truly an imminent threat, or did the US act prematurely, sparking a wider war? Now, the stakes are enormous. Ethical questions, unclear objectives, and inconsistent messaging threaten American assets, while Gulf nations too continue to get pounded and global allies watch nervously. We will, of course, get you exactly what is the frame of mind as far as these Gulf countries are concerned, because all of them have come under attack now and are under continuous attacks. Even today, through the afternoon, we've heard of more and more key installations, even a tech park, for example, coming under attack under these strikes. So as the missiles continue to fly, the question is, has America truly justified its actions in Iran, or has it plunged the world into another unpredictable war? Take a look at how this has gone on so far as the justifications are concerned. Now, first, Donald Trump launched the rhetoric saying that when they are done, by the time they are done, he told the Iranian people, take over your government. He said this would be your best chance in a long time to have your own say. The message was clear. The US was openly calling for regime change. But next, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, when he spoke last evening, he signaled a complete shift. He said, and I quote, "This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change." He also went on to say that they don't actually believe in those endless wars of the past. This is not Iraq, he said. This president understands that they're not into nation building or democracy building. Suddenly, the official line was no longer about overthrowing the government, even as the leadership was decimated. Then, Secretary of State Marco Rubio framed the operation in a completely military term, as he said that the real reason was to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and naval threat. The focus has moved on to neutralizing Iranian capabilities rather than political goals. The American message has evolved from regime change to denial of regime change to defensive mission, leaving allies and, frankly, the larger public scrambling to understand the US objectives. And Marco Rubio was pressed on this. Even he was frustrated while explaining the reasons.
I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission.
Now, by all accounts, it is not going to be as cut and dry or as single focus. America's objectives are multifold, even if the messaging has been a little bit confusing. So let's break those down for you. And those objectives are going to be possibly met in a long-term war or conflict now, as Donald Trump has indicated. First, of course, is to eliminate, as they called, the imminent threats which are posed by Iran's growing missile program and hostile actions. Donald Trump suggested one of them could actually be capable of landing in American soil, which cynics say is not the truth. American forces, their allies, all of them are top priority. The second priority is to stop Iran's nuclear ambitions that has not been hidden by America, to ensure that Iran can never obtain a nuke. Even here, though, there are critics who believe Iran wasn't close to developing one. Third, the United States is aiming to destroy Iran's missile capabilities, its naval power, hitting ballistic missile sites, naval assets, and critical military infrastructure. Fine. Fourth, leaders say one goal is to punish Iranian support for terrorism in the region, something that has even been targeting America for nearly 50 years. And they've not shied away from saying that this was a terrorist regime, this was an unjust, evil regime. Fifth, the campaign is meant to stop Iran's wider power projection across the Middle East, limiting its influence and ability to destabilize neighboring states. And finally, the operation is a means of supporting the destruction of key Iranian leadership that can't be ruled out. And of course, that is something that they had started off with, giving that hope to the Iranian public. Donald Trump said, "I promise help to the Iranians, and I have delivered on that." With so many aims on the table, though, the debate is whether these objectives can be achieved without a prolonged regional conflict, which everyone would want to avoid. But the big question is also this today. Was America pushed into the military action and abandoned the talks that they were holding only because Israel pushed them? Well, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio's statement certainly seemed to suggest that, and Iran has latched onto it. So take a look at what Marco Rubio said. He said, "We knew that if Iran was to be attacked, even by someone else," he's talking about Israel here, "they would immediately come after us, and we were not going to sit here and absorb a blow before we responded." So he basically suggested Israel gave us no choice. They were going to attack. We absolutely had to become a part of it. And look what Iranian foreign minister said. He says, "Rubio admitted what we all knew. US has entered a war of choice on behalf of Israel. Shedding of both American and Iranian blood is thus on Israel firsters." He said this is Israel first policy, not America first. He also added, "American people deserve better and should take back their country." Listen in to what Marco Rubio had said. This statement could well become an albatross around the neck of both US and Israel.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen, and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
Right. We're also, of course, getting more breaking updates that the Prime Minister has now spoken to one more Gulf country, Kuwait's leadership, after all of these attacks that have been continuing. So he's, remember, spoken to UAE and other countries in the last 2 days. He has now spoken to the Premier in Kuwait as well. This is the big update that we're getting right now. We'll get you details as we get it as well. So he has spoken to the Amir of Qatar, and there have been earlier talks with the other leaders as well. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been consistently condemning the retaliatory strikes by Iran on these Gulf countries, particularly targets which are civilian in nature or key infrastructure. And that has not gone down well either with the Gulf countries or with their allies. And India has definitely stood with its Gulf country allies in this hour, condemning condemning the unplanned attacks from Iran, not just against US bases alone, but also attacking civilian infrastructure, those living in residential buildings, hotel buildings, airports, while people were there inside airports, etc. I am also joined by Sanjay K. Verma, former Indian diplomat, joining us. Sir, your first comments on the Prime Minister speaking to so many leadership of the Gulf countries. One more Gulf country that he has spoken to today, clearly setting out an agenda as far as India is concerned.
Prime Minister Modi has one thing on his mind, and that is the safety of India's citizens spread all over the Middle East. And that is why he is connecting with all the leaders in the Middle East to seek their assurances that Indians will be safeguarded. Second point, which is extremely important, is when it comes to a regime change, which you mentioned a little early. Regime change doesn't mean just taking out a leader. That regime has been there for last 40 years plus. And therefore, the entire structure of the government is the regime. I don't think that objective has been reached. And just knocking out the supreme leader of Iran does not really mean changing the regime.
Just hold your thought there. I'm going to come back to you, sir, on your thoughts on the messaging that we've been seeing from America and how other countries would be perceiving it, including their domestic audiences and opposition to Donald Trump in America. I want to go across to my colleague Akansha also, who's joining us. Akansha, give us the latest on the conversation that the Prime Minister has had.
Right. So it's very important to highlight that while Prime Minister Modi has spoken to the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, he's not just condemned the attacks on Qatar, but he's also thanked the Emir for his support and care of the Indian community in Qatar. Now, there's in fact a significant Indian diaspora over there, and Qatar happens to be one of those liberal, moderate Islamic nations, not just apart from being a US ally. The fact of the matter is that of late in the last decade, ever since Prime Minister Modi came to power, we've seen that there's been an increase and ramping up in the overall bilateral trade relationship between Qatar and India. In fact, there are several economies that are now closing down to expatriates, and apart from the fact that when the H-1B visa crackdown started happening, people were inadvertently looking towards the Middle East, and Qatar was one viable option. So that apart, let's talk about the oil trade. Qatar happens to be one of our largest LNG suppliers, and that in itself is a growing worry given that the Strait of Hormuz has been locked down by Iran. So it's important that India stands in solidarity with one of its key bilateral trading partners. India has in fact been very supportive of all of these US allies, given that India's stance on terrorism has been amply clear that any form of terror or any form of violence or violent retaliatory measures will not be supported by India. And Prime Minister Modi has always urged for dialogue and diplomacy to take place, as has been the statement of the ME as well. Shiva.
Yes, and as it is not lost on anyone, we've got a large population of Indians working and living in these countries. So in the last 48 hours, the Prime Minister has spoken to leaders of UAE, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Bahrain, Oman, Kuwait and Qatar. 8 countries in total, 7 of them being these Middle Eastern countries, of course, barring Israel, that the PM was also visiting just before this attack began. Sanjay K. Verma, former diplomat, continues to be with us. Sir, I'm coming back to you. Now I want to focus a little bit more on the American messaging, from freeing the Iranian people, from the regime change, from the slaying of Ali Khamenei. Now they're kind of trying to justify their decapitation strikes, which were the first strikes, as a more larger military objective. How do you read into their messaging, and is the world buying it?
I don't think the world is buying their messaging. It's highly fragmented, highly discoherent. And the reason is basically that probably the reasoning and logics were not put in place before they went into this war. And therefore the messaging is also coming out as something which is incoherent. But there again, if the key objectives were to be achieved in a couple of days' time, that was the initial messaging. Why is it taking so long? And which means it was not only the narrative which was miscommunicated or misconstrued, but it was also the strategy which had to be reconsidered as something which was amiss.
And you know, Marco Rubio's statement, which I also read out a short while ago, where he said, we knew that if Iran was to be attacked, even if by someone else, we'd have to be a part to it. And that simply points to Israel. Is this something that is going to mount some internal questions against the Donald Trump administration, given that, you know, you have to give very clear reasons as to why you are invading or attacking a country? If imminent threat was the reason, Iran now says, this suggests there was no imminent threat to America from Iran.
See, US being a beacon of democracy, as they always call themselves, the entire thing is anti-US constitution as well. The strike should have had gotten the nod from the Congress. They had not got that. So therefore, even from the US legal point of view or constitutional point of view, the strike was missing a few legalistic points. When you come outside the US, you look at Europe. Europe is no more buying what US is saying as the narrative. Spain had asked their bases, US bases to be shut down and leave Spain. If you look at UK, the way in which it has offered its use of its bases, that is also quite discordant with the relationship that the UK always had with the US as the ally. Look at the French narrative, look at the German narrative. So there is a rift brewing in EU as well on the narrative itself. Forget about other things. The legality can be questioned by the jurists, whether international or domestic.
All right. Stay with me, sir. I also want to now talk about how United States' top nuclear negotiator has made a startling accusation, and it strikes at the heart of global fears over Tehran's nuclear ambitions, but also this might be one of the justifications America provides for going into Iran. According to the US envoy Steve Witkoff, Iranian negotiators openly told American officials that they controlled about 460 kilograms of uranium enriched to about 60%, a level just below weapons grade and far above what's needed for peaceful energy programs. That amount, Witkoff said, is enough material for 11 nuclear bombs if it was further refined. So let's break down for you how advanced is really Iran's so-called nuclear program. Remember, these are based on various estimates or reports. Nobody really knows or has an exact idea. Iran currently allegedly holds approximately 441 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60%. The stockpile is over 9,000 kilograms total enriched uranium mass. The challenge is that this uranium needs to be 90% enriched for becoming a nuclear arm. An existing stockpile could have been enough for 10 to 11 nuclear devices. This is what the watchdog is also estimating. Sanjay sir, I'm coming back to you. Do you think this would provide enough succor to those who may be looking for the legitimate reasons as to why US went into Iran? And could these estimates be correct?
Estimates seem to be correct, but the problem is that if the negotiations break down, do the countries go on war? And that is the main pillar of the entire narrative. So that means that if India and China is conducting a negotiation doesn't succeed, does it mean that we start inflicting harm on each other? So it's a larger global sense which we need to get out of it. From the data and details which have come out, I don't think this was good enough a reason for launching an attack and putting the entire world into darkness.
I also want to shift our attention now to the other big update, and which is that Iran has announced that it has shut down the Strait of Hormuz and warned that any vessel attempting to pass could be targeted and set on fire. Remember, this is a very important stretch between these Gulf countries and Iran, with Dubai at its closest tip, which is home to about 20 to 25% of all global oil trade, passing through this very narrow and shallow stretch called the Strait of Hormuz. This remains one of the world's most critical oil choke points, with global economies relying heavily on this. Before we talk more about this, let's also bring you another update that we're tracking. Donald Trump has released another statement. He has gone on to say on Iran Air Defense, Air Force, Navy leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late. This is the message that is coming in from the American president now. Just a day or two ago, he had said, I want them on the negotiating table and I'll be happy to negotiate. Iran said, we don't want any negotiations with Washington anymore. But now Donald Trump is saying, maybe because of the continuous retaliation against its Gulf partners, that there's not going to be any more talks. He says that Iranian air defense, air force, navy and leadership is all gone. They want to talk now, but I said, too late. We'll also get you more as far as this latest statement is concerned. Is this closing the doors? Is it shutting the door on any negotiations with Iran anymore? Remember, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have already warned that they're not going to stop. They have talked about a weeks-long action, and they're saying that because of Iranian response, they're going to now double the impact of their original strikes. Both Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have warned that they're going to hit Iran so badly that it would be worse than what it was earlier. We'll get you more updates on this as Donald Trump is releasing one more statement as far as the strikes on Iran are concerned. He says the Iranian air defense, the Air Force, Navy and leadership is all gone. So what does it mean for Iran, even though it continues to mount those attacks? Remember, the Iranian military or Iranian representatives have already said that their military is working independently, all units are working independently. They will do what they deem fit because, of course, the top leadership is gone. The primary attacks were already done. The secondary and the tertiary attacks will also follow, is something that both Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have already warned about. Let's go across to Rahul Shivshankar joining us from our newsroom. Rahul, big statement coming in from Donald Trump once again. Yeah, we'll go across to Rahul in just a bit, but we're showing to you on your screen the latest statement that has been released. This is a written one. Of course, in the past, he has not only released written statements, but also structured bites that he has released earlier. Rahul is back with us. Rahul, if you can hear me, big statement coming in from Donald Trump.
Yeah, very big statement. Look, many people were thinking that the fact that he had assassinated or decapitated the Iranian regime and the 50 leaders, that would be sufficient for Donald Trump to come out and claim victory and call an end to this campaign and say that, look, I've achieved what I wanted to, and tell the American people that he had done what no other American president had done since 1979, though they had tried. But that is an option that he has foreclosed by suggesting that he's not in any mood to negotiate with the Iranian regime. And this is exactly what I was saying. If this war is to have any meaning or any real end to it, there has to be regime change. So once again, you're seeing a sort of flip-flop, because Trump first said that I'm not interested in regime change. Then he went on to say this is about regime change. Then he says I'm a man of peace. Then he goes and carries out a preemptive strike, which is actually a euphemism for a decapitation strike. Then he says, well, we're not interested in regime change. We have achieved the objectives that we set out to, which is decapitated Iran's leadership, hopefully brought up a new crop of leaders which would be less radical, more open, more amenable to working with the West, and obviously declaring their nuclear program open for public scrutiny or for UN scrutiny and so on and so forth. But here, once again, he's done a U-turn of sorts by saying, well, we aren't done. We're going to go the whole hog. Obviously, this would include regime change. We won't stop Iran attacks. And this is also a message that will sort of send a bit of a chill down the spine of some of the others in the Gulf, the allies that have played host to American bases, because they will come out and say that, look, we are getting mashed here between your war with Iran and our interests. And I think a large number of balls are now up in the air, really, because the Iranians will have to factor this in if the Americans are in it for the long haul, if Trump has refused negotiations, that means he's looking at a military endgame. And the Iranians will have to recalibrate, because if they were thinking that the US would perhaps backpedal and in about 3 or 4 weeks would perhaps end hostilities, then they are mistaken. At least this is what Trump is saying. Now, whether this is a bargaining tactic to get leverage, he's done that, of course, taken maximalist positions, even when it has come to trade diplomacy or tariff suasion. So we don't quite know what Trump's idea is, but there's been a lot of chatter amongst the experts and geostrategists that they're not seeing what the end game is without putting boots on the ground in Iran. Just carrying out these mass ballistic/surgical strikes is not going to attenuate the Iranian regime enough for them to sort of walk away from power and come groveling to the United States of America. So we don't quite know what is the agenda that is driving Trump, but quite clearly, at least as of now, this forecloses the possibility of this war ending anytime soon.
Right. Rahul, thank you for joining us and putting this into perspective. Certainly these questions are mounting now. What was the objective to begin with, and how soon can America and Israel achieve those objectives? Because as I turn to our next big talking point, this is a global economy issue now. As we've been telling you, the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked by Iran because of this war. Was it necessary to begin with and to thrust the entire global economy into uncertainty? The big question right now on everybody's mind is, what is the alternative to the Strait of Hormuz? So let me just bring to you, the Gulf region has some limited backup routes to keep oil flowing. Let's take you through those alternatives to the Strait of Hormuz. First up is the Saudi Arabia's East-West pipeline. This goes directly to the Red Sea. This has a capacity of about 5 million barrels per day, and it can be expanded to about 7 million. So let me just point this out to you on the map. This is the Strait of Hormuz, which is now blocked. This is Saudi Arabia, and on the other border of Saudi Arabia is the Red Sea. Now here is their port of Yanbu, which is also capable of sending out oil barrels to the rest of the world, although its capacity is only about 5 million per day barrels versus 20 million per day of the Strait of Hormuz. So this is one of those routes that can be employed. Of course, it's not going to be able to take it over completely. As far as this route is concerned, why is this important? Because it completely bypasses the Strait of Hormuz. You don't really need to go to that side, and you're not affected as far as this blockade is concerned. Let's also move forward as far as the other options are concerned. So like I said, moves the crude from eastern oil fields to the Red Sea, and it bypasses the Hormuz entirely. But there is another option, again a limited option, and wouldn't quite fulfill the requirement completely, which is the UAE's Abu Dhabi crude oil pipeline. This goes through the Gulf of Oman. This can carry about 1.5 million barrels per day directly to the port of Fujairah, and this also makes the Strait of Hormuz blockade not important, because this is, as you can see on the map, just before the Strait of Hormuz. So this port of Fujairah is here in close to Dubai. This is before the narrowest point of the Strait of Hormuz. So even if this is blocked and nothing can go in and out to the Persian Gulf, here in the Gulf of Oman, from here at least, the ships and vessels can travel. And again, this is not going to completely replace the Strait of Hormuz, but this lies ahead of the Hormuz, enabling uninterrupted exports even during a blockade. So this is the alternative route that countries will possibly be looking at right now. We don't quite know what are the preparations that have been made as far as this is concerned. Moving on, an important aspect of the action in Iran and elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei is how the women of Iran feel and have reacted. Let's get you some of those reactions from around the world. Iranian women's national football team made headlines after what came across like a refusal to sing the national anthem during their Asian Cup opener against South Korea, a gesture that went viral very quickly, viewed as a mark of quiet defiance against a regime that particularly suppressed women. Beyond the field, women across the Iranian diaspora have also, of course, shown their shock. We're getting some more breaking updates now coming in. Iran has now said that it is ready for negotiations, but there will be no compromise on dignity. So there seem to be some developments happening very, very quickly. Just a short while ago, we had Donald Trump saying they asked for talks. I said it is too late. Iran is now coming out and saying we do want negotiations now, but with no compromise to our dignity. Does this mean now that the leadership, the clerics, the IRGC is now on its knees? Because remember, just yesterday they had indicated that there will be no talks with Washington anymore. So the big update that's coming in right now, back to back, is that while Donald Trump is playing hardball now, saying there's going to be no more talks with Iran, their air defense and their air power, their naval power, their ground support, everything is gone, their leadership is gone. Iran is now saying that they're ready for talks, but will US now negotiate with them anymore? Has Iran lost the chance that it had maybe till yesterday evening to do these negotiations is the big question. They're saying they don't want any compromise on their dignity, but they're now onto the table after rejecting any possibility of negotiations with America just yesterday. Akansha is joining us with more on this. Akansha, this is a flip-flop on all sides.
Absolutely, and these mixed messages are not just coming from the United States, but you're also getting them from the Iranian side. Remember, the former IRGC head and part of the transition in Iran, that is, in fact, Ali Larijani, who was playing the role of a power broker, was initially reported to have said that we are ready for talks, but then he took to X and he said that no, there is absolutely no scope for talks. But now, again, a close aide to Khamenei indicating that they are indeed ready for negotiations is an indication that perhaps Iran is also now very much aware that they cannot sign up for a war of attrition. As we all know, we've been debating that Iran is finding itself extremely isolated. Look at their allies. They are nowhere around, whether it is North Korea, Russia, primarily China, one that is actually exchanging technology, providing them with intelligence as well, has in fact completely backed off in terms of providing them with any assistance, and that's a classic China playbook. But that aside, initially there were indications coming from the United States also that there could be a scope for negotiations. Sorry. But as you rightly highlighted, Donald Trump has already ruled out that possibility now. Shivani.
Yes. So what does that mean as far as the end of this conflict is concerned? Akansha, that will be the big question, isn't it? Everybody would want that maybe they can get onto the table and agree on to certain terms.
That's going to give Iran, in fact, if you look at the upper hand, that clearly is in the hands of the United States and also of Israel, because now US is going to be in a position of strength. They will ensure that they dictate the terms and conditions of a more moderate sort of a government, even if it were to be with the IRGC or say the Shia Islamic Cleric Council to be a part of that transition.
Absolutely. So we'll wait and see what could be the terms, if at all, and would there be a different Iranian regime now? Time for a very short break. My colleague Anand is joining you on the other side.
IDF spokesperson Ben Cohen, who joins us from the front lines, really. Thank you, Ben, for speaking with us. What's the situation right now in Israel? What are we expecting by the way of timelines? Is this war going according to plan?
So I just returned from the bomb shelter from a siren that was just in the area. We started this Operation Roaring Lion, on Saturday morning when the IDF and the US Armed Forces started a joint operation intended to do one thing, and that's eliminate an existential threat. A threat that's relevant to the state of Israel, to the United States, and to the world at large, and that's been proved over the last few days. The strike started on Saturday morning when we eliminated more than 40 senior Iranian commanders, including Supreme Leader Khamenei, and they continued over recent days as we struck aerial defense targets, ballistic missile targets, and other Iranian terrorist regime targets in Tehran and in Iran at large. Over the last 36 hours, the Hezbollah terrorist organization, the Iranian terrorist regime's main proxy, made a strategic mistake, and decided to fire dozens of rockets and UAVs at Israel, and at this time, incongruent to IDF strikes and US armed forces strikes in Iran, the IDF is striking Hezbollah terrorist organization commanders and targets in order to eliminate that threat on Israeli civilians.
So, of course, we're hearing that the new Iranian defense minister has been eliminated in a fresh wave of strikes from Israel. But what we're seeing also is resistance coming from Iran. They seem to have hunkered down. They're sending these drones. Many people are saying that this is a strategy where they are trying to exhaust your munitions, the Iron Dome, patience of the Gulf allies. Is this what Iran's game plan is, or are they actually not being able to react using some of their hypersonic weapons and other bigger weapons because of compulsion? What's exactly happening? From your perspective, how do you read this?
So I can tell you that after 2.5 years of war, and after the 7th of October, the IDF has learned that we never underestimate our enemies. We understand the threat that the Iranian terrorist regime poses. And as far as it goes to their strategy, I can tell you one thing for certain, and that's that they have a strategy to target and hurt civilians specifically. This isn't just a message, it's concrete intelligence we have at hand. They're sending those ballistic missiles on their drones to civilian areas.
Welcome to a very, very special edition of Inside the Bunker, and it's the offensive from both sides that continues to escalate, with the idea of releasing latest satellite imagery of its precision strikes on the Iranian leadership compound. Now the conflict has entered a dangerous new phase, with Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which is a channel for 20 to 30% of global oil supply. Meanwhile, the US and Iran too continue to mount the offensive against each other across land and sea. Now, in this very special edition of Inside the Bunker with the one and only Tom Cooper, what we are going to do is deep dive into the kind of tech and weaponry that's being used by both sides. We'll focus on the Iranian side today, or the Israeli side today. But first up, have a look at these pictures. Now, if you see these pictures, what are these pictures? These pictures seem to be like airplanes that have been kept outside the Mehrabad airbase in Iran. But Tom, what are they actually?
Well, that is one of the funniest stories of this war. Actually, already the last war in June. They look like F-4 Phantoms. And one has to admit they are perfectly camouflaged as well. That means yellow color, brown color, green color. Perfectly positioned. From the air, from the satellite, these aircraft look, even from the UAV, these aircraft look exactly like original aircraft. Fact is, actually, these are wooden decoys. And this entire facility serves no other purpose but manufacturing such wooden decoys. And if you check up there at top, you see here?
Yes.
That's an F5 decoy.
Okay.
Yes. So these decoys are then towed to Iranian air bases, positioned in specific positions, in selected positions.
Right.
And the Israelis are left to discover them, to find them, and to target them.
Right.
To waste their ammunition and time and so on.
Right.
So this is, as you can see, these are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Entire squadron worth under apostrophes of F-4s.
Yeah.
Which are existent for no other purposes but to fool the Israelis.
Fool the Israelis.
Yes.
And do the Israelis get fooled?
Yes, they do. I can even show you a specific example if you show me the Google Earth map again.
Right.
Last year we have seen Israelis striking 2 F-14s at Mehrabad Air Base, not far away from where this workshop is.
Okay.
So they have destroyed one F-14 and we're very happy about this.
Right. We'll try and pull that up in a bit. We don't have it at the moment. We don't have the map there. But this edition of Inside the Bunker, what I want to do is for you to explain to our viewers very, very clearly what is the kind of weaponry that's being used.
Yes.
So let's start with the airplanes. One of the first things that stood out for me is that you said that the Israelis are not going into the Iranian territory, but they have aircraft that can fire missiles right into deep into the Iranian territory.
Yes.
From the Syrian skies or the Iraqi skies.
Yes.
Right. Now, let's start with this. This is the F-15D. What is the F-15D?
This is originally F-15 was developed as an air superiority fighter, which means an aircraft made to fight air combat, only air combat, nothing else. So over the time, Israel experienced ever less resistance in the air. Therefore, it started converting its F-15s into fighter bombers. That means it started equipping them with bombs. So now the latest development, latest modification for Israeli F-15Ds, these are two-seat, as you can see, two ejection seats. Here is also SATCOM antenna. Latest modification for this aircraft is air-launched ballistic missile, which is a huge weapon, as you can see it here. This is a Black Sparrow, or one from the Sparrow family of weaponry. It consists of a booster, which is accelerating it, and the actual warhead and re-entry vehicle. So I suspect that this is one of the aircraft that was used or deployed to kill Khamenei, for example.
This could be the aircraft that was used to kill Khamenei. Why do you say that this could be the aircraft that was used to kill Khamenei?
Because the first strike, the opening strike of this war, was for the Israelis to deploy such weaponry to hit Khamenei.
What is this weapon? What is this?
This is the Black Sparrow, one of the Sparrow weapons of Sparrow family. It's dropped down from the aircraft. And then it accelerates on its own.
Accelerates on its own, and then
it is not easy to launch. This is not just you fly straight and then you drop the weapon and it flies away. But the aircraft also has to accelerate to specific speeds and climb. So it's launching like this. The aircraft, the missile continues on its own. So as the aircraft
is launching, the missile moves forward.
The missile goes. The aircraft is best launch position is for the aircraft to be climbing. Yes. So the weapon separates and then the engine turns on and flies ballistically.
And this is also GPS marked precision in terms of 99%?
Of course, all the possible gadgets in order to make it as precise as possible. We have seen this weapon, by the way, deployed last year for the strike on Hamas negotiators in Qatar as well.
And it's a fast aircraft because it goes up to Mach 2.5 and it's got twin engines, F-100 engines. So that means there is always the option of if one engine is hit on a single engine, the aircraft can actually
Of course. It has lots of survivability built into the aircraft. But the point is, foremost, F-15 is big enough to carry such a weapon. The next point is, this is one of the weapons that India has recently purchased or ordered from Israel. This is principal reason why I'm showing it. Because in the future, India is going to have similar weapons integrated on its own.
So we've come back another one, big development, even as we'll go back to the tech aspect of it. That's the Sparrow that we've bought. But diplomatic engagement is more important for peace. Even as Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he has spoken to 8 nations already, including Israel and Oman. But he's also come out and spoken to the Sultan of Oman, and he's condemned the sovereignty violation of Oman. So Bharat is very closely, not openly making statements, but calling up nations and saying that it is important to engage and you cannot disturb the sovereignty or attack the sovereignty of neighboring nations in a war that you're fighting with a distant enemy. Somewhere this message coming across and saying that this sovereignty violation is not correct. This is even as Oman, Qatar and some of the other nations are slowly shutting down their facilities in terms of for safety, exactly trying what Iran is trying to do. But Iran is not making friends here. Bharat has got engagements, it's got a lot of trade, and also Bharatiya people who are working in these countries. And that's why not just ensuring the safety, but also calling and saying we respect your sovereignty, and anybody disturbing or impinging on this sovereignty is not right. And it obviously will not create a place for dialogue. Let's go back now. After that update, let's quickly go back to the other conversation that we were having. The F-15D and the Black Sparrow from the Sparrow family. This is a warhead or weapon head that we have tried to now acquire, and this will be fixed on our Rafale or the Sukhois?
Probably on Rafale.
On the Rafale.
And it is already in service in India.
It is already in service.
On Mirage 2000s.
On the Mirage 2000s.
It's called Spice.
This is the Spice. Okay. So this is the Spice, and that was the one that was used in the Balakot operation,
for example. This is also already one of the weapons already in service in India. Python.
Python, yes, that's the Python.
Python or Spider when launched from the ground.
Python or the Spider. Let's look at the next aircraft, the F-16C, air-to-air, air-to-ground missions. Speed is about Mach 2, F-110 or F-100 engine.
110 engine.
And yes, and one of the most produced fourth-gen fighters.
Yes.
So the Israelis are also pressing this. What's unique about this?
Well, unique is this versatility. This is an older variant, arguably, but you can always add more advanced weapons on it. And again, if you launch spies from a shallow climb at full acceleration, it flies very, very far away, up to 200 kilometers away.
Now, it also seems to be able to carry more payload. Is that true? Because it's a single-engine aircraft?
Well, carry more payload. This is relative. Generally, they're loading them just with 2 spices.
Okay.
It's only for operations over shorter range that they are loading them with 4 spices.
4 spices, but it's a single-seater.
Single-seater.
So there aren't 3 there because that was a trainer aircraft, and it's not even a 2-seater, so it's a single pilot.
It's just a single-seater.
So this will be a smaller and lighter aircraft?
Smaller and lighter, yes. Much smaller than F-15. Roughly 50% smaller.
Yeah.
But very nimble. This is comparable. Actually, Rafale is superior to F-16.
Rafale is superior to
Yes.
F-16. Another one which is a tried and tested and which actually works for us viewers is the Sukhoi Mk-30I. Now this is also part of the Israeli Air Force. Somewhere the Russians seem...
Indian Air Force.
This is also part... This is the Indian Air Force.
Yes.
This
is one of the latest sub-variants of Su-30 Mki.
Okay. Again, Mark II, is it similar to the F-16D?
Yes. It's just bigger.
It's just bigger.
And more powerful in regards of engines than the F-15D in particular. Also 2-seater. You don't see the second seat because it's under the cockpit.
Under the cockpit, okay.
And this is now the latest sub-variant, recognizable as such, but 2 antennas here and here, which are enabling it to be linked to the ground stations, to the entire integrated air defense system of India, and to transfer the video feed from the ground up to into the cockpit of the aircraft. It means whatever the ground station knows, the crew knows it as well. I have shown it here. This is a color profile I drew with my hand.
Yeah.
With Dhabi air-to-air missiles, also of Israeli origin. So it was also, this weapon was already integrated on this system, on Su-30.
On the Su-30, despite these weapon systems being newer compared to the aircraft which is much older, but this aircraft was able to carry or adapt. How do they do that?
Thanks to very advanced electronics, avionics, and computers of Indian origin, the aircraft is very adaptable. It means you can essentially put whatever you want on Su-30 Mki. You just need to test the separation.
So often
trajectories and so on. But essentially you can put on Su-30 whatever you want.
You can put anything, whatever you want on the Su-30. We'll show you what all has been put on the Su-30. The next one is where it's tipped with the BrahMos. Now, how is this possible? Wow.
This is the most powerful weaponry in service with the Indian Air Force. Again, Su-30, here an older sub-variant, no antennas for the software radios, but it has a BrahMos. This is the BrahMos.
Yes.
This is what it looks like when it's packed, so to say, when it's released.
Okay.
On release, there is two small jets kicking away the cap, which is covering the intake.
Okay.
So, and then the missile accelerates on its own. Next step in the BrahMos, once it's launched, this is this is the booster.
Okay.
This falls off once the missile has accelerated to its cruise speed. So essentially, you have then this part of the missile flying away from the aircraft.
Okay.
And then just this part of the missile striking the target.
Striking the target. So the missile actually becomes smaller
and lighter.
So that means it's able to go faster. Yes. The other thing is the BrahMos's loop is something that nobody's been able to figure out. It's got an S loop, doesn't it? The cruise missile, because of which the interception of the BrahMos becomes very, very difficult.
Yeah, it can maneuver in its terminal attack phase, which means once, for example, you can program it to fly low along the ground, And the other way is to program it to jink up and then to dive up on the target in order to, for example, penetrate an underground target.
Underground target.
Like Kirana Hills.
Like the Kirana Hills.
Yes.
So this is the BrahMos as it is when it is loaded on or packed onto the aircraft.
Yes.
And then
it
when
is between the intakes, so it's only the front part is visible when it's attached to the aircraft.
Attached to the aircraft. So this is how it looks. Then as it drops, this part breaks away.
Comes away.
The jets push this off, open
Yes.
up the cap,
Yes.
so then it becomes tipped like this. And then this part, the back part is the booster, which the moment it gets to cruise mode. So till this part is shaved off.
Something like here.
There.
What is particular about BrahMos in comparison to its Russian origin, the Indian scientists have developed a very long booster which is actually stretching through the body of the missile, which is stretching the range of the missile.
So
in comparison to its original. So it is a very powerful missile. We have seen it in action last year.
Right.
But it is a very big, hefty weapon. Therefore, India is already working on BrahMos NG, which is new generation, which is going to be smaller, lighter, and compatible with smaller aircraft than Su-30.
Right. Now, one of the older aircrafts which he talked about that had the Spice and also the Hammer is the Mirage 2000. Now, again, a tried and tested aircraft among the Indian Air Force. What makes this aircraft so special? And what is it going to be replaced with in the future generations?
Mirage was always special because of its avionics, because of these computers which are making other type of, or actually easy to adapt additional weapon unit. When during the Kargil War, Indian Air Force wanted to have guided bombs, it was relatively simple, under post office, to put a lantern targeting pod and guided bombs acquired from Israel on it. In this case, this one is shown in its latest variant, which is Mirage 2000 IH. This is a very advanced system nowadays, including Mika air-to-air missiles and Israeli-made Spice.
Yes.
Additionally, Spice is coming in several calibers. In 250 kilogram, this is this variant. In 500 kilogram. And in 1,000 kilogram variant. Depending on the target, you can put this kit of the weapon. This is the guidance head of the Spice. These are the fins, the steering fins. You can put it, attach it to whatever warhead you want to use.
Right.
And therefore it's Spice 500, 1,000 and 2,000.
1,000 and 2,000.
Yes.
There's one thing which we skip, but because we want to bring the focus back on to the Iran-Israel-US conflict right now is the F-16I. The Israeli Air Force is also pressing this into service. And it's been customized for the Israeli Air Force.
This is a customized variant just for the Israeli Air Force. Sure, from it, the Lockheed Martin has developed different other sub-variants for different other air forces, but this is the heavily customized variant for Israeli Air Force with extra large fuel tanks in order to reach Iran.
Right.
And then it has, for example, is compatible with such weaponry like Delilah.
Okay, this is Delilah.
Yes, this is Delilah. This is a turbojet-powered mini-cruise missile with a range of some 200 kilometers. Here it is under the aircraft.
Okay.
Delilah needs, for its deployment, this big guidance pod. It means the weapon system officer in the rear seat is constantly in contact, so to say, with the weapon. Additionally, it carries lantern or lightning pod. This is this dark pod under the intake.
And
so
it's
a very advanced aircraft.
And it's a two-seater. It's a two-seater. Okay.
Pilot is in front, weapon system officer in the rear. And what is also typically for Israel, you can see this little red, white, green.
Yes.
This is so-called kill marking. In this case, for Hezbollah UAV shot down several years ago.
Right.
What is also a little bit different between Israeli and Indian Air Force are these Gaudi unit insignia.
Right.
You can instantly recognize every single Israeli unit by the markings it's applying on its fins.
Right. So that's the marking for the Israeli air.
This is for the 201 squadron, also called nicknamed the War
Right.
Squadron.
Now, this, what you said is again interesting. This is a kill marking.
Yes.
So kill marking means that this aircraft and
Has
the
shot down
pilot
something.
has shot down something. So
Yes.
it could be a Hezbollah target or something else, but it has shot down, so this has got kills.
Yes.
So that's how the potency of the pilot and the aircraft, or the legend, builds amongst the Air Force.
Exactly, yes. There are also such kill markings for strikes on Iranian reactors, on Iraqi reactors, on Syrian reactor, and so on. They are applying them depending on what
Right. Now, out of the
mission.
Israeli weapon systems and the guided missiles, which do you think was India now trying to acquire? You said Spice and Hammer are already there.
Yes.
Are we looking at trying to get the Delilah also?
I'm not sure about Delilah, but certainly ROX or Air Laura. I think this is on the other artwork of the F-16I, if you have copied it.
Okay. Do we have the other F-16D? Was it on the F-16D?
F-16I.
F-16I. F-16I, we've just got this one. Okay.
Never mind. This is the F-15, but
Yeah,
it is
F-15.
essentially it's such a weapon.
Okay.
Air Laura is just even heftier and looks a little bit different in front.
Okay.
Air Laura or ROX.
Okay.
They all have two names, one for export, one for Israeli service.
Right.
But it's essentially, India is purchasing exactly this kind of weapons as well.
Right.
And what's more, on this aircraft, behind the missile, you can see this jammer pod, electronic warfare pod.
Yes.
This is something, for example, Tejas is already carrying.
Tejas is already carrying this
Yes,
jammer.
it's already in service in India.
Right.
So this is also a point, you know.
What does this jammer actually do? Quickly, we're running out of time.
It is emitting electronic emissions which are jamming any kind of approaching radar-guided missiles. It's hiding the aircraft behind some sort of a electronic cloud, making it invisible for enemy missiles.
Any of the missiles and the radar to follow. So it's like a frequency shield that's being built around the aircraft, and Tejas has that. So this was all about the aircrafts that the Israelis are now pressing into service, and also how it is marrying into the Indian Air Force. But this is just the beginning. What about the drones? What about the UAVs? Who's got the better tech and who's got the kamikaze? All of that here on Inside the Bunker with Tom Cooper very soon. Stay with us.
Complete devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
US bases have been targeted. Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
IDF spokesperson Ben Cohen, who joins us from the front lines, really. Thank you, Ben, for speaking with us. What's the situation right now in Israel? What are we expecting by the way of timelines? Is this war going according to plan?
So I just returned from the bomb shelter from a siren that was just in the area. We started this operation, Operation Roaring Lion, on Saturday morning when the IDF and the US Armed Forces started a joint operation intended to do one thing, and that's eliminate an existential threat. A threat that's relevant to the state of Israel, to the United States, and to the world at large, and that's been proved over the last few days. The strike started on Saturday morning when we eliminated more than 40 senior Iranian commanders, including Supreme Leader Khamenei, and they continued over recent days as we struck aerial defense targets, ballistic missile targets, and other Iranian terrorist regime targets in Tehran and in Iran at large. Over the last 36 hours, the Hezbollah terrorist organization, the Iranian terrorist regime's main proxy, made a strategic mistake and decided to fire dozens of rockets and UAVs at Israel. And at this time, Incongruent to IDF strikes and U.S. armed forces strikes in Iran, the IDF is striking Hezbollah terrorist organization commanders and targets in order to eliminate that threat on Israeli civilians.
So, of course, we're hearing that the new Iranian defense minister has been eliminated in a fresh wave of strikes from Israel. But what we're seeing also is resistance coming from Iran. They seem to have hunkered down. They're sending these drones. Many people are saying that this is a strategy where they are trying to exhaust your munitions, the Iron Dome, patience of the Gulf allies. Is this what Iran's game plan is, or are they actually not being able to react using some of their hypersonic weapons and other bigger weapons because of compulsion? What's exactly happening? From your perspective, how do you read this?
So I can tell you that after 2.5 years of war, and after the 7th of October, the IDF has learned that we never underestimate our enemies. We understand the threat that the Iranian terrorist regime poses. And as far as it goes to their strategy, I can tell you one thing for certain, and that's that they have a strategy to target and hurt civilians specifically. This isn't just a message, it's concrete intelligence we have at hand. They're sending those ballistic missiles on their drones to civilian areas, not just in Israel, but in the entire Middle East.
Okay, well, what we're also hearing is that the longer this war continues, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about timelines, but the longer this war is continuing, costs are also escalating, as we know. Right now, I'm hearing that oil is up by about 8 to 10%, silver is up by 11%, the Strait of Hormuz is completely blocked. The new Iranian defense minister, of course, has been eliminated, and I just discussed that with you, and you're doing a fantastic job of trying to eliminate the top leadership. But is that really having an effect? Can bombs substitute for a ground invasion and affect regime change? So one is that question, and the longer we obviously stay in this war, there are...
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narsimhan. The Middle East is now, viewers, engulfed in a full-scale regional war that has rapidly expanded beyond its initial fronts, drawing in major states and also non-state actors in a volatile conflict. The current crisis erupted when Israel and the United States launched coordinated airstrikes deep into Iran, including targeted attacks on key leadership and military infrastructure, killing Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and other senior figures. Now, in retaliation, Iran has fired ballistic missiles and armed drones not only at Israel but also at US forces and US bases in several of the Gulf nations in that region, including strikes that hit parts of the United Arab Emirates, causing casualties and infrastructure damage and prompting widespread air defense responses across Dubai, the country of Qatar, the nation of Kuwait, Bahrain, and also Saudi Arabia. At the same time, Iran-aligned militia and proxies have also entered the conflict. Hezbollah in Lebanon launched rockets and drones at northern Israel, ending a fragile ceasefire and quickly drawing devastating Israeli airstrikes on Beirut and southern Lebanon. Thousands of civilians have been displaced amid intense bombardment and cross-border fire. The violence is now spread across at least 9 countries in the Middle East, affecting major cities from Tehran to Beirut, Dubai to Doha, and shaking civilian life far beyond traditional battle lines. In Erbil in Iraq, you've had another militia front propped up by the Iranians attacking US security forces and their residential accommodation premises and services. Now, here's the latest from the war zone. First up, Donald Trump has said it's too late for Iran to negotiate. He's saying their top leaders across politics and defense have been wiped out. I'm not going to talk to them anymore. IDF has struck Iranian leadership compounds in Tehran, and they've released the video of how they did it and why. Water bombing and how did they collect that intelligence is a case study in itself. Now, Iran has also targeted oil facilities across the Arab nations, forcing nations like Qatar and Saudi Arabia and Oman to shut down some of its refineries and its facilities, clearly wanting to get the commercial angle in and hurt nations commercially. Drone strikes on US assets in Saudi Arabia and Iraq have been reported and filmed. The Indian embassy has relocated students in Tehran because Bharat is focusing on what it will do to protect its citizens. Now, let's listen into what Marco Rubio had to say. Even as the conflict escalates, it seems the United States is struggling with the rationale, even as Trump has said that there is no room for negotiation. This is the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who now says there was an imminent threat from Iran.
I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission. There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
So there could be loss of infrastructure, but there could not be loss of life. So Marco Rubio, they're trying to say that, listen, we've acted, we've preempted a particular strike. Similarly, like what the IDF has always said, listen, they had already made plans. They had already made plans to try and call for the death of Israel, and they were going to get ready 8,000 ballistic missiles by 2027 and wipe out Israel once and for all. And that's the reason why we needed to act first. That's what the Israelis have always maintained. Now, somewhere from the Americans, the same tone that our strikes were preemptive. But have they been shifting goalposts? And has Iran's low-cost, high-impact war strategy and their very clear focus taken them by surprise? Now, why? Because Iran's game plan is to raise the cost of conflict for the United States and its allies while being in a heavily disadvantaged position. Iran still has a war strategy in place to try and hit back at the United States militarily. Now, let's try and understand. In the first step, Iran plans to blind US forces by hitting critical radar and command and control modes. And to achieve this, they would employ swarm drones and short-range missiles to hit critical nodes in the US communication systems. Now, what it hopes to achieve is to disable early warning systems of the US forces. In the second step, Iran then plans to deplete US air defense systems by forcing it to use expensive missile batteries to counter its cheap drones. And how it plans to achieve this is by launching waves of inexpensive missiles at American bases and ships, and Iran can then drain the US missile stocks and increase operational costs, weakening the air defense network over a period of time. Step 3, overwhelm the US air defense. Iran then aims to breach the air defense and strike critical targets. And this is how Iran aims to achieve this with larger, high-speed or hypersonic missiles, cruise missiles. Iran then aims to penetrate remaining defenses and hit strategic installations, maximizing the damage. Now, Iran is also striking energy centers. So it is raising the cost of war commercially also. It is also putting pressure on other nations who will suffer because of an energy crunch. So it is actually sending shockwaves through the energy markets. Look at this. Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura has been shut down. Qatar's Ras Laffan LNG hub, that's also been shut down. Then you have Oman in Duqm, the Duqm port fuel tanks. This one, again, it's been shut down. UAE, the Fujairah oil field was targeted and it's up in smoke, so it had to be temporarily shut down. And most importantly, the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranians are saying, we see any ship, we're going to bomb it. Now, when they take a position like this, one wonders, did the enemy from Iran's perspective, or did the allies from America's perspective not game this? Those who mounted epic fury, is this an epic fail that they didn't war game this? Tom Cooper continues to stay with us. Carl Bildt, former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Sweden and co-chair of the European Council for Foreign Relations, should also be joining us. I'm just going to check if he's through with us. We'll go straight across to Mr. Carl Bildt. Carl, namaste. Thank you very, very much. We have a Swiss in our midst here, and now we have a Swede. Let me ask you, what's your assessment of what's happening here? Have US and Israel not gamed this properly? Are they getting into a war of attrition?
But that remains to be seen. We're just a couple of days in it. But it is, of course, a war that was initiated with sort of unclear background and with unclear aims. And it's very difficult to see where this is going to end and what victory would be, either for one or the other side. So it is a very muddled situation and highly dangerous, with easier, I would say, to identify who will be the losers than to identify possible winners.
What do you think will be Iran's off-ramp? Because there are many who believe they have lost their supreme leader. They will have to go back and show revenge. And unless they get an off-ramp, they're not going to back off. And Trump does not seem to have the stomach for a long war. So how do you see this progressing?
No, I think what the Iranian objective is rather simple, is regime survival. I mean, when Trump and Netanyahu initiated the war, they talked very explicitly about sort of regime change. They backed off somewhat since then, but for the ones running the regime or trying to run the regime in Tehran, survival of the regime is number one objective. And I'm quite certain that if they manage to survive the regime in the one or the other form, clearly weakened, whatever, they will declare victory. And they will say, we stood up against the most mighty force that you could think of in the world today. We are still here. And that's going to be a dilemma, because the US pronounced these very sort of expensive aims of regime change. And if that's not achieved, who is the victor? Who's the loser?
But from your vantage point, how do you see this progressing? Do you see this dragging on beyond 15 days?
Could well be, but I mean the uncertain thing that we don't know that much about is, when does either side run out of missiles and ordnance? I mean, the Iranians don't have an unlimited amount of ballistic missiles and drones, even if numbers are fairly substantial, obviously. But the Western side, the Americans and the Gulf allies, I mean, they have very expensive defense systems that they are deploying at the moment, and Israel is the same. Do they have endless numbers of them? No, they don't. So we might see them sort of starting to fade away gradually in terms of the intensity of the war at some point in time.
Do you think Trump may just decide 3 days later that he's already won the war, because the Khameneis are dead, the top leadership is dead, and Trump may just say, America may just say, okay, we are done, we're getting out. Now it's the rest of the region to sort out this mess?
Well, there are more or less difficult things in the world, and the one thing that I would not go into is predicting the behavior of Donald Trump, because he's notoriously unpredictable. I think he was very clear yesterday that he's going to go on for quite some time, but quite some time, whether that is further 3 days or 3 weeks, I don't think then he knows that himself.
Is there a clear objective? Many credit India for having a clear objective with Operation Sindoor, that the aim was the terror infrastructure, and that was demolished, and then India backed off. And even though there was a military response from Pakistan, India then just responded gradedly to that, and then they were able to back off. Here, the Americans seem to be shifting the goalpost by the day. First it was regime change, then it was nuclear arsenal, now it's ballistics, and thereafter we don't know where this is going. Your thoughts?
No, we don't. We don't. And I think one of the lessons of history is that if you start a war, if you consider that absolutely necessary, and it should be necessary, one shouldn't start war on just a hunch of some sort, you should have a clearly defined objective for your forces. You must tell your military, this is what we expect you to do. And that must be clearly defined. If you do that, they either succeed or they fail. But if you just launch them into war and then go all over the place with different objectives, or shifting ones and impossible ones, then it becomes very difficult. Even difficult for the war fighters themselves, what are they supposed to do? And even more difficult for the politicians or the strategists who are going to say, where are we heading? Where is this going to end? What's going to be after the war? We don't know.
Is it possible that other nations could be dragged into it? You see Europe getting dragged into this?
Not in any major way. I can see, and I think it's already happening, that sort of French and European assets or UK assets that are in the region. I mean, they have fighters there that have been there permanently, that they take part in defensive missions. But I wouldn't call that dragged into war.
The dismantling of the Khamenei regime, if they are able to achieve that, what would that mean for politics and geopolitics around this region and also globally? Because Iran's been considered a rogue nation. Many believe 80 to 90% of the trouble in this region and globally has emanated from Iran over the last 4 or 5 decades.
Well, yes, but there are of course other problems in the region. I mean, if you go to the region, you can hear Israel described in those particular terms as well, and said the Palestinian issue and the way that has been handled by the Israelis have created profound uncertainty in the entire region. I don't think anyone contemplates to attack Israel because of that. But if the regime were to collapse in Iran, it's a big country, well, not by Indian standards, but by European standards, 90 million people. What comes after? I would love there to be a representative government and a democracy in Iran. But do I see that happening in the state of general chaos or collapse? I'm very hesitant.
Right, Carl Bill, thank you very much for speaking with us and thank you for your time. We're going to just bring it back into the studio with Tom Cooper and also go across to our other guests. We have Major General Yaakov Amidror, who's back with us, former National Security Advisor, Israel from Tel Aviv, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. He zoomed out. He was zoned into our studios this morning. I hope you had a good round of golf, Ambassador. But meanwhile, Major Gaurav Arya is also with us, and we also have Roxana Shagini, Iranian analyst, who's joining us from Germany. Thank you, everybody. We've just got pictures, and you were explaining this, Tom, and let's just start with these pictures of Israeli demolition of the trucks, which are launchers, missile launchers. These are Iranian missile launchers, and like you said, if you can just freeze this picture, and can we go full frame here on that picture?
Very nice.
It's those 3.5-ton trucks. That's what he's been talking about, that they look like ordinary commercial trucks. Can we call that picture here quickly? And this is the classic strategy. Just before this, if you could,
okay,
if you could freeze it there. Yeah,
so
there you go.
This is one of the small trucks, 3.5 tons, probably, well, unclear on this photograph, either used to launch the UAVs to the side from 3 boxes, or to carry one short-range ballistic missile, tactical ballistic missile. This is something like perhaps 150 to 300 kilometers.
Okay.
So this means almost any kind of local delivery truck is suspicious for the Americans and Israelis these days.
So how many trucks are they going to shoot down? That's what. How many trucks are they going to shoot out? Do you look at that truck? There were so many trucks like this. How many are the Israelis going to chase remains a question. Let's go across to the Major General and ask him from Israel. Has Israel bitten off more than it can chew with respect to trying to bring down Iran? Because if regime change was the objective, that doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon, Mr. Amidror.
First of all, there were other aims for the war before the regime change, is to eliminate the ability of the Iranians to produce missiles in the future and to completely destroy the military nuclear project of the Iranians. That was first priority. Before regime change, we don't know how to make regime change. What we can make is to make the regime much weaker, and then the Iranians will have to decide if they want a regime change. We cannot be the Iranian opposition. We not pretend to be the Iranian opposition. What we want to be is to be sure that the Iranians cannot continue with the ballistic missile production, with the military nuclear project, and to prepare the circumstances for the Iranians to make the change in their regime. We are not making a regime change. We are not Iranians, and the Iranians have to make that decision.
But what if the Iranians decide not to make a regime change? What if the current lot is able to sustain it and everybody accepts Ali Reza?
So what will happen if the Iranians decide not to do it? first, the Iranians will not have the ability to resume the nuclear project. B, the Iranians will not be in a position to manufacture ballistic missiles that can be launched into Israel. And C, Iran will be much weaker, and it will be easier to take care in the future that they will not resume both the nuclear and the missile project. If the Iranians decide that this is the regime that they want, all what we can do in the future is to make sure, to guarantee that they don't have the ability to destroy Israel.
Do you believe the Iranians have gamed your defense systems, the three-tier defense system that includes arrows, David Sling and the Iron Dome? The Iranians have figured out a way to sneak past it? Because
no, the statistic is very clear. Very few percentage of what they are launching is reaching Israel. We never said that our defense is 100%, it cannot be. And from all the around 200 and more missiles that they launch into Israel, you can see that the number of missiles which reach a target inside Israel are very, very few. Let's assume that it is 90%. 10% out of 200, it's 20 missiles. It's not more than that. So, no, we have very good defense system, 90%. I'm not saying this is the percentage. I don't know. They didn't publish the success, but it's around 90%, 85, 90% of the missiles didn't reach any target in Israel. And I think that it's a very good, no one has a better system than those systems, and we are learning all the time and we are enhancing our capabilities.
Right. No offense meant, but in Operation Sindoor, our effectivity was 99.6%, and also over a larger spread of area and terrain. But in this case, Israel, I'm just going to open it up. Major General Amit Rohr, getting our other guests into the conversation. Tom Cooper, there is on social media, open source intelligence, claims of Iranians having cluster bombs. We've got news just coming through. Donald Trump seems to have just taken to Truth Social and he's said something. We just read Donald Trump's big warning to Iran. We have unlimited upper tier weaponry. Now, in the morning, he said we could have had more about the upper tier weaponry. Now he's saying we have unlimited upper tier weaponry. What do you read from this, Tom?
Another desperate threat in total.
You say it's a desperate threat?
Yes.
You don't believe that there could be something big that could be happening tonight?
Well, there are only two weapons I haven't seen being deployed by the United States in this war so far. One would be the GBU-57, this Moab, this 10,000 kilogram massive bombs, penetrator bombs, and the other would be nuclear weapon.
The other would be nuclear weapon. No, but he says have unlimited mid to upper tier weaponry. So that's what he said, mid to upper tier weaponry. I'm going to check with our team if we can just juxtapose what he's tweeted or put out just now on Truth Social against what he put out in the morning, where he said we have the smaller arms and infinite and better than but as far as the upper tier, because of Biden and him giving it to Mr. Zelensky, we don't have as many as we should have, etc., etc. We just put that out and this. So within hours, there is a different statement that's come from Donald Trump. That's typical Trump, master of shifting the goalpost. But we also had pictures of the Iranians having cluster munition.
Yes, they have bought them from the Americans.
And this was fired over Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. And there were a lot of missiles that seem to have landed in Tel Aviv. The Israelis may not accept it, but it's there on open source. Your thoughts, is that possible?
Yes, it is possible. They have deployed one such warhead, at least one, against Tel Aviv last year in summer. So it is perfectly possible that they have repeated the exercise now.
It's possible. Major General Gaurav Arya?
Major Gaurav Arya.
Major Gaurav Arya, I beg your pardon.
Yes. No. Anand, what I'm saying is that I think what they have is limited. And in fact, Donald Trump mentioned it earlier also when the case came up for India receiving the Apache helicopters that it paid for.
Yeah.
And that is what Donald Trump said. He publicly said that we do not have the capacity to manufacture, and people keep on saying we want to buy American weapons, but we don't know how to supply those American weapons. And this is exactly what is happening. So I agree with Tom when he says most of this is bluster. most of what Donald Trump says, we have unlimited. Nobody has unlimited weapons. Nobody has unlimited weapons.
Correct.
Least of all the United States of America. So I think I'll go with what Tom said.
Yeah, that this is a lot of bluster. But are we looking at it from just the Iranian lens because they are counter-punching so well and at a cost-effective manner? Or are we underestimating the firepower of the Americans and the Israeli? Because what the Israeli have achieved in the first few hours, nobody thought they would be able to do. So we can't take that away from them. Nobody thought that the Khomeinis would be bombed out of existence. Trump has achieved that. So he's already ticked the legacy box along with Netanyahu. Major Arif.
No, yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. But see, what is happening is the lack of objectives in this war. That is what is the problem. They're shifting goalposts, and they actually expected people to come out on the streets and take over the institutions in Iran as soon as they heard of Khamenei's death. That was the expectation of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That did not happen. Now, about the Israelis have very clear-cut objectives. The Israelis are not confused. Donald Trump and his cabinet are confused. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, the Israelis know who they want to wipe out, and they're going
absolutely.
They're going to use this lion's roar as an operation to try and wipe out who they. So they already put boots on ground in Lebanon. They're going to go hammer and tongs against the Hezbollah immediate threats. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, Roxana, coming to you after this. Yes, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra.
Well, I've been thinking about an entirely different track.
Yep.
You see, wars, whether it is 1 versus 2, 1 versus 1, have a specific criteria for judgment. For example, Russia-Ukraine, you can easily sort of measure in your mind that Russia has been able to get a couple of miles or not succeeded in getting more than what it wanted. So you can call it a failure of Russia or a war being stalled or war not achieving its results. But here in Iran versus so many different actors, you don't have a specific criteria. You don't have a territorial aim by which you can judge a victory or defeat. It's all in the air. And with a man like Trump, since the goalpost keeps shifting, you don't know how to judge the results of a war. But what you can, and the other complicating factor is the huge amount of censorship, whether on Iran's part or Washington's part or Israel's part. Hardly anything is getting out into the open space except what emerges through video grabs. So it's difficult to judge how the war is going. We don't even know how many American ships have been hit, if at all. So all we can say is that yes, the war is not going unidirectional. Iran has not folded over. Iran continues to fight, and Iran is playing a smart diplomatic move by saying, if the latest reports are correct, that yes, we want to negotiate, but on our terms.
Right. Roxana, one of the aspects is, why is it that there hasn't been the kind of outpouring on the streets the moment the Khomeinis were gone? Because that was one dynamic out of the multi-pronged assault on the regime that was being expected. Even Shah Raza Pahlavi is exalting everybody who has any Iranian roots, not just Shia, any Iranian roots, to come down and then take control of proceedings and take back Persia. That's not happening.
No, that's not happening because Prince Reza Pahlavi and Donald Trump said, you have to stay home until we call you. They are staying home because they have been called to stay home. It's not time to go out, because if they go out, they will be killed like 1.5 months ago, 40,000 people in just a demonstration. I need to mention a couple of things. There has been, who is the winner, who is the loser. Maybe we don't know how long this war is going to have to continue. We don't know who is the winner, but we know who is the loser if we don't continue demolition this regime. They have been supporting terrorist groups for 47 years. This is not to ignore. You cannot say no. They have been supporting financially and powerful. They said day one when Khomeini moved to Iran, He said, we are going to export our ideology. You are not doing with the internal problem in Iran. It's the ideology whose plan is to take over. And we see that in New York, in France, in Paris, in Germany. They are taking over. They're exporting their ideology.
Right.
But who knew, who could believe that after Nazi and the power of Nazi's government, there will be a democracy after that? You cannot be quiet just because we are scared, we don't know what's happening. 47 years they tried to negotiate with Iran. They ended up giving money to keep this regime quiet. Just see what they do. They are crazy. They don't care about any political affair. They don't care about what is written in the books. They are going to use the last missiles they have to make a chaos in the world, to bullying the government, to bullying the politicians, to bullying the countries, to stay in power. They are not going to give up, and it's not going to be good time. We are losing buildings, we are losing life, but we have been losing 47 years, many lives. This is not an internal problem about Iranians' life. This is an international and the world problem, and you should see that. We deserve democracy. Who believe that democracy will come after Germany or so many countries? This is a revolution. It has been taking long. Yeah.
Right, but you know, it's a revolution that's been taking long. Trump has come out and said we are not putting boots on ground, somewhere trying to indicate that the Persian people themselves are going to be the boots on ground eventually. You are saying the call to take to the streets or come out in the open has not yet been made. They are just still saying get ready, get ready, get ready. It's time for the people to take over. But amidst all of this, oil production has been fully suspended at the Rumaila oil field, Iraq's largest and the world's second largest oil field. So there is going to be an energy crisis that's going to be brewing, Tom Cooper. Even as the Iranians say they have not attacked Oman at all. But Oman is shutting its operations. Oman is claiming that its sovereignty has been attacked. Qatar has shut down operations. They are not going, not just LNG. All the other production they've stopped, including methanol and also urea, etc.
The biggest issue, in my opinion, is the closure of Qatari LNG production, because this is hitting lots of countries hard, especially considering one does not know how long this might last.
Right.
And unless this is quickly solved, we are facing some very hard times, including India, which imports 20% of its or more of its energy from in this fashion.
Right. Even as we speak, the IDF has confirmed that their Air Force has launched the 9th wave of attacks on Tehran. So what's going to be unleashed today, we'll have to wait and watch. Even as Iran says Trump has trillions of dollars in debt and he is eyeing Iranian oil. So is that the crux of it all? Ambassador Rajiv Dogra.
Well, as I said earlier, there is so much of fog in this war that you can't come to a single judgment. You have to change your views, your assessments, your analysis, almost minute by minute. On the other hand, what we have to see is what is going to pinch us or what is coming at us. That is beyond the actors themselves, beyond Iran and beyond Israel and the United States. Because the game now is, for example, you've listed out that Qatar has shut its gas operations, Oman has shut its oil operations, Saudi Arabia has done that. Who does it hurt? It does not hurt Iran, it does not hurt Israel, or it does not hurt America. In fact, America profits out of it.
Right.
It hurts countries like India, it hurts countries in Europe, and that is why Europe is cautioning. In fact, some countries in Europe are saying that we are not with USA in its attack on Iran. Spain, for example, has asked American fighters to get out of Spain.
Right.
Italian Prime Minister has spoken against the war. Croatia has said very clearly it is not with war. I think the same may be the case with Hungary. So things are in flux, but what everyone, and here I'm talking about people at large, not just in the Arab world or the Persian world, but people, whether they are in India or in Rome or Paris, they feel that this unnecessary war is going to hurt worldwide economy sooner or later, and it will pinch us.
Well,
That is the crux.
if it pegs back the other economies and helps shore up or bring them closer to the Trump mechanics or the American mechanics hegemony, because Netanyahu also said this, that this puts America once again front and center of the world order. That's what this war does. He said that earlier in the day, that nobody has that clarity or gumption that Trump has. These are the latest pictures that are coming in. This is Iran has targeted Tel Aviv. So these are pictures coming in from Tel Aviv, Major General Amidror. So clearly missiles are landing, drones are landing, people are taking these pictures. So Israel is facing the brunt. They are able to breach the defense systems, and this is showing massive damage, at least vehicular damage. It's landed in a civilian area, that's what we see. Vehicles are on fire, and these pictures are coming. Women are upset, and they are saying, they are actually saying Baddua or I curse you. That's what they are saying. Major General.
Israel, it was understood that it is a war. When you have a war, the other side is also his capabilities, and from time to time you have to take the price, and we are ready to pay the price. Up till now, it is not a high price. We have around 15 Israelis which had been killed during the three, and around 100 injured all around Israel. It is something that we know how to live with. If we succeed to reduce the capabilities of the Iranians in the future to launch missiles into Israel and to have the nuclear project, it's worth the price. So with all due respect, this is a price that Israelis know how to take.
Right.
The share market in Israel is up, is not down. People understand that at the end of the war, we will be in a much better position, because the weaker Iran is, the better for Israel.
Right.
About the change we spoke, no one can guarantee. And what we are doing is to reduce the capabilities of the Iranians as much as we can with the American, or the Americans with us. We achieve a lot up till now, and we will continue to bomb to bomb Iran regime, and to try that the regime will be even weaker in the future. And as I said, at the end, the decision if they want to continue with the same regime or not is the decision of the Iranians. Our job is to make the regime very, very weak, and we are slowly doing it. The Americans destroy a big part of the Iranian navy, military navy, and probably we will continue. And now we are hitting Iranian command and control centers, basis of the
you have see, even if you're trying to weaken Iran, and they have been able to decentralize their command. Earlier in the day, President Pezeshkian, actually Iran has right now, viewers, banned all export of food. So they're going to try and store as much of food and granary that they can. They have also, what they've also done is they have said that we have decentralized. Each of the provinces have now got the authority to manage matters on their own. They know how to do it. So they've not just decentralized the command centers of the IRGC, but even in terms of governance across the provinces of Iran, they have gamed this. They've figured this out. Interesting development here, Major Arya and Tom Cooper, just requesting you to come in on this, that Barak Ravid of Axios. Yes, Major Amidrod, you are Major General Amidrod. You wanted to say something?
Yes, I want to say.
Yes,
look, if you judge from the results, how many missiles did they succeeded to launch? How many missiles we succeeded to intercept? How many salvos they succeeded to make in big numbers? Their system is very weak and becoming weaker all the time. They didn't succeed even once to put us in a situation in which our system couldn't answer to the threat.
Right.
For that you need big salvos, and they didn't succeed to produce even one big salvos in the whole 3 days of the war.
Yeah, you make a very fair point, and viewers, we have to also put out and qualify here on our coverage. There is a blanket ban, or if I may say, absolute coverage or zero access to footage from inside Iran. We are not getting anything from Iran. What's coming is via the Israeli sources, and what we are getting is from Israel and some of the other Gulf nations. The pounding that Iran has received, it's all confirmations coming from the IDF. Iran there are no local upload or access of data or access of footage of what's happening in Iran and the kind of pounding that's happening in Iran or Tehran is receiving. Even as we speak, Tehran and Karaj are seeing a fresh wave of attacks from the IDF, the Israeli Air Force, which continues to own the Tehrani airspace or the Irani airspace. We'll go across and understand from Tom in a bit. But before that, big development. This Barak Ravid of Axios and also CNN analyst has come out and said President Trump spoke by phone with Kurdish leaders in Iraq on Sunday to discuss the US-Israel war with Iran and what might come next. 3 sources with knowledge of the call have told me and other reporters. What does this mean, Tom Cooper and to our other guests? So, the Kurds being activated by the Americans.
Yeah, the talk is what we call this rumors intelligence in my circles, is that the Americans are attempting to organize a mix of special forces, their own special forces, and Kurdish forces, which would then enter Iran, and this would be American boots on the ground. Something like they have organized in 2003 for invasion of Iraq, then advanced deep into northern Iraq and down to Mosul and Erbil. That they are now trying to do something similar in northern Iraq and in eastern Turkey.
Right, no, because they're saying Trump spoke to leaders from 2 main Kurdish factions in Iraq. I think we've just, Mr. Major General Amidror has just woken up, gotten up and gone. Yeah, thanks for that, reacting there. Trump spoke to leaders from 2 main Kurdish factions in Iraq, Masoud Barzani and Bafel Talabani. A day after the war started, 2 of the sources have said a source with knowledge of the call said they were sensitive and declined to give details of their content. What does that mean, Major Arya? Do you agree with Tom? Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with Tom to a very large extent. Yes, it can be done. Whether it will be, of any consequence inside Iran is something that we can always discuss and debate, because all the while they were talking about an internal uprising.
Yeah.
They were talking about people who would rise one day, and like the Iranian analyst here, the lady said that the call has not yet been given. So clearly, if you are asking the Iraqis, you call them Kurds, but the fact of the matter is that they are currently stationed in Iraq. And how many will they be? 1,000, 10,000, 20,000? How many? Iran is a huge country. Iran is a huge country. 2 quick points.
Yeah, but 40% of Persia doesn't necessarily subscribe to the Ayatollah and his leadership. They've been persecuted, and among the remaining 60%, not necessarily all of them subscribe to the radical views of the mullah regime. So they they may not have spoken till now. They may come back and come out and speak and perhaps join. So.
Absolutely, Anand. So there are 2 quick points that I'd like to make with your permission. Number 1, BBC has quoted Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, who's from the Revolutionary Guard. And he says that the price of oil is $81 a barrel. What we're waiting for is, and what we are trying to do, our end game is to make sure it reaches $200 a barrel. So that is one thing that they're clearly trying to do. Number 2, you said that the authority has now been given to the provinces, or it's no longer central. That has happened inside the Revolutionary Guard also, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's happened there. And don't be surprised if, because you've wiped out their central leadership, the senior leadership is gone. They were killed. How many of these elements are rogue? How many of these elements are acting without central authority? And how many of these elements are fanatics? Because that is what the Ayatollah actually, for the past 40 plus years doing there. How many of these people are fanatics who are just doing whatever they want till the time they can sustain it?
Right. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, is this...
Well, let me come back to your Kurdish question. Firstly, I think we have to understand where the Kurdish population exists. For a long time, Kurds in Turkey had revolted against the Turkish imposition. Now they have been pulverized. Similarly, Kurds in Syria, in the part closer to Turkey, had also not liked Turkey's imposition, but then they again have been bombed and pulverized, and they have been made to submit. The other major Kurdish population is in North Iraq, which is an oil-producing area, and Barzani, whom you mentioned, has been a leader from Saddam days, especially post-Saddam days. In fact, some of us in the diplomatic service had met him.
Right.
He continues to be, if the report is correct that Trump spoke to him, continues to be an important leader. So Trump speaking to him is because Iran has a Kurdish population of its own, an area contiguous to Iraq. But that does not mean they are aligned. They also know that they've been made use of, whether it was by Saddam, whether it was by Turkey or America itself. So I don't know how far America would succeed in this effort, but I really doubt that they'll be able to make much more inroad beyond a little.
All right, let's quickly understand here. I'm going to ask you to come and join me, Tom. If you can quickly understand, where are the Kurds? Where are the...
Draw this for you, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
And also Tehran and Karaj. Why is it that the Israelis are bombing on the 9th wave also Tehran and Karaj? Yeah, first the Kurds. First the Kurds.
First the Kurds.
Yeah.
Okay. So, there are Kurds in eastern Turkey.
Okay.
There are Kurds in Syria.
Okay.
There are Kurds in northern Iraq.
Okay.
And that is ironic. Iran is the only country that contains an area named Kurdistan.
Kurdistan, yes.
It is a province here in Iran. Of course, there are Kurds up here in Tabriz province as well.
Okay.
So, 1916, British promised the Kurds their own nation, or some say no, they didn't, and so on and so on. But the problem is, until today, the Kurds are foremost disunited between themselves.
Right.
They are led by their tribal leaders, who usually command organizations that they include in designation democratic, but have nothing with democracy to do.
Right.
They were short of gaining autonomy in Turkey, but then started quarreling between each other. Which of 47 different languages are they going to use as official Kurdish in Turkey? Yes. Now, what happened lately is that the PKK, which is a terrorist organization and considered as such in the United States, in all of Europe, has given up its pretensions to control all of northeastern Syria, all this entire area.
Right.
So they have fled partially to Iraq.
Okay.
And it now seems, at least according to my contacts, that the Americans are gathering them somewhere here in Iraq and trying to figure out how to use them against Iran. The problem is the Iranian offshoot of PKK, the Pajak, is not particularly popular. It's finding no sympathies in Iran at all.
Right.
Because between others, it was working with Saddam Hussein during the war with Iran.
Right. Let me ask you, if the Kurds get mobilized here on this side, and then you have the Baloch being mobilized here on this side of Iran, if I may say, and then there is some street mobilization of the local population which are anti-Khamenei, the infiltration happens. Will there be a possibility of trying to showcase or perhaps portray to the world an uprising on the streets?
I doubt this.
I'll
tell you why. Iranian Kurds, whoever I ask in Iran who is well enough positioned, always says an uprising against the mullah is only going to get serious when there are troubles in Tabriz.
In Tabriz?
He is northwestern Iran.
Northwestern Iran.
Yes.
So
and until now, there were no troubles in Tabriz. Even in January, when Mossad was so successful in boasting this protesting, increasing the number of protesters on the streets of Iran, there were no troubles in Tabriz.
There were no troubles in Tabriz.
So this means that Mossad was not successful with mobilizing Iranian Kurds.
Okay, let's get Roxana Chagini to quickly react on this, that unless there is trouble in Tabriz or an uprising in Tabriz, there is not going to be an unseating of the mullahs from the seat of power. Agree, disagree, Roxana Chagini?
I agree and disagree. Azaris and Tabriz is a very important part of Iran. They played a big role in the revolution in 97, and we need their action. We need them to be alive. But good news is Prince Reza Pahlavi isn't speak with them. There is so many news that we receive from Iran that maybe is not coming to the agencies or news TV stations and radio. We know that the things are organized in Iran more than other people out of the country know.
Right.
We know that we are 8-10 million Iranian out of the country. We know what we want. We want the democracy and we have a vision. There is a plan by Prince Reza Pahlavi. Nobody knows. God knows. Maybe it works, maybe it not works. But we cannot give up just because we are not sure. Tabriz is very important. I agree. We have Bakhtiari, we have Baluchi, we have Kurds, and there are very strong provenances that we need. Now,
Right.
Mr. Trump and Israel and Prince Reza Pahlavi, they are having talk with them, and they're because everybody wants mullahs out. This is an Akhund cult, and just imagine. They have no ally. They are attacking all Arab countries. They have no religion, moral limitation. They are attacking Israel. They are attacking USA. And just imagine if they have nuclear weapons. They are going to attack the whole world. They are planning for that for 47 years. And they are very strong. I agree with the gentleman that we don't know because there is no leader anymore, but everybody can lead. Everybody can decide. We know that. There is a price to pay, and we are willing to pay the price. Iranian people are paying the price. Now it's time the whole world get together and stop this Nazi of 2026. They are Nazi. They are Hitler of the time. They have an ideology, and they want to take the world. I agree with that. We need Tabrizi. We need Azari. That's right.
Right. I've got limited time. Can you just delete this and let's just zoom in on Tehran and Karaj? Why is it that Tehran and Karaj are being attacked right now? What is the target? Tehran and Karaj is not so far away. Karaj is not so far away from Tehran, is it? Yeah,
Karaj
there you
is
go.
here.
So there is Tehran and there is Karaj. Why are they being attacked?
So let me mark this on the...
Use the pink because that's visual. It's readable.
Blue?
Yeah, blue box back.
Okay, then let's do it in blue.
Okay.
So, Karaj is firstly a site of one of the major radar stations of the Iranian air defense.
Okay.
There, furthermore, there are several factories for manufacture of ammunition, missiles, and so on.
So can we say here this is radar stations, and also munitions?
Exactly.
Okay, so that is why Karaj is being attacked by the Israelis.
Essentially, if the Israelis and the Americans want to approach Tehran in order to bomb Tehran, they have to first neutralize air defenses in Karaj. So there is a concentration of air defenses in Karaj.
And why bomb Tehran?
Well, in order to hit, for example, the regime, as we have seen them reporting in their videos today. So that means, why is that important? Because when the Israelis come and launch their air-launched ballistic missiles, for example, at Tehran, or if they come over Sanandaj and then release their missiles like Icebreaker and similar, 300 kilometers range, the guys in Karaj are shooting this down.
Okay.
That means only a part of Israeli and American ammunition is actually reaching Tehran. So this is why they are bombing Karaj in order to neutralize the air defenses in Karaj.
Right. Now what we see, viewers, is a lot of it is concentrated towards the western parts of Iran. Central Iran has not yet come into play. But if Western Iran is where the command and control systems are and where from the radar systems are, and if this is bombed, then your Natanz and some of the other nuclear sites also are in this region. Now, if they are able to try and strike and neutralize this force and pummel even the remaining leadership that has stepped in place of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, then what happens is there a vacuum. Is that time very close when Israel will and Shah Reza Pahlavi will urge the Iranians to take to the streets, and nearly 8 to 10 million Iranians who are spread across the world will also come back to Persia. We'll have to wait and watch. To all our guests, thank you very, very much. Have to wind up. We've run out of time, but the coverage continues. Brass Tacks with Zakir Jacob up next.
IDF spokesperson Ben Cohen, who joins us from the front lines, really. Thank you, Ben, for speaking with us. What's the situation right now in Israel? What are we expecting by the way of timelines? Is this war going according to plan?
So I just returned from the bomb shelter from a siren that was just in the area. We started this Operation Roaring Lion, on Saturday morning when the IDF and the U.S. Armed Forces started a joint operation intended to do one thing, and that's eliminate an existential threat, a threat that's relevant to the state of Israel, to the United States, and to the world at large, and that's been proved over the last few days. The strike started on Saturday morning when we eliminated more than 40 senior Iranian commanders, including Supreme Leader Khamenei, and they continued over recent days as we struck aerial defense targets, ballistic missile targets, and other Iranian terrorist regime targets in Tehran and in Iran at large. Over the last 36 hours, the Hezbollah terrorist organization, the Iranian terrorist regime's main proxy, made a strategic mistake and decided to fire dozens of rockets and UAVs at Israel, and at this time, incongruent to IDF strikes and U.S. Armed Forces strikes in Iran, the IDF is striking Hezbollah terrorist organization commanders and targets in order to eliminate that threat on Israeli civilians.
So, of course, we're hearing that the new Iranian defense minister has been eliminated in a fresh wave of strikes from Israel, but what we're seeing also is resistance coming from Iran. They seem to have hunkered down. They're sending these drones. Many people are saying that this is a strategy where they are trying to exhaust your munitions, the Iron Dome, patience of the Gulf allies. Is this what Iran's game plan is, or are they actually not being able to react using some of their hypersonic weapons and other bigger weapons because of compulsion? What's exactly happening? From your perspective, how do you read this?
So I can tell you that after 2.5 years of war, and after the 7th of October, the IDF has learned that we never underestimate our enemies. We understand the threat that the Iranian terrorist regime poses. And as far as it goes to their strategy, I can tell you one thing for certain, and that's that they have a strategy to target and hurt civilians specifically. This isn't just a message, it's concrete intelligence we have at hand. They're sending those ballistic missiles and their drones to civilian areas, not just in Israel, but in the entire Middle East.
Okay, well, what we're also hearing is that the longer this war continues, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about timelines, but the longer this war is continuing, costs are also escalating, as we know. Right now, I'm hearing that oil is up by about 8 to 10%, silver is up by 11%, the Strait of Hormuz is completely blocked. The new Iranian defense minister, of course, has been eliminated, and I just discussed that with you, and you're doing a fantastic job of trying to eliminate the top leadership. But is that really having an effect? Can bombs substitute for a ground invasion and affect regime change? So one is that question, and the longer we obviously stay in this war, there are these knock-on effects. So how do you react to that?
So we operate in accordance to clear military objectives. And that military objective is to eliminate that existential threat, those ballistic missiles, the launchers, the infrastructure, to eliminate the ability of the Iranian terrorist regime to operate their proxies on our borders, as we see with Hezbollah, and to eliminate the ability of the Iranian terrorist regime to pose a military threat upon Israel and the Middle East. And we will continue to do that for as long as the political echelon asks of us. We have many targets at hand. We continue to strike all the time, and we'll do that for as long as need be. But I want to make clear our target is to eliminate that military threat, and the IDF, in contrast to the Iranian terror regime, strikes military targets.
There are some experts who say that your stockpiles will fast deplete, and you will then have to sort of recalibrate. Is there a danger of that?
The IDF has been at war for 2.5 years on more than 7 fronts. We've been prepared to operate on all of those fronts, and we've been able to continuously protect ourselves on all of those fronts. We have the capacity and the ability to keep operating for as long as we'll need to, even in multiple fronts at once, in order to protect Israeli civilians.
Can you explain the reason behind crossing the border once again into Lebanon and launching what some people are saying is a ground offensive? What's the idea behind that?
of course. So on October 8th, when Hezbollah made the decision to start firing indiscriminately rockets and UAVs at Israeli civilians, Israel made a choice to evacuate tens of thousands of civilians from their homes in northern Israel. After October 7th, we understand that we can't allow for a reality where terrorist organizations on our borders move our civilians away. For that reason, overnight IDF troops situated themselves in an enhanced forward defensive posture. And I want to emphasize, this isn't a ground invasion. We have IDF troops on the northern side of the border with Lebanon in order to protect ourselves from Hezbollah, because we understand that there are civilians in the north and we need our IDF troops to be able to protect them from the terrorists who can get in their way.
Explain to us a little bit about the strategy that has been employed, because what we're seeing is that there is a constant barrage of missiles that are coming out of Iran or drones that are coming out and somehow making it across the Strait of Hormuz or the Gulf and landing in the UAE and other geographies. How is that happening if you have aerial domination?
So again, the IDF operates in coordination with the United States.
Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zakir Jacob. The war in Iran is continuing for the fourth day today, and Iran is expanding the ambit of the war. Now it has attacked the US Embassy in Riyadh, in addition to oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in the United Arab Emirates, and even in Oman. Iran's strategy is simple: expand this war, bring in as many countries as possible, drag the entire region into this conflict. Iran has gone guerrilla. It's gone guerrilla against America's most traditional Gulf Arab allies in the hope that these countries will put pressure on Trump to quickly end this war. America, as a result, is now constantly having to shift the goalpost. Initially, it was regime change. Now, it's not regime change. It's dismantling Iran's ballistic missiles and its naval program. Will this war end quickly, given that Trump does not want a long, protracted, drawn-out war? Or the bigger question is, if this war has to end quickly, then what will be the off-ramp for Iran? Now, here are some defining moments from the conflict that we've seen in the last 24 hours. Today is the fourth day. The action began on Saturday when US and Israeli troops launched Operation Epic Fury. But here are some of the defining moments from the last 24 hours. Two drones, and this happened early this morning, two drones struck the United States Embassy compound in the Saudi Arabian capital, Riyadh. There you go. This was the first time that Riyadh was struck. Yesterday, an oil facility, an Aramco oil facility was struck. But this was the first time the capital of Saudi Arabia was struck. There was a limited fire and minor material damage that happened to the embassy compound. The embassy had to be shut today. President Donald Trump said that the U.S. response to the embassy attack would be clear soon, meaning that there will be some form of retribution. That's not the only attack that happened today in Saudi Arabia. A fire broke out at the Fujairah oil industry. This was in the UAE because of the falling debris from a drone interception. That happened again in the United Arab Emirates. They've had their hotels, their apartment buildings, their residential complexes targeted over the last 4 days. Now it was an oil facility there. Also in Iraq, in central Erbil, there was a hotel that came under fire. It was a coordinated drone swarm attack launched from Iran onto this hotel in Erbil in Iraq. This hotel apparently was being used as a clandestine barrack for American troops and for American contractors. So a wide range of countries. There was also an attack on an oil field in Bahrain today. So whether it's the UAE, whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's up north in Iraq, a whole bunch of these Gulf Arab countries, many of whom are American military and treaty allies, have been attacked over the last 4 days. So the question is, what is Iran trying to achieve? Now, we'll get to that in a second. But as these missiles continue to fly, the question is, has America miscalculated? Or have they truly justified their actions? Or has it simply plunged the world into another unpredictable war? First, you had Donald Trump, the president, on the night of the campaign. On Saturday morning, India time, he came out and he spoke to the world. He launched this war by saying that when the American operation, the Israeli operation is finished, you come and you take over your government. He was appealing to the people of Iran, clearly in an attempt for them to overthrow their government. The message was clear. America was openly calling for regime change. Then, yesterday evening, the Defense Secretary, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, stepped in, signaling a slight shift. He said, and I quote, "This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime did sure change." Now, suddenly the official line was that this is no longer about overthrowing the government, even as the leadership in Iran was completely decimated. And then subsequently yesterday in a congressional hearing, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that this operation was purely a military one. He framed it in purely military terms and said that it was to eliminate the threat of Iran's short and long-range ballistic missiles and to decapitate the Iranian Navy. No longer about regime change, it was about specific focus on naval capabilities and reducing missile capabilities. The focus has now moved on to neutralizing Iran's capabilities rather than political goals like regime change. So the American message has changed over the last 3 or 4 days, from regime change to denial of regime change to a defensive mission, leaving both allies and the American public scrambling to understand what America's objective is in this Operation Epic Fury.
The Department of War launched Operation Epic Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history. We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah. If you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you.
I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission.
So the tensions in the Middle East are having a spillover effect, and it's triggered politics back home as well. The opposition, ever since the confirmation of Khamenei's killing, has been up in arms against the Modi-led government, condemning its silence on this issue. They say this pertains to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of another nation state. In a detailed editorial piece penned by Sonia Gandhi, the former Congress president, she has called the silence of the Modi government an abdication of principles. She's called Modi a mute spectator amidst this war. She's mentioned that India cannot ignore its traditional foreign policy. The BJP has retorted and sharply countered this narrative, reminding the Congress of its silence when Muammar Gaddafi was killed back in 2011. Again, an American operation, a joint allied operation. This was in Libya. Also, the change of guard in Iraq, where Saddam Hussein was hunted down after Operation Desert Storm and then hanged to death after a sham trial. The BJP, in a pointed attack, has slammed the Congress for what it calls selective memory and selective outrage, just for gaining political mileage. So this has now become a political back and forth between the Congress and the BJP. The BJP insists diplomacy cannot be for expedient reasons. The Congress, too, was guilty of keeping quiet when other world leaders were attacked in such unilateral operations. Let's play out some of the political reactions.
The government of India should decide on which side they stand. We had the spine, the then Prime Minister, whether it is Dr. Manmohan Singh or whether it was Srimati Indira Gandhi ji. They addressed the American press in front of their presidents and said that America was doing wrong. Where is that spine now? Where is the Prime Minister? Why is he so silent?
Mr. Manmohan Singh had the courage and had the weight to speak in the US that the US invasion of Iraq is wrong. Foreign policy is in shambles. They don't know how to conduct foreign policy. And the Prime Minister thinks hugging foreign diplomats is foreign policy.
All right, I want to first go across for a political face-off on this. RP Singh is national spokesperson of the BJP. Dr. Shama Mohammed, the national spokesperson of the Congress Party. Navdeep Suri is former Indian High Commissioner to Egypt and the United Arab Emirates. Wael Awad is a senior journalist and a Middle East expert. And we'll also be joined by Riven D'Souza, who is the managing editor of the Times Kuwait Of course, a lot of Indian expats there having a difficult time. But let me start with the political spokespersons first. R.P. Singh, so Sonia Gandhi has written this opinion piece. She has said that this is not silence, this is abdication, and that she's also pointed to the fact that just 48 hours after Prime Minister Modi left Israel, the Israelis and the Americans have done this joint strike and killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and not a word of condemnation from the Indian government. Please respond.
Well, the Prime Minister has constantly called for a restrained dialogue and diplomacy, and then that's very clear that we are talking about the dialogue between Iran and between the America and Israel. So what else? But problem is that they see the foreign policy through the spectacles of the vote bank politics here. I mean, I'm very sorry to say that they can't go beyond this, and I'll just play a small video. Probably you can hear this. This is the reason that they. Well, that's the real reason. I mean, they can't think beyond the local politics and local vote bank politics here, and then for that regard, they will go to any extent. And let me remind them, they voted against Iran on behalf of America in 2005, 2006, 2009 when it was IEA resolution. And not only that, I mean, remember they have launched a spy satellite. I mean, this on record again. The spy satellite, here it is. I will show you the clipping here. India launches Israel satellite to spy Iran. I mean, this was there, and this I checked thrice with various other sources. And this is true that in 2008 they did that. So it is their suitability. And again, Prime Minister of the country is very clear that peace should be there and then negotiation should happen.
Okay. Let me ask Dr. Shama Mohammed, diplomacy cannot be for politically expedient reasons. Even when the UPA was in power, there were killings of world leaders that happened and the UPA did not say a word. Muammar Gaddafi, longtime leader of Libya, was killed. UPA did not say a word. Saddam Hussein, longtime leader of Iraq, was killed. UPA did not say a word. So why are you holding Mr. Modi and his government to a different standard?
Zaka, when the war in Iraq happened, we did not stand with it. Let's understand during that time, there was this story about weapons of mass destruction. It was going through the Congress in America to the United Nations. I remember the presentations. And then after 2 years of deliberation, 60 countries stood with America and they invaded Iraq. Even then, we were against it. When it came to Libya also, we have said that it is not right. We were not in agreement. We said there should be a ceasefire immediately. Now, let's understand what is happening here. Here in Operation Fury, there is nothing. They just do it all of a second. There has never been a discussion in the Congress in America. There was no involvement of the United Nations. The Pentagon has briefed the congressman that's saying that there is no intelligence which says that there is imminent threat by the Iranians to the Americans. Also, let's understand the other side, the Omani foreign minister was negotiating with the Iranians. And the Iranians clearly said that they will not keep any of the stockpiles of the enriched uranium and they will not make a nuclear bomb. So these things were going side by side, and all of a sudden they attack, they kill the Ayatollah. It's not that I'm a fan of the Ayatollah or any of it. But
I was coming to exactly that. Why are you seemingly defending a man who was the most brutal dictator that the world has seen?
So that is
why
what
are you
I'm
defending him?
Especially you being a woman. Especially you being the woman. What he did with the woman.
Can I just speak? I did not interrupt you, Mr. RP Singh. Please give that respect.
So sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. What I'm trying to say, Zaka, is that we saw Maduro being kidnapped from Venezuela to America. He's in jail. What is happening in the world? You have somebody, it's a sovereign nation, you go and just kill. It's an unprovoked attack. It doesn't matter who it is. Tomorrow we might have somebody, or for that matter, any other country. You can't go in for an unprovoked attack without any discussion with your own Congress. That is the issue here. There is an unprovoked attack, and let's understand, along with it, what is the damage? 136 young children killed, and now many other civilians. And on the other side, Israel is attacking Lebanon, Beirut, and 56 people killed there. I mean, what is going on
but
here?
Dr. Shama Mohammed, the same regime of the Ayatollah crushed to death 6,800 people, according to the Human Rights Watch, brutally crushed Iranians. Why don't you speak for them?
Why can't, Dhaka, can I ask one thing? Can't we then go and attack tomorrow Pakistan? I do not like the regime there. I want Munir out. Let's go and attack Pakistan. That's going to be the future,
No,
isn't
so
it?
may I ask you a question? One second, before I get this graphic on. Tomorrow, if the Americans launch an operation, once again, if they launch an operation against Asim Munir and decapitate the Pakistani leadership, are you saying the Congress party will not welcome it?
What I'm trying to say is that, of course, we are against Pakistan, but there should be a world order, Zaka. You can't just go and keep attacking people. Tomorrow, it could be the Chinese attacking us. That could also happen, isn't it? The Chinese can tell Americans, you attacked, Iran. We want to finish off India's head or whatever.
Okay.
It can be that.
RP Singh, please respond, and I'll go to this graphic about why India is also willy-nilly a player in this conflict. But RP Singh, this is about territorial integrity. This is about sovereignty of a country. Whether you like it or not, the Ayatollah was a complete, brutal dictator. But the fact is that he was chosen by the people of Iran, and that no other third country can come and just eliminate and think that there is no consequence to it.
Well, Zaka, I'm sorry. Chosen, you said what? Chosen?
No, chosen as in the people chose the Islamic Revolution, and he happened to be the leader of the Islamic Revolution.
50% of the population is against him. The women are against him. And then the way he has treated the woman there. I mean, Masa Amini, the way she was killed, and there are many more. I have pictures. I'll show you the pictures also, how women are being treated there. And then they're all celebrating there.
What about Taliban? What about Taliban? What about Taliban? Tell me, why did we welcome the Taliban in India? I agree with you. You have welcomed the Taliban in India. You send them to Deoband in UP. You put the red carpet for them. Go and attack Afghanistan. Women can't go to school there. Women cannot go to hospitals there. I ask you, RP Singh, why don't we attack then Afghanistan? In the same breath. Tell me that.
Okay.
And why did India welcome
one second. Let him respond. Yeah.
He can't respond.
Okay. No, let him respond. Let him respond. Yeah.
Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, the people of India deeply love you, George Bush.
Respond to what I asked you about the Taliban.
Ma'am, 1 second. Let him please respond.
See, this is not fair. I respect you, ma'am. Please. And I treat you as one of the very sensible spokesman of the Congress party. Please.
Thank you very much.
So, what exactly happened? I mean, he was appreciating. He was virtually giving hugs or giving his best to President George Bush. After the Iraq, what happened in Iraq? So it is all duplicacy of the Congress party. It's basically suitability because of the vote bank and nothing more than. And as for Afghanistan, please, what Afghanistan is doing to Pakistan is good enough.
Okay. Now, 1 second. The reason why, and I'll bring in Navdeep Suri and Dr. Wael Awad into this. The reason why India is willy-nilly a party to this conflict, or at least is certainly affected by this conflict, is because Iran has now threatened to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Now, 20% of all of the world's oil supplies pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and any vessel, the Iranians have claimed that any vessel that attempts to pass will be targeted and will be set on fire. Already, I think about half a dozen oil tankers have been set on fire since this war began on Saturday morning. So why is this significant for India? Almost half of all of India's oil imports pass through the strategic Strait of Hormuz. India's crude oil import, the dependence of India's crude oil import is above 85%. In fact, 88% of all of India's crude is imported. A bulk of it comes from the Gulf countries, from the UAE, from Iraq, from Saudi Arabia. Oil flows can be rerouted, but it's going to be more expensive. There's going to be higher freight costs. There's going to be higher manpower costs. There's going to be sea charges. All kinds of costs are going to get added to this. LPG happens to be India's biggest vulnerability as far as the Strait of Hormuz and its disruption is concerned, because 80 to 85% of India's LPG demand comes through the Strait of Hormuz, which is bulk imported from countries in the Middle East. A majority of LPG cargo is sourced via the Strait of Hormuz. There's no strategic LPG reserves, unlike, let's say, crude, where we have thin structural buffers. So India has anywhere between 6 to 8 weeks of a structural buffer as far as crude oil is concerned. But LPG, there is no buffer. around 60% of India's LNG, liquefied natural gas imports, transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Again, there is limited flexibility to replace LPG and LNG supplies quickly if the Iranians completely shut off and cut off the Strait of Hormuz. So that's one part of it, the oil trade. There's remittances as well. Remember, India imports 88% of its crude oil, and it's highly sensitive to any disruptions that happen in West Asia. Back in February, crude oil imports were the second highest ever at 5.22 million barrels per day. About 2.5 million barrels per day are imported by India via the Strait of Hormuz. So 50% dependency on the Strait of Hormuz. 10 million, almost 1 crore Indians, expats, live and work in the Gulf countries, the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait. They are employed in various sectors: construction, hospitality, healthcare services. This is a significant number of students as well who are there in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia. There are about 10,000 in Iran. Forget about how many there are in Qatar, in Kuwait, etc. There's also significant trade between India and the Gulf Cooperation Council countries. 2024-2025 trade with the GCC stood at 178 billion. India also has an FTA with the UAE and a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with Oman. India's remittances, which were $55 billion in 2010-11, has gone up to $118 billion in 23-24. A bulk of it comes from the Gulf countries. And these disruptions could impact household incomes. It could impact foreign exchange. India's stock market has reacted as well. The Sensex slumped over 1,000 points. The Nifty went below 24,700. Market capitalization that's been lost is 6.5 lakh crore rupees in just one single day. The rupee also fell past the 91 rupees to a dollar mark as well. I want to bring in Navdeep Suri into this conversation. Mr. Suri, you know, the problem is that, you know, our oil dependencies, our remittance and expat dependencies, all of this, whether India likes it or not, India has huge skin in this game. And the contention being made by the opposition parties is because India is such an important stakeholder, the Prime Minister should have said something, or the Minister of External Affairs should have said something. They should have condemned the killing of a sitting spiritual, political, religious head of another sovereign country. And by not saying anything, it's abdication. How would you see it? Is it abdication or is it good diplomacy?
Firstly, I think, Zaka, we might have spoken behind the scenes and not made public statements. I think for the government, it's a tightrope to balance different and sometimes mutually contradictory interests. One is our defense relationship with Israel. And the second is the interests that we have in the Gulf and our long-standing relationship with Iran. But I do think that, yes, we could have found ways to express our unhappiness about the unilateral strikes. English language and diplomacy gives us enough ways to express it and to maintain that balance that we traditionally have done. It is a serious situation for us. We have, as you outlined, very, very vital interests. You've mentioned a number of them. I would just add one more, which is even more than the rising crude oil prices, is the damage to the Qatar LNG facilities. And that's going to impact our fertilizer industry as well, because that uses LNG as a feedstock. And I think the longer the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, the greater the impact will be on a lot of countries. So
what are the Iranians trying to do? Are they trying to, go guerrilla on all these Gulf countries, draw them into this conflict and get them to put pressure on Trump? It seems like they're taking the whole house down with them.
Yeah, I mean, if you are in a battle for survival, and as has been said before, I have no truck with the Khamenei regime and their repressive practices. But if you are in their position and twice in the middle of negotiations you've been bombed, you will look at further negotiations with a pinch of salt. And secondly, you will try to bring the house down because you do want to inflict maximum pain, maximum economic damage, so that the next round of negotiations, as and when it happens, is on terms that you can engineer more favorably to yourself. And I think what it's going to come down to is the Iranians' capacity to absorb more pain, more damage, And in the meantime, also hit out at countries in the region and at economic interests in the region. And it's going to have a really damaging effect on the global economy and on India's economic interests if this war continues beyond the next week or so.
Okay, can I go back to the map and I'll show you the energy interests that Iran has struck. I want to go back to the map. The energy facilities across the Gulf. Remember, the Gulf countries thrive on energy facilities, and look at the number of oil fields, oil refineries that the Iranians have struck just in the last 24 to 48 hours. Yesterday, they struck at the Ras Tanura oil refinery. That's Aramco's oil refinery. It's one of the biggest in the world, certainly the biggest in that region, that had to be shut down for a period of time. So that's one big oil refinery that they struck yesterday in Saudi Arabia. Today, the Ras Laffan drilling hub in Qatar. Again, big oil field that has been hit badly as well. Then you had here in the east, two oil facilities, one Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, that's been hit as well, and the Duqm port, oil tankers that were off the Duqm port in Oman. And remember, Oman was a mediator. Oman mediated 3 rounds of talks between the Americans and the Iranians, including 2 in Geneva, just a few days before these attacks were launched, and the Duqm port, fuel tankers off that port were targeted as well. So what is Iran trying to do? Of course, all of this, and plus they're also trying to block the Strait of Hormuz. Now, if you look at the places inside Iran that have been hit by the Americans and the Israelis in the last 24 hours, they've hit Tabriz in the north, that's almost bordering Azerbaijan. They've also hit Kermanshah, Elam, Shiraz, Minab, and Tehran. In the last 3 days, over 1,000 targets have been hit inside Iran. Now, the contention by the Americans and the Israelis are many of these are security, military, or intelligence facilities, sometimes even ballistic missile facilities. They've also hit the Isfahan nuclear center again today. So the point is that the Israelis and Americans are just getting started. They are not letting up. And I want to go back to Dr. Wael Awad on this. In terms of, what are both sides trying to achieve? First, tell me what the Iranians are trying to achieve by attacking these oil facilities. That's in the last 24 hours. Earlier, they were attacking, the Palm Jumeirah. They were attacking the Burj Al Arab Hotel, the Dubai International Airport. What are they trying to do?
Well, Zaka, first of all, this is illegitimate war imposed on the Iranian by the Americans and the Israelis, and it is against any international law or UN charter. We have to agree on that, first of all. Second, Iranians have already sent a message to all the Arab countries, the GCC, hosting the American military bases, that any attack by the American, these are going to be a legitimate target for them. Then they have started the war and they attacked 9 countries, in fact, so far, including the GCC, Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon as well. So therefore, there is a movement of the Iranian on those directions, because Iran knows that if this war only will be limited to its own territories, it's going to be a devastating for Iran. So dragging all the region into a regional war is what actually achieved 2 objectives, even for the United States. United States wanted to ensure that it is a global power war, that they can catch the Strait of Hormuz, the Red Seas, and the Mediterranean, and that can cause disturbance of the global trade and oil. That's one of the issues the Americans are after. The second one is the regional war, and you know it very well, that is the hegemony where Israel militarily, politically, and economically to remain in this part of the world. But the Iranians start attacking places where they think that the Marines are hiding. Is it in hotel? It's in a mall? It's in the airport. So, but that does not give the Iranian the clean chit to attack these places, definitely, because the Arab countries and the GCC in particular condemned the Iranian act. And now if you close the Strait of Hormuz, you are the first stakeholder to suffer on this. As you said in your presentation, it is in the food security, oil security, and diaspora. So who was suffering at this point? It is all the Asian country. So the best job for all the Arabs and India and the rest of the world is to put an end to this hostility and end this war madness of this war.
Okay, I'll come to how this may end in a second. I also want to bring in Raven D'Souza, who's the managing editor of the Times Kuwait, and a lot of Indian expats are stuck in the Gulf, almost 1 crore of them across these 9 or 10 different countries. Did the Gulf countries, and many of whom have been attacked, Dr. Awad saying 9 of them have been attacked. This is an onslaught from Iran, whether it's on oil facilities, hotels, on tourist facilities, etc. How have they reacted? Were they caught off guard that they are dragged into this war and now it's become a regional conflict?
To be honest, I don't think they expected this retaliation from the Iranians because this is the second time that the Israelis have attacked Iran, and the first time they just did a small face-saving measure where they attacked Qatar, and they had informed them earlier. But this time it's much more serious. Nobody was prepared, even though the Iranians promised or vowed to retaliate if Israel and America attacked.
Okay.
We didn't even see the American attack, even though we expected it. We didn't see it coming so soon. It came with a fiery volume of missiles and air attack. And the Iranians did what they did. Having said that, they killed their supreme leader, Khamenei, and I think it was also partly responsible for the retaliation or the response that they were
But
very,
Mr.
very
D'Souza,
upset
how do you think these countries are now going to respond? Because they've had this American security umbrella or protective cover for all of these years. Now that security umbrella has been blown apart. I mean, all of these countries have been attacked. So how are they expected to respond to this? Do they have the capability to retaliate, or will they still go back to America to help them retaliate?
They will retaliate. This talk, yes, quite relevant. But this talk, they will retaliate, and then they will be dragged into the war.
Mm-hmm.
So the job is already being done by the Americans and the Israelis, and of course, ideally, they would love to retaliate. They would love the Gulf nations to be dragged into the war and create chaos. But I think good sense is prevailing for now, because retaliation by the Arab Gulf states is going to create a much larger war and danger. So
Okay.
I think they are at this point of time exercising caution and waiting and watching. And by the way,
so they are
they are
exercising
not very
caution. They don't want to get caught in this whole spiral. So how will this war likely now play out over the next few days? I'll get Navdeep Suri and then Dr. Awad on this. Iran wants to maximize this war. It wants to spread this war. It wants to drag everybody in. The Americans, frankly, for Donald Trump, I think he's already got his biggest prize catch, which is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He has very little propensity for long drawn-out wars. The Israelis would like to go on for a bit more. How does this play out over the next week, 10 days, 2 weeks? Navdeep Suri first.
When you start a war without clearly defined objectives, then you end up in this kind of situation where the exit route is not clear. You start by saying that it's about Iran's nuclear program, then you extend it to its missile program, then you go beyond and say it's about regime change. And I think what you're beginning to see is the first signs of divergence between the Israeli objectives. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu has gone on record to say that this is what he wanted for the last 40 years, the destruction of the Iranian regime. That may not be the Americans' objective. And for the Americans, I think the threshold of taking pain and casualties is far lower, particularly in a year with midterm elections coming up, than for the Israelis. So you're going to see that that divergence of objectives. And I am afraid that there isn't a clear exit route at this point of time, unless the Americans were to unilaterally say that we've achieved our objective of killing Khamenei and that's the end of it.
Dr. Awad, I'll give you the final word in a minute. Yesterday, President Trump was asked, how long does he envision this operation? He said about 4 weeks. Do you think this will last beyond 4 weeks?
Absolutely, it will go beyond 4 weeks. When you're targeting an innocent supreme leaders of a religious leader of a country without no reason, that's not the end of the war, by the way. You saw the people pouring in the street, showing sympathy for him, and that is a clear indication that still he had popularity among the Iranian. So therefore, you cannot kill a person and you say you are going to end this war. The war will not end. Iranian have put the 3 leaders, alternative to every leader, have been killed by the Israelis and the American, and this war will drag on for a longer period. And the more coffins goes to the United States, the faster this war will stop.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Dr. Awad, Navdeep Suri, Dr. Shama Mohammad, R.P. Singh, and Mr. Reuven D'Souza, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see how this plays out. But one direction in which it's moving is Iran clearly wants to expand this throughout the entire region. Like I said, it's gone guerrilla over the entire Gulf countries. It wants to drag the entire house down. America wants the exact opposite, not least because America has been the security guarantor for many of these Gulf Arab countries. Iran has dramatically widened its retaliation against American interests across the Gulf, even as tensions between Iran and the United States escalates into a broader regional confrontation. With Donald Trump warning that the most intense phase of American airstrikes is still yet to come, the conflict has spilled beyond Israel and beyond Iran. U.S. embassies and military bases have been attacked, global oil supplies have been threatened, Gulf Arab countries are facing their biggest security nightmare in decades. As missile barrages, drone attacks, and airstrikes ripple across the region, fears are mounting that this crisis could spiral into a much more prolonged and far more dangerous Middle East war. I dig a little deeper. Iran broadened its retaliatory attacks on American targets in the Gulf, even as US President Donald Trump and his administration have been signaling that the US-Israeli strikes on Iran could intensify. Trump has even threatened that the biggest wave of attacks is yet to come. The fighting expanded into many Gulf Arab countries, most prominently into Lebanon, where the Iranian-allied terror proxy Hezbollah fired rockets into Israel. This in turn prompted Israel to bombard Hezbollah strongholds outside Beirut. Early Tuesday, the Israeli military said it was attacking again in Iran and in Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapon storage facilities. Around the same time, the United Arab Emirates and their defense ministry put out a press release saying that their air defenses were dealing with a barrage of ballistic missiles from Iran. And within hours, the Saudi Defense Ministry said that the American embassy in Riyadh had been attacked by 2 drones. They said it resulted in a limited fire and a minor damage, but the embassy was closed Tuesday. No casualties were reported, but this is the biggest attack on an American facility in the Middle East since this war began. In Washington, President Trump offered an open-ended time frame for the US military campaign. He said it could last up to 4 weeks, if not longer. He also seemed to change the goalposts from regime change to hitting Iran's ballistic missiles program to downing Iran's naval fleet.
We will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it.
Later on in the day, on Capitol Hill, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told reporters that the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The Pentagon confirmed that the number of American service personnel killed in the Iranian strikes had now risen to 6. And 3 American fighter jets were shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses in what the U.S. military called apparent friendly fire. All 6 crew members from these F-15s ejected safely and they were recovered. Early in the morning, the United States Embassy in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, said that it was attacked by 2 drones, according to initial estimates from the Saudi Ministry of Defense. The ministry said that there was limited fire and minor damage to the building. However, the embassy did warn people to avoid the location, saying there had been an attack on the facility. They also put out a security alert and a shelter-in-place notification, not just for Riyadh, but also for Jeddah and Bahrain. These are cities in Saudi Arabia which have massive US missions. The embassy's announcement came even as countries across the Middle East, some of which host American military bases, were facing Iran's revenge. Riyadh has so far been spared of the spate of attacks that had rocked other Gulf cities, including Dubai in the United Arab Emirates and Mamama, the capital of Bahrain. Iran has fired hundreds of missiles and drones at these Gulf states in retaliation after the barrage of American and Israeli strikes over the past 3 days. The majority of Iranian attacks were intercepted, according to governments in the Gulf countries. But from Bahrain to Oman to Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, all Gulf countries which are under an American security umbrella have been hit hard. At least 4 people were killed and more than 100 others injured in these attacks across the UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and Oman. While the casualty count may not be much, the safe haven image of these countries has been completely blown to smithereens. Iran has launched at least 300 missiles and 800 drones across the Persian Gulf, which is home to several American military bases. The United States Central Command, or CENTCOM, said that Iran had attacked more than a dozen locations in the region, including civilian centers like airports, hotels, and residential areas. Part of the aim of Iran was to draw in America's Gulf Arab allies into a wider regional conflict. Tehran is also hoping that these countries will put pressure on Trump to scale down this war quickly.
That is what they were trying to do, is put themselves in a place of immunity where the damage they could inflict on the region would be so high that no one can do anything about their nuclear program or their nuclear ambitions.
Early on Tuesday, the United Arab Emirates and their Ministry of Defense put out on social media that the Emirates' air defenses were dealing with a barrage of ballistic missiles coming in from Iran. Similarly, the Defense Ministry in Bahrain too said its air defense systems had successfully destroyed and downed about 70 missiles and more than 75 drones from Iran since this conflict began. But the Emirates in particular had started to resume flights on a limited basis. More than 1,000 flights had been cancelled in Dubai alone over the last 3 days. But Iranian leaders remain defiant. The country's top security official, Ali Larijani, denied reports that Iran's new leaders were seeking to negotiate with America. He chastised Donald Trump for delusional fantasies and for plunging the Middle East into chaos. Iran, he said, is ready for a long war. America, on the other hand, has put a 4-week deadline. That's President Trump's words. A senior Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps official also warned that not a single drop of oil would pass through the Strait of Hormuz, which is a passageway for about 1/5 of the world's oil supply. An advisor to the Revolutionary Guards commander said on Iranian state TV that Iran would set on fire any ship that's trying to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Traffic is already slowed down to a trickle. The Revolutionary Guards have been warning ships away from the straits over the last few days, but Iran had not directly attacked any of these tankers. More than half a dozen ships were already set on fire. This war is far from getting over anytime soon. Iran will have to be given an off-ramp quickly, or America will also have to find a pliable successor to the Supreme Leader Khamenei. Either option is not going to be easy to execute. So the big question is, how will this war in the Gulf end? It's no longer just America and Israel on the one side and Iran on the other. The entire Middle East, America's Gulf Arab allies from Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Oman, have all been dragged into this wider regional conflict. How may this possibly move towards some kind of cessation or culmination? I'm now joined by a very special guest. Professor Jeffrey Sachs is a leading economist with the Columbia University. Thank you very much, Professor, for speaking with us. First of all, what is your assessment of what has happened over these last 3 days? This joint American-Israeli airstrikes on Iran, the taking out of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. What do you make of what's happened over these last 3 days?
This is a reckless, illegal, and very dangerous action. This is a blatant violation of the UN Charter, and it is leading to regional war, obviously. It has to stop. The way for this fighting to end is for the United States and Israel to leave, because they started this. This is why it happened. There was no motivation for it other than basically the hegemonic aspirations of Israel to control the Middle East and the United States to control the world. And other than that, there was no imminent threat. There was no reason for this. Killing the religious leader as well as the head of state of Iran was a poisonous action. The U.S. and Israel made a terrible mistake, and they have to stop the fighting.
President Trump's motivations, I'll get to Israel in 1 second, but President Trump's motivations in this war was to eliminate Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. He's done that. He's achieved that already within the first 24 hours of this war. Why is he still continuing this war then?
How can a president of the United States have as a goal the murder of the head of state of another country? It's barbaric. If that's his goal, it's barbaric, it's illegal, it's vulgar, it's dangerous. Having said that, the United States should stop any further attacks and just leave.
Do you believe that Trump really cares about regime change? I mean, look at what he did in Venezuela. There was no regime change. He replaced one man with a woman. He can do the same thing in Iran.
He can't do anything other than commit murder or kidnap presidents. So everything is delusional. You are correct, though. He can just go home, which he should do. Leave the rest of us in peace. This is a move completely against the interests of the United States of America and against the opinion of the American people, who are 3-1, that is 75% to 25% against this action.
So why do you think he's continuing it, particularly for a president who came to office saying he's not going to, launch these endless wars in the Middle East or anywhere else in the world? His MAGA base doesn't approve of it. Why is he still stuck in this?
I think that there are two reasons. One, the U.S. deep state, which is led by the CIA, has global hegemonic aspirations. Those continue. And the CIA is the main driver of American foreign policy, not the President of the United States. The second reason is Israel. Israel is tightly connected with the CIA through Mossad. This is a long-standing plan. Netanyahu said yesterday, this is the culmination of his 40 years dream. This isn't something that just came up last week because negotiations bogged down. This is something that Israel has been calling for decades. Israel has a very unusual stranglehold on the United States, including the CIA, which is in very close partnership with Mossad. So this is a deep state operation. It is also a part of a broader U.S.-Israeli hegemonic approach. It's not disconnected from what happened in Venezuela, because that's also part of the idea. The U.S. wants to control the Americas. It wants to control the Middle East. It wants to have the lever over oil. It wants to tell India whether to get oil or not to get oil, and at what price to get oil, and at what price not to get oil, and whether to trade with Russia. Now it wants to say whether to trade with Iran. Who's going to get control? So this is a matter of control. It's absolutely reckless and completely in violation of every international standard.
The Prime Minister of India was there in Israel 2 days before Israel and America launched this operation against Iran, and many are saying that that's not a coincidence. What do you make of that?
I hope it is a coincidence. This action by Israel is a criminal action, in my view, and a very dangerous one. And I hope that India, as president of the BRICS this year, upholds the UN Charter. The United States and Israel have blatantly, vulgarly, and dangerously threatened the UN Charter with this action. The UN Charter, Article 2, Paragraph 4, says that no nation may threaten the use of force or use force against another sovereign state. That's straightforward. So this is absolutely a vulgar and dangerous violation. And Netanyahu explained it, as I said, clearly. He's been dreaming of this for decades. I've been making that very point for years and years and years. And then Netanyahu came out and confirmed it. This is his lifelong ambition, to bring the United States into a civilizational war with Iran. How reckless is that?
Iran has responded by targeting some of these Gulf Arab allies of the United States: Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait. Why do you think they're doing that, and how may the U.S. choose to now respond to this?
Well, they're not targeting those countries. They're targeting the U.S. military bases in those countries. This is a difference. These countries and many others are essentially occupied by the United States. When you have a U.S. military base, you're occupied by the United States. You lose your freedom. You lose your maneuver. You have the CIA hosted in your own country. You're always looking over your own shoulder. What Iran is doing is attacking a network of U.S. military bases along the Persian Gulf.
America was the main security guarantor for all of these countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar. That security guarantee seems a bit weak now, given what's happened in the last few days.
I often quote a famous adage of Henry Kissinger, who said that to be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. Countries that rely on the U.S. security guarantee go under, usually by the United States itself, which turns on you. But to be a friend of the United States is absolutely to put yourself in peril. Look at Ukraine. The United States said, we have your back. You will join NATO. And Ukraine is being destroyed because a regime came to power that said, we'll go with the U.S. rather than neutrality. And the consequences are devastating. For these Gulf states, it's a big mistake that they think that their security comes from the United States. Their insecurity comes from the United States.
So, finally, Professor Sachs, how do you see this war ending? How do you see this war ending, and by when do you see this war ending?
I know how it can end, which is that the United States and Israel should go back to their own homes and stop bothering other people, and the war would end. Iran would stop fighting, and the war would end. That's how it should end. How it will end, I cannot say, obviously, because we're led by irrational and dangerous people in the United States and Israel. So they have lusted for this war against their own publics, against all logic, against all strategic considerations, and these are very dangerous people. And in the United States, we do not have a constitutional order. We do not have Congress that plays a role. This is basically an executive branch decision-making by the CIA and by the White House. So it's very dangerous and very unpredictable. This makes no sense, this war. It's dangerous for everybody. It's dangerous for India. It's dangerous for China. It's dangerous for the BRICS. It's dangerous for Europe. It's dangerous for the Middle East. It's dangerous for the United States. It was a war of choice that never should have happened.
All right, Professor Jeffrey Sachs from the Columbia University, thank you very much for joining us here on CNN.
Good to be with you.
Thank you.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kemal. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
US bases have been targeted. Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
IDF spokesperson Ben Cohen, who joins us from the front lines, really. Thank you, Ben, for speaking with us. What's the situation right now in Israel? What are we expecting by the way of timelines? Is this war going according to plan?
So I just returned from the bomb shelter from a siren that was just in the area. We started this Operation Roaring Lion, on Saturday morning, when the IDF and the U.S. Armed Forces started a joint operation intended to do one thing, and that's eliminate an existential threat a threat that's relevant to the state of Israel, to the United States, and to the world at large, and that's been proved over the last few days. The strike started on Saturday morning when we eliminated more than 40 senior Iranian commanders, including Supreme Leader Khamenei, and they continued over recent days as we struck aerial defense targets, ballistic missile targets, and other Iranian terrorist regime targets in Tehran and in Iran at large. Over the last 36 hours, the Hezbollah terrorist organization, the Iranian terrorist regime's main proxy, made a strategic mistake and decided to fire dozens of rockets and UAVs at Israel, and at this time, incongruent to IDF strikes and US armed forces strikes in Iran, the IDF is striking Hezbollah terrorist organization commanders and targets in order to eliminate that threat on Israeli civilians.
So, of course, we're hearing that the new Iranian defense minister has been eliminated in a fresh wave of strikes from Israel, but what we're seeing also is resistance coming from Iran. They seem to have hunkered down. They're sending these drones. Many people are saying that this is a strategy where they are trying to exhaust your munitions, the Iron Dome, patience of the Gulf allies. Is this what Iran's game plan is, or are they actually not being able to react using some of their hypersonic weapons and other bigger weapons because of compulsion? What's exactly happening? From your perspective, how do you read this?
So I can tell you that after 2.5 years of war, and after the 7th of October, the IDF has learned that we never underestimate our enemies. We understand the threat that the Iranian terrorist regime poses. And as far as it goes to their strategy, I can tell you one thing for certain, and that's that they have a strategy to target and hurt civilians specifically. This isn't just a message, it's concrete intelligence we have at hand. They're sending those ballistic missiles on their drones to civilian areas, not just in Israel, but in the entire Middle East.
Okay, well, what we're also hearing is that the longer this war continues, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about timelines, but the longer this war is continuing, costs are also escalating, as we know. Right now, I'm hearing that oil is up by about 8 to 10%, silver is up by 11%, the Strait of Hormuz is completely blocked. The new Iranian defense minister, of course, has been eliminated, and I just discussed that with you, and you're doing a fantastic job of trying to eliminate the top leadership. But is that really having an effect? Can bombs substitute for a ground invasion and affect regime change? So one is that question, and the longer we obviously stay in this war, there are these knock-on effects. So how do you react to that?
So we operate in accordance to clear military objectives. And that military objective is to eliminate that existential threat, those ballistic missiles, the launchers, the infrastructure, to eliminate the ability of the Iranian terrorist regime to operate their proxies on our borders, as we see with Hezbollah, and to eliminate the ability of the Iranian terrorist regime to pose a military threat upon Israel and the Middle East. And we will continue to do that for as long as the political echelon asks of us. We have many targets at hand. We continue to strike all the time, and we'll do that for as long as need be. But I want to make clear our target is to eliminate that military threat. And the IDF, in contrast to the Iranian terror regime, strikes military targets.
There are some experts who say that your stockpiles will fast deplete, and you will then have to sort of recalibrate. Is there a danger of that?
The IDF has been at war for 2.5 years on more than 7 fronts. We've been prepared to operate on all of those fronts, and we've been able to continuously protect ourselves on all of those fronts. We have the capacity and the ability to keep operating for as long as we'll need to, even in multiple fronts at once, in order to protect Israeli civilians.
Can you explain the reason behind crossing the border once again into Lebanon and launching what some people are saying is a ground offensive? What's the idea behind that?
Of course. So on October 8th, when Hezbollah made the decision to start firing indiscriminately rockets and UAVs at Israeli civilians, Israel made a choice to evacuate tens of thousands of civilians from their homes in northern Israel. After October 7th, we understand that we can't allow for a reality where terrorist organizations on our borders move our civilians away. For that reason, overnight IDF troops situated themselves in an enhanced forward defensive posture. And I want to emphasize, this isn't a ground invasion. We have IDF troops on the northern side of the border with Lebanon in order to protect ourselves from Hezbollah, because we understand that there are civilians in the north and we need our IDF troops to be able to protect them from the terrorists who can get in their way.
Explain to us a little bit about the strategy that has been employed, because what we're seeing is that there is a constant barrage of missiles that are coming out of Iran or drones that are coming out and somehow making it across the Strait of Hormuz or the Gulf and landing in the UAE and other geographies. How is that happening if you have aerial domination?
So again, the IDF operates in coordination with the United States Armed Forces and other allies in order to do aerial defense as effectively as possible. The Iranian terrorist regime has very clearly proved over recent days that they are not just a threat to Israel and to the United States, but to the region at large. They're firing ballistic missiles in every direction. We do the best within our operational capacity to defend ourselves, but we understand that there are risks. There are risks involved when you have a terrorist regime with hundreds of and thousands of ballistic missiles that they want to fire on civilians.
I want to come back to that original question. The Americans have now come out and said that regime change was not the objective. Trump has come out and said it. Hegseth has come out and said it. Rubio seems to be suggesting it. Do you share that?
So again, as said, the objective is very clear. It's to eliminate that existential threat that we have on the state of Israel and at large, and that's a military threat. It's the fact that the Iranian regime, since Rising Lion, which is the operation the IDF conducted last year in June, have set out a goal for themselves to manufacture 8,000 ballistic missiles by 2027. Now imagine for yourself for a moment, there was a hit a few days ago in Bet Shemesh in Israel, a synagogue in Israel that gets a direct...
Hello and welcome, viewers. Let's begin with the headlines tonight. Let's put this entire day 4 into perspective for you. Lots been happening on the ground. Donald Trump says it is too late for Iran to negotiate, says the United States has unlimited mid to upper tier weaponry to punish Iran. That's the big headline at the top of the hour. Iran moves to escalate the cost of the conflict, targets oil production sites. In Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE and Qatar, global oil prices shoot up by 8%. 8%, viewers. Iran issues a dire warning to the United States, and Israel says that the process that has begun will soon engulf all of Europe. This is going to be spreading, say the Iranians. And as Iran launches missile strikes across the Arab world, Israel blasts mobile missile launchers into Iran to cripple drone swarm strikes. It's all happening, viewers, on day 4, and it's getting more intense, and it is definitely, viewers, spreading. Israeli strikes hit the assembly of experts in Qom in Iran, the body that chooses the supreme leader of the country. So here is an attempt by Israel and the United States to double the decapitation toll. And NATO chief Mark Rutte says there is broad backing among European allies for President Donald Trump's military campaign against Iran. That axis is going to stay together. And viewers, last but not least, India expresses grave concerns over the West Asia war. Says 1 crore Indians work in the Gulf, and security and stability of the region impacts the Indian economy. Oil Ministry says it will source petroleum products through non-Strait of Hormuz routes, as the Prime Minister calls 8 world leaders in the last 48 hours, and they're all in the Gulf. Viewers, where is the war in the Gulf heading? That's the single most important question. The swift resolution that Trump hoped for appears unlikely, not because the Iranians are not on the ropes, but because Trump's objectives appear unattainable to a large number of people. Trump has said that the US with Israel will weaken the regime in Tehran to the point that it will not, or it will melt away. And if it does not, it will be so smashed, so degraded, that the Iranian people will take to the streets to overthrow it. In other words, regime change is the logical endpoint. Of course, Trump and his fellow cabinet ministers have been flipping and flopping. Are we with regime change? Are we not? But finally he says he wants to go the whole way. Why drag the entire Gulf into a war only to leave the mullahs in power? Let them continue. Even if they are on their leaves, doesn't obviate the original problem. In time, they will regroup and attempt to clandestinely build Iran's nuclear weapons program back up to where it is today. So regime change is the only desirable option as far as the US and Israel are concerned. But are Israel and US anywhere near affecting a regime change in Iran? Not by a long stretch, with Trump ruling out putting boots on the ground and instead opting for long-range precision missile strikes. But nowhere in the world has a purely aerial operation ousted authoritarians. Knowing that they can't be yanked out of office, the mullahs have hunkered down. Their best bet is to wait it out and move away from direct confrontation. Tehran is framing the conflict as a war of endurance, not immediate victory. Figures such as Ali Larijani have cast it as a test of staying power, betting that Iran can sustain between 60 to 90 days of high-intensity confrontation and gradually shift Washington's cost-benefit calculus. Tactically, not unlike Ukraine, that was also fighting a Goliath in the shape of Russia, Iran too appears to be taking an asymmetrical, layered approach, targeting enemy radar first, exhausting their air defenses with drones and low-cost missiles. This tactic allows the Iranians to preserve advanced systems for later phases. Iran is activating proxy partners gradually, pressuring energy infrastructure and maritime routes to stretch enemy defenses. The tactic is creating chaos. The Strait of Hormuz is shut. Energy supplies are disrupted. Countries are sweating money, cash. Investors are fidgety. Expats, the backbone of the US states, are wanting to go home. It has turned into a war of attrition. Does another potential war without end loom? Fundamental question, is Iran Trump's Ukraine, viewers? It's a question that I'm going to pose tonight to all our guests. Tom Cooper, the world's #1 military analyst, is with me on the table, and he's been here with us gaming this entire war from day one. Major General G.D. Bakshi, defense expert, is here with us. Dr. Anand Ranganathan, author. Mehek Cook, Republican strategist, also here with us. And Tatiana Kukareva, Russian journalist, who we have had on the show many a times, is here with us. So I want to first bring in the two military experts, and I want to first begin with General Bakshi. General Bakshi, we salute you. You've always been at the forefront of expressing the sharpest opinion in this country. So I'm going to ask you a very straightforward question tonight. As a man who has been in combat, taken a bullet for the country, I want to ask you, from your experience, looking at this war very closely, is Ukraine trap emerging for Trump? Is Iran going to become Trump's Ukraine? Could that be a possibility?
It could be. It is already actualizing. Look, there has been overreach on the part of the United States, Israel. They thought that a very effective first strike on 28 February that decapacitated 48 top leaders of Iran would bring Iran to its knees, and they could do a Venezuela redux.
Wow.
Nothing of that sort has happened, because before the Americans struck, the Iranians had already worked out their counter strategy, which was to decentralize their command and control, to delegate to the 31 Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps districts. Don't forget, the Iranian missiles are all over the country. They are not focused in any one particular area. They are deep underground. Their whole cities underground with multiple exit tunnels from which the launchers can go out, fire and come back. They could sustain this from their mountain hideouts for months. And therefore it was no surprise. Within 1 hour of this so-called decapacitating strike, the Iranian had started hitting back. 70 missiles on the first day on American targets, on Israeli targets. Primarily they were hitting the radars. They were trying to blind them, right? Then very night they fired about 200 plus missiles again. They had started initially with 6 Gulf countries where there were American bases. They have widened it to 9. They have launched 2 attacks on the Abraham Lincoln. Don't forget, the Abraham Lincoln was first within the Gulf of Hormuz. When the Americans got very worried about this being sunk, they took it out of the Gulf of Hormuz and into the Gulf of Oman. And yesterday, when it was hit by 4 ballistic missiles, they say that they were able to shoot them all down. To my mind, the Iranians were now just zeroing in. They were just zeroing in. They were trying to gauge reaction, record all that telemetry so that they could perfect the strike. Look, Rahul, one proper full-scale hit on an American aircraft carrier, that means 5,000 sailors down, right? Even if they don't get an aircraft carrier, there are 3 destroyers, Aegis class, Arleigh Burke class, in the Gulf of Hormuz. One goes down, 250 to 300 American sailors down. This is a midterm election years. Body bags in this year can cost Donald Trump very dear.
Okay.
Very extremely costly it would be.
There are various...
The Gulf of Hormuz is already blocked. Blocked. The price of oil is going to hit $100 a barrel. It is going to hit the economies of Europe, of America itself, of India, Japan, China, South Korea. We all have a stake that this nonsense stops at the earliest.
Yeah.
We must focus on our national interest. We are not the fan club of Donald Trump.
Yes.
Right? And even though we are very friendly with Israel, there is a state at which we have to count the costs to our national security.
I think you put it so wonderfully.
We have friendly ties with both.
We cannot afford...
We have friendly ties with both.
Yes.
India should take the lead in getting this to stop.
We have to, because we can't afford a long, protracted fight, just as the US and Israel can't. Let's be very honest, viewers. And I want to turn to this camera and I want to take my friend here, Tom Cooper, to that big wall, because what we're going to show you, viewers, is something that you haven't seen till now. And I'm going to show you a map that's going to tell you what really is happening. Tom, what are we seeing? These big red dots, how are they? What are they? How have they been captured? What do they tell us?
This is a map that was eventually published by Israeli think tank ENSS, based on, between others, satellite photographs of areas where there were, in the last 4 days, there were bigger fires registered.
So you're saying that these are special satellites that capture areas where there are big fires?
Yeah, for example,
this is Israel,
bush fires. This is Israel, yes.
I mean, this looks as if it's completely burning.
And Israel and southern Lebanon.
So Israel and southern Lebanon,
Beirut,
viewers,
for example, is up here.
These are the boundaries of Israel.
No, of Lebanon.
Of Lebanon. Right, and that's Israel.
That's Israel, yes.
And so you have a situation where there are some big fires in both areas.
Yes. Up here and then in central, this is Tel Aviv.
This is Tel Aviv. This looks as if it's not a one-way street. This is a fight that is also being fought in Israel itself.
Yep.
And now you look at Iran, and you look at Kuwait, and you look at Riyadh. These are lesser intensity fires. The red ones are really big, that have raged for 24 hours, or maybe even longer, right?
I'm not sure how long, but it's interesting to see. We have Bahrain here, Qatar, we have United Arab Emirates, and the tip of Oman up here, also heavily hit.
And this red area?
No.
This is
This is
Dubai?
This is Dubai. This is Abu Dhabi, and this
Yes.
is the Hormuz Strait.
The Hormuz Strait.
And then along the coast, several objects have been hit, obviously.
And this is, of course, Iran. We expect to see heavy fires in Iran because of the bombardment. But what we didn't expect was this picture, and we didn't expect this whole picture, because this tells us this whole picture. This tells us that there has been a fair amount of Iranian strike back.
Yes, for example, indeed, we can follow Bushehr. This is one of the biggest ports in northern Persian Gulf. We can follow, for example, Bandar Abbas in this area, and obviously the Americans striking Iranian missile sites around the coast, which are firing at Bahrain and Qatar. Plus, here Shabaha.
Shabaha, yes. So all of this, viewers, is a theater, and this is all being captured now by these satellites. Let's go back there and let's talk a little bit about. So, Tom, are we to suggest, and are you telling me that perhaps at the end of the day, this is not the easy in and out war that we were thinking it was going to be?
This is obvious from the start. The Iranians are firing many more missiles than they used to fire, for example, in June last year. In June last year, it maximum was something like 50 a day at Israel. In this case, they are firing so many that Israel is not even reporting exactly how many missiles are fired at Israel and striking Israel.
But how many missiles does Iran have? We believe they have a limited stockpile. So can they just carry on? And what happens when they run out of missiles? That's the end of them, isn't it?
Last year, they didn't run out of ballistic missiles that could hit or that could reach Israel even after 12 days of war. But the Israelis were out of anti-ballistic missiles, not only the Israelis, the Americans were out of anti-ballistic missiles after 7 or 8 days of war. And the Americans have spent a quarter of their stocks of anti-ballistic missiles just to defend Israel last year in June. Therefore, things are not looking good for a specific side in this case.
Well, we'll get into whether regime change is possible just with aerial strikes a little later with Tom and another top military expert. We're going to bring that conversation onto the table in about 10 to 12 minutes. But I want to go across to Mehek Cook, who joins me from America. We also have Tatiana Kukureva and Dr. Ranganathan, who are yet to speak. So, Ms. Cook, let me bring you into the conversation and ask you simply this. Are the Americans a little lost?
The direct answer is no. I mean, we have been very clear. For 5 decades, we have watched Iran wage a terror war, not only against their allies in the Gulf that are no longer allies today, against every single country, including the United States of America. We have lost thousands of American citizen lives, troops, and then there was an assassination attempt on President Trump. Let's not forget that. So as we look at this, we have been very clear. This is not about a regime change. Look at the way we targeted attacks. We took out the supreme leader. We took out over 49 top military officials. And then on top of that, we have been targeted in not only the airways, but in U.S., in some of the port areas as well. The Strait of Hormuz is extremely important for us to protect. And when you talk about oil prices today, this is how India can protect itself. If we actually have a strategic alliance and peace, then we won't see the fluctuations of oil prices that, by the way, have been occurring since 1979. It has been consistent. And the only way to achieve peace, not only for the United States, but for the geopolitical sphere that we're talking about today, is to make sure that we don't have nuclear weapons in Iran. They have been stockpiling nuclear weapons. They did not come to Geneva in good faith. They refused to work with the United States, and we have to draw a very clear line in the sand. And for anybody who thinks that we're not actually succeeding, I mean, this is day 4. Look at what we accomplished in 24 hours. I think every ally, including India, should be on board and supporting us so we can actually achieve peace in the Middle East and economic prosperity for all of us.
Well, let me tell you that the Indian government is supporting Israel and the United States in this endeavor. That has pretty much been made clear because we haven't come out and condemned, like some other countries have, the killing of Khamenei. So, and there's a lot of pressure on the Indian Prime Minister to do that. So the Indian Prime Minister is not doing that. which should be.
And nor should he.
Well,
I mean,
well,
you have a terror
that's
leader.
up to us to decide. Thank you very much. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but that's up to us for us to decide. But I just want to ask you this. If it's not going to be regime change, then these mullahs are not going anywhere. They'll regroup, they'll be back. They might, for the sake of it, for optics, sit across the table, have a perfunctory conversation with you, but they'll be back to doing what they do best, which is terrorizing their public, jailing their women and young youth activists, killing Kurds, and sponsoring terror, and also developing a nuclear weapon. Let me tell you that, because they are driven by something greater than just the need for power. This is an ideological fight against the West, and they've said it in as many ways and as many words. So I want to ask you, why are you going to give them this opportunity to regroup? Put troops on the ground. Take them out, like you did in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Well, we don't need to put troops on the ground today. I mean, the fact is that we have our capabilities between Israel, ballistic missiles, and all of our defense.
No, is the United States scared?
American
Is
troops
the
on the
US
ground
scared
today.
of putting troops on the ground? I'll tell you why. Because about 5 or 6 months ago, you waged a 12-day war against Iran. And these mullahs were back, to the point where you've had to return with a whole bunch of new weapons, with the largest deployment in decades, to take them out.
Well,
and
that's
they'll
not
be back
accurate.
again.
We actually took out their nuclear facility during that 12 days. So we have continued to ramp up efforts to actually destabilize their regime. And when you talk about the fact that these individuals are extremely motivated, you're basically saying, sit back and do nothing. Wait for Trump's 4 years and then the next president to come in, and for us to go back and forth for another 50 years where we're all held hostage. And that's unacceptable. There are ways for us not to put troops on the ground and to still wage war, to work with our allies. And by the way, the Gulf states have all been attacked by Iran, so they're getting involved. The Saudis have come out strongly and said that they're actually going to be pushing back and they're going to be defending the region.
Wow. So viewers, this entire area that prided itself in being relatively stable now is plunged in chaos. Oil prices are shooting through the roof. Oil prices are shooting through the roof. City-states like Kuwait and Abu Dhabi that promised that there would be an oasis of tranquility and peace and built their new economies by attracting capital and moving away from fossil fuels to the tune of about 70% of their GDP, are today very worried because the moment a drone passes by, everyone freezes and work stops. Viewers, their economies splutter to a halt and investors look for the exit door. That's what's going to happen, viewers. All these Gulf nations with their towering, shimmering, glitzy skyscrapers are going to find that those office spaces will be wide open. There'll be nobody working there. And that miracle will collapse, and it will collapse, viewers, into abjectness and instability. So we'll create another problem. That's what many people think. It's not my opinion. This is what many people think. And I'm just going to bring in Tatiana Kukareva. Tatiana Kukareva, Ms. Cook says, look, we're doing what the world wants us to do. We're doing the best by the people of Iran. We're taking out this horrible regime, which it is. It's a horrible regime. And one is glad that it's happening. But was this operation not thought through? And why isn't Russia helping the West in also sorting this out?
Well, first of all, Rahul, I love that you brought up Afghanistan. You know, and this is a perfect example, really, of America putting boots on the ground in an effort to try and take out a fundamentalist hardline regime. Those 20 years and thousands of American troops lost in that battle, reversed in 1 year. Might I remind you who's in power in Afghanistan right now? is the same Taliban that the US spent 20 years on trying to combat. And this is the reality right here, right now. We can talk the big talk about trying to topple a fundamentalist government. But the fact of the matter is, when you take out the head of a state in a targeted killing, you don't topple a regime. You kill a person. You give the nation, you give every single supporter of that regime an enemy, two enemies in fact. You completely confirm the philosophy behind it. And I said it a couple of days ago to an Israeli speaker, and I will say it again. The fact that the Iranian regime was saying, look, we need to eliminate Israel because it is a threat to Iran, well, now you have actual proof that Israel, along with the US, can come in and kill the leader of a state. This is not about the fact that, whether Khamenei was good or bad. This is, again, as you said, rightfully so, this is not our place to decide. It is for Iranians to decide whether he's good or bad. He is the supreme leader of a country. The fact is that there is already a replacement. There will be a permanent replacement. You do not achieve a regime change, and this is spectacular hypocrisy, astonishing when we talk about an actual regime change.
Well, I mean, look, it's not as if the Russians have held back when it has come to trying to destabilize another country. You've done it with Ukraine. So I like the way that everyone's sort of preaching here without practicing. That apart.
No, come on. This is a different story, though. Look, we did not fly in, airlift. Vladimir Zelensky is alive and well, first and foremost. It's been 4 years, he's alive and well.
Yeah, after 5 assassination
that is a very different scenario.
Look, I mean, that's because you guys messed up in the first 48 hours of the war. You could have got Zelensky in a body bag.
No, we just don't do things in an American way.
Okay.
There's not one way to do things. This is exactly the problem.
Look, we've been down that Cold War chute earlier. So look, hang on. No, okay, look. I mean, we're talking about this particular instance right now, and I want to bring Ms. Cook back for a quick response. Meg Cook, you want to respond to Tatiana Kukureva, and then I want to bring in the doctor. Yeah, the good doctor, I might add. Yes.
Well, I think there's a lot of comparisons between what's happened in Afghanistan and even Ukraine and Russia. We're looking at a completely different region when we talk about the Middle East, and we have to be cognizant of that. We have a different president. We have somebody who has a backbone and leadership capabilities, and he's been very clear here. So these long drawn out wars is not something President Trump is going to do. He's been very clear to try and do this within 4 to 5 weeks, but he has a clear military objective. He wants to ensure Iran does not have nuclear weapons, not for his term, for generations to come. And it's up to the Iranian people who they decide to elect as their next leader.
Okay, so Dr. Ranganathan, this is about his legacy. This is about Trump being benevolent to the world and ensuring that we don't have horrible, and sorry to say, don't like to use adjectives, but perverse leadership imprisoning their own people and exporting terror.
Good evening, Rahul, and good evening to my fellow panelists. I could listen to this conversation for hours because I speak as a layman and there are experts out here. But there is a reason why I remain a layman because, pardon me, I disagree with 3 of the views put forward by the experts. Let me come one by one. As far as, Mehekji, who's a Republican analyst, says, well, yes, India should not condole or express condolences at the death. Yes, she's right. I agree with her. But then America should be the last person telling us what to do, what not to do. Just barely a month after Pakistan perpetrated a dastardly terror attack on us, and we retaliated in Operation Sindoor that America did not support openly, you had President Trump welcoming the 2 perpetrators, barbarians of Pakistan, onto the White House. This is how much they respect India's identity and independence as far as it comes to combating terror. So let's not take lessons from America. Number two, as far as my good friend Tatiana ji is concerned, I'm coming one by one, so please pardon my ignorance out there. When she says it is up to the Iranians to decide who their leader should be, may I humbly disagree, because here was a supreme leader who was a commander of the Iranian armed forces that were directly or indirectly at war with Israel. He was a leader who was clandestinely enriching uranium, existential threat to Israel, who publicly said in 25 years, I want to wipe Israel off the map, who was supporting terror organizations that were perpetrating terror around the world, including Hezbollah and Hamas, who killed and maimed thousands of Israelis. Would he not be a legitimate target? I mean, replace Iran with Pakistan and Israel with India, and 100 out of 100 Indians would say if any Pakistani were to do exactly the same things, India has a legitimate right to go after him.
Yeah.
So that's point number two. Point number three is, let me come very quickly to two things that are arguments in favor of Israel and America and two against. In favor, they have awesome intelligence on the ground. We saw on day one, they eliminated 50 of the top Iranians. That speaks a lot about the intelligence that the Israelis and the Americans have. Number two, awesome firepower. There is no doubting that. Number three, majority of the Iranians are or were against this despotic regime. This is not to say this was the only despotic regime that has nuclear arsenal. Okay. There is hypocrisy there. I agree with Tatiana. But the fact is, I think Israelis and Americans are banking on from the ground up. The rebellion starts to topple the existing regime. The things that are against Israel and America is very simple. America, this war is not the same as Putin's war in Ukraine. In the last 3 years, conservative estimate says that 320,000 Russian soldiers, just the soldiers, not civilians, have been killed. Putin is prepared for a long, drawn-out war.
Okay.
I mean, which other country would accept 320,000 soldiers killed? Here, you have, 10 body bags coming in, and Trump is going to have jitters. So that is one thing that is profoundly against. Please remember, America has never won a long drawn-out war. Vietnam, it lost 47,000 US soldiers. We know how it ended. Afghanistan, we know how it ended. So unless this was going to be a quick war, it is going to be a disastrous war for America.
So let me tell you, viewers, there's some breaking news coming in, and I'm going to go straight across to Tel Aviv. Thank you. And I'm going to welcome John Spencer, US military expert, one of the other top experts in the world. And we have, of course, continue to have with us Tom Cooper. But big breaking news coming in. Iran continues airstrikes on Tel Aviv with ballistic projectiles that Israel's air defense system could not stop, we are being told. Even as the IDF struck. In fact, those are some pictures from Iranian missile strikes in Tel Aviv. I'm going to go straight across to Sanjay Surya. I hope you're okay where you are, because these do look like devastating strikes.
Rahul, through all of this information and analysis, one or two things stand out quite remarkably by way of simple fact. We know by way of fact that the Iranian leadership had been saying for a long time that they will widen the war and they will target nations hosting US bases. When that attack came, as warned, as promised, these places were defenseless. The US has not been able to defend its bases. There's not been adequate protection for its own or for the country that is hosting these bases.
Right.
How is it that this protection failed in spite of all the warnings, in spite of all the information? Yes, great intelligence where Khamenei was, but what happened to the intelligence on this front?
But what are we seeing? I mean, these pictures look...
here in Israel.
I mean, just look at these pictures, Sanjay. I don't know if you can see them on your screen, but this does look like quite an expanse of the city has been hit. These, what kind of missiles are these, Tom? What would you make of them?
I'm trying to make out. Looks like multiple re-entry vehicles, perhaps even the cluster bomb units deployed against downtown Tel Aviv, or at least.
Well, we don't quite know. Look, I refuse to believe that these pictures, they can just remove them. I just refuse to believe right now that these pictures, there is truth to them. I mean, I just feel that there's something odd about those pictures. I mean, we would have heard by now. That kind of strike is devastating.
There were reports some 2 hours ago about a very severe strike on one part of Tel Aviv.
Okay, well, you know, let's just be cautious, because let's just find out where those pictures have come from. Those pictures look a little too hard to accept at face value. I might be wrong, but it just does appear that those pictures look unrealistic to me. I'm not going to believe those pictures, so let's just cast them aside. Let's just go with what we know, that there have been strikes, that some of these missiles have got through. How many, we don't know. How many, we don't know. What the situation on the ground is, we don't know. But I just want to go straight across to John Spencer, U.S. military expert. Tom Cooper is also here with us. Thank you, John Spencer, for taking out the time and being a little more patient than we would expected you to be, because it is about 6 minutes into your time. So I'm just going to ask you fundamentally this. The U.S. regime, the U.S. government has decided, and of course the Israelis have decided, that they're going to use the aerial route to soften up the Iranian regime. Will this be enough? Will this be enough to affect regime change and attain the goals that Trump has now defined? Or do you need boots on the ground or some other sort of intervention?
I would say, of course, predictions are really hard, but it is very unlikely that air power alone in this context would achieve that. And that's why a lot of the strategy has been to talk to the Iranian people and for this popular uprising as a byproduct, because there are very few historical cases of air power alone causing a regime change, whether it's Serbia, Milosevic, or Libya. Different contexts as whole, although this morning there is a very credible report that Israel struck the Supreme Council that was trying to elect a new Ayatollah. That will have a considerable impact, but I think the intent here is to paralyze the regime. War is an act of force to compel your enemy to do your will. That's what I think we're seeing here, not a direct strategy to cause a regime change, and I think the president has said this, as well as Secretary of Defense, set the conditions for a regime change. And just about your video, I've seen multiple reports from those in Tel Aviv that say that's an AI-generated fake video.
Yeah, it could be, because it just does look very, very fake. I've not heard.
Too much.
Yes, just too much. It looks fake to me. And it just doesn't add up, because by now, we would have had statements from Netanyahu. You would have had a fair bit of reaction coming out of Israel. That did look catastrophic, to be honest, Tom. But do you agree roughly with what John is saying?
Essentially, yes. I would just add that as to me, it's obvious that Trump has miscalculated, and his 3-day special military operation has ended exactly like the one by Putin in Ukraine. That's all I can add in this regard.
That's the question that we were debating, John Spencer, before we came out to you. That is this going to be one of those pointless exercises where we are going to get embroiled in a war that's really not going anywhere spectacular, a war without end, without really a closing story?
I don't think so. I do a lot of comparative analysis as well, and I wrote the case on the Battle of Kyiv when Putin took his shot. Had Putin had the capability to eliminate Zelensky, all the senior military figures or any personality in the push of a button, Putin didn't have that capability. While he tried this almost the attack of Baghdad type of approach on Kyiv to do a psychological impact. That's the context. A little different if you look at Iran, even if what was happening in January with the conditions of the internal stability, right? The internal stability of the population, the economic situation, the water situation, all of those variables. Now, whether, again, I don't think it'll be a forever war. I think this is actually trying to end a forever war and change the behavior of the Islamic regime. Of course, take away capabilities of the nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, of the Navy's threat to the Straits of Hormuz. Every war has to look at its context. Whether this is a futile effort, I don't think so. Even if it's, if anything, you have set the conditions for a different paradigm to be in place, one that Israel and the United States will strike any threat coming from the regime going forward. I think that's a decades-long paradigm that is being broken, and it's always a pursuit of political goal. All wars pursues a political goal. What's the goal, which is everybody keeps asking, whether that goal of regime change is the intent of the operation. And if you look at even Putin's special military operation, his intent was to instill a more Russian-friendly government. He failed to do that. And now, of course, goals can change, and that's happened. I think for this operation, the goals have been pretty clear. We're all questioning whether that ultimate goal of regime change can happen with the current ends, ways, and means kind of that's being given. I think we're in a wait and see. I mean, we're only 4 days, a few days into the operation, and to have 50 plus of all of the old way of thinking happening in Iran, not just the Ayatollah, but 40 senior commanders of that hardliners. I don't think anybody can tell you like how's this going to go, given the variety of context that is the Iran basically.
Okay, so how are you assessing the timelines here? Because we're seeing evidence of a large number of strikes on Iran. We've had one on the spiritual headquarters in Qom. And we're not seeing the Iranian regime throw in the towel. What does that tell you?
Again, it's with the amount of information, despite all of our open source intelligence, it's hard to know. Of course, we know from the Iranian constitution that meeting that was being held was to elect a new Ayatollah. The fact that all of the generals were taken out, of course, we believe there are plans put in place for such a scenario, and that's why you have possibly this, what I would say is just irrational behavior of attacking all of the Gulf states and all basically these 14 different states and basically isolating yourself. We don't really know who's in charge, who's making the decisions. So it's hard to say whether the current kind of decapitation campaign, the paralysis of this operation, which is historic. And you look back at even American operations in the past, the invasion of Afghanistan, the invasion of Iraq, any of them, we've just never had this deep intelligence infiltration, precision ability no military has. This is really historic. So the outcomes of predicting of it, there is no comparative case to say, well, this will likely lead to this. I think we're still in a wait and see who's in charge, what happens next. I don't think the airstrikes will taper off. The United States president said that you haven't even seen the biggest day or the biggest basically airstrikes. Even if you look back to the Persian Gulf 42-day war, the United States did 160,000 sorties, 250,000 bombs and missiles over 43 days to change the behavior of then Saddam Hussein in invasion of Kuwait. And it led to a positive outcome, which is, again, why we have to debate the goals.
Well, that's debatable. I mean, Saddam went, yes, you captured him, you hung him, but we saw what Iraq turned into. So if you want it to be a less radicalized state, then perhaps something more needs to be done than just sort of cutting the head of the snake, because this is a hydra we're talking about, not really a snake. So you cut off one head and 10 more appear. So anyhow, look, I mean,
that's not what I was talking about, right? I'm not talking about the 2003. I'm talking about changing the behavior, right? This is why you have to look at what the goals of the war are, stated by those participants, belligerents of it. We don't have a voice right now.
So you believe that this action will be enough to deter the Iranians from ever contemplating making a nuclear weapon again, or even exporting terror as they have done?
I can't make that decision. According to even the last of the negotiator Witkoff, that the old people were not willing to negotiate that, and that's why, again, if you want that level of a goal of behavior change, this is the ideal that you have one voice in Iran and the possibilities, right? It's hard for, even if it's 90% of the population, to rise up if they don't have arms, right? Even if you go back to the 79 revolution, the Air Force joined the revolution. So that is a complication. no, I don't think we're at the point right now where we believe this would change the behavior. And that's why you keep eliminating the leadership and the hardliners to where is this going to create the byproduct of a regime change to really get them to changing that behavior, or would they come to the negotiation table, which the president said, I'm willing to negotiate again, but it's going back to kind of like the Ukraine-Russia. What is negotiation? You can't negotiate away survival, sovereignty. This is very specific to the goal, just like Kuwait was. Stop invading other countries. In this case would be to give up that nuclear program. I would not say we're there yet. No.
Well, don't forget, viewers, that the Iranians, by some accounts, offered, in fact, to give up their program. And they said that we accept all sorts of inspections. So, look, I mean, all of this now doesn't really matter. What matters is where are we going to go with this war? What is the end point? And I think we're getting some views on that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I just want to move on to the politics because here in India, viewers, as you know, and let's move on to that story, the Congress party has been slamming India's silence, diplomatic silence on what? On the killing of Khamenei. And Sonia Gandhi has written an article today that has appeared in some newspapers accusing the Prime Minister of abdication. She has come out and said, government silence over Khamenei is not equal to neutrality. Silence is an abdication of principles, in a sense of morality. India cannot remain a mute spectator. Traditional foreign policy values have been ignored. Now, viewers, the BJP has come out, and let's put out that graphic also for you to see. The BJP has come out and said that the Congress was silent, for example, when Gaddafi was killed in 2011. So why are they lecturing us? They also put the national interest first. They took a calculated decision not to sit there and condemn the West or the others who decided to overthrow Muammar Gaddafi. They didn't condole or condemn Gaddafi's hanging. UPA was mum on Saddam Hussein's hanging also. Selective memory and selective outrage are not entirely strong and sustainable arguments. So this is what has been said. So let's open this up because we have with us Sanjay Jha, and I want to bring him into this conversation. Sanjay Jha, it's a bit rich for the Congress party to be sitting here and lecturing Prime Minister Modi on morality and pointing out that he has acted against principles when, for example, the Congress party, if you even go back into the past and you look at its own stand against China, when China was out expanding its sphere of influence, grabbing other countries, taking over territories, back in the day, they didn't say much. They didn't say anything when you had a situation where Gaddafi was toppled or where Saddam Hussein was toppled. And there are several other examples of the Iranians not being real friends of India either. In fact, you even took positions against the Iranians in the United Nations. So what are we talking about here?
Rahul, good evening to you and to Anand as well. Let's try and have a serious debate, hopefully no interruptions. I want to make a couple of points very succinctly because I'm assuming the viewers will have known by now what is really going on. Point number one, Narendra Modi, and I say so with full responsibility as the Prime Minister of this country, has abdicated strategic autonomy and has actually become part of the US-Israel axis. India is playing footsie with two powers, one run by a sexual predator, the other by a man accused of genocide, and we are playing footsie. He was there in Tel Aviv, in Parliament, and the silence of Narendra Modi's government on the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei is basically a statement being made by India that we will not issue a press release of even condolence, forget condemnation, unless we get approval from Tel Aviv or Washington. And are we approving a political assassination of a head of state? Is that how low India has become in terms of its global stature, that we are cautious? We are not going to say a word on the assassination of a head of state in Iran? Are we serious here? Point number two, and this cannot be ignored, that end of day, everybody knows that Iran attack by the Americans and by the Israelis happened when the negotiations were on. So this is obviously nothing to do with the regime change. And by the way, who is America to do regime change? Can they just do a Venezuela whenever they want? Trump is threatening Greenland. I mean, he's threatening Canada. I mean, he can't run his own country today, and he's talking of regime change.
Okay.
And you have Israel, which basically doesn't even believe in the two-state solution, wanting regime change. Basically, this is nothing but an attempt on Epstein file. This is an Epstein file story.
Okay, well,
This
one
is the
second. You know,
Epstein
Sanjay Jha, perfectly okay. I mean, look, you're entitled to your views. But let me also tell you that on the other side was Hamas that actually didn't believe in a two-state solution. Hamas' first resolution, if you read their manifesto, their first one said that we want to cleanse the land from the sea to the river. And then they made a modification to that initial resolution because the United Nations latched onto it. But they continued, viewers, to carry out terror attacks. Now, I'm not getting into the specifics there because that doesn't involve us. My point is, and I want to bring in Dr. Anand Ranganathan to respond. Sanjay Jha says, and there is truth to what is being said here to some extent, that we cannot allow America or anyone to carry out regime change operations whenever they think it is okay for them to do so. So there is that point. At what point does India say, hang on, Trump, you can't be doing this? Or should we be saying it at all?
Rahul, when has India not or stepped in to not allow America orchestrate a regime change in the last 80 years? Give me one instance. America has orchestrated perhaps 17 or 18 regime changes. Has India stepped in and said, we are not going to allow you to do that? So that's point number one. Point number two, Sanjay did not answer your blunt questions. That is, if BJP has not expressed condolences at the passing away of a dictator, the Congress also did not express condolences at the passing away of Gaddafi and Saddam. In fact, I supported Congress, and I support Congress for not expressing condolences at the killing of dictators, even though those two dictators were quite friendly with India, even though this one, Khamenei, was, calling India an oppressor state and talking about all nonsense that India and Hindu state is massacring Muslims. That's point number two. Point number three is we have to look after our interests. It is not our war. It is a war of Israel with Iran. Now, I ask a very simple question. Is an Pakistani leader, for example, I just give you one very simple example. When people say, Rahul Gandhi say, we must express condolences, he was not a legitimate target, Khamenei. Simple question. I want to reduce it to a simple question. Would a Pakistani leader, who is commander-in-chief of his armed forces that attack India directly or indirectly all the time, who stocks nuclear arms and enriches uranium clandestinely, who calls India a cancer and vows that he will wipe India off the map, who trains and supports and funds multiple terror organizations, who arms and sends hordes of terrorists to India to kill thousands of innocents. Would such a leader be a legitimate target for India? Now replace Pakistan with Iran and India with Israel. What's your answer? If in a war between Israel and Iran, wasn't this guy a legitimate target? Any commonsensical person would say, yes, he was, just like any Pakistani leader who would be doing exactly what Khamenei was doing to Israel. Any Pakistani leader does that to India, we would treat him as a legitimate target. So I don't know where this irrationality springs in. There is only one reason for it to spring in. Vote bank politics and shameless appeasement.
Okay, Sanjay Jha, yes. I mean, look, if Israel is being attacked by proxies that are sponsored by Iran, and it's just not Israel, there are other Gulf nations too that are bled by Iran and its proxies. If they are to legitimately say that, look, we're not going to deal with this. This guy, he spilled enough Israeli blood or Syrian blood or Iraqi blood or what have you, the time has come when we take him out. Would you support that? Yes or no? Would you support, for example, an Indian Prime Minister who decided to take out Shehbaz Sharif?
Well, let me tell you one thing, Rahul, that it is a tragedy that Narendra Modi has become so weak.
But you're not answering the question. You can attack Modi as much as you want, but please answer the question. I want to ask you, where was the Congress's high principle when Gaddafi was pulled out of a pipe and beaten and toppled? Where was the Congress when Israelis have walked in and said, we're going to create a cordon sanitaire for ourselves, leave, and we're also going to go after Hezbollah? So that's really what's happening here.
And that's a clear message that is coming in. But even as we see collateral in terms of other countries that seem to be bearing the brunt, the direct fight between Israel and Iran will continue. And the latest, in fact, we're seeing is something that's coming in from Tel Aviv, where smoke seems to be rising in. There are injuries in Bet Shemesh that have been reported as well. There was a direct hit in Tel Aviv. That's the latest that we are gathering as far as attacks of Iran on Israel are concerned. These are all drones, missiles that are being fired from the Iranian side into Israel. There are several cities in Israel that seem to be particularly targeted by Iran. Ras Al Ain is one of them, Tel Aviv and Bet Shemesh, which was also targeted 2 days ago, where 9 civilians were killed. That's another piece of information that is now just trickling in to get a sense of what exactly is transpiring. I believe Aman Sharma is also now joining us, getting us more inputs of what exactly is transpiring in the region.
Well, Poonam, what we have right now is a detailed statement being issued by India, the Ministry of External Affairs issuing a detailed statement on the conflict that is happening. The MEA is now saying that unfortunately in the holy month of Ramadan, the situation in the entire Middle East region has deteriorated significantly and continuously. India is also reiterating that it is most concerned about the safety of Indians who live in the Middle East. Nearly 8 million people of Indian origin live in the Middle East. It is Indian statement is saying that the deaths and the destruction have mounted even as normal life and economic activities have come to a halt. As a proximate neighbor with critical stakes in the security and stability of the region, these developments evoke great anxiety. This is what Indian government is now saying. There are almost 1 crore Indian citizens who live and work in the Gulf region. Their safety and well-being is of utmost priority. We cannot be impervious to any development that negatively affects them. That is what the Indian government is saying. No outright condemnation yet of Khamenei's killing, but the Indian government is very clear, Rahul, on what they are saying now.
Well, you know, the priorities are very clear. We have to safeguard our interests. The Khamenei matter, I think, has been left aside, and we've already sort of spoken and expressed our deep concern. But the point is, from oil to remittances, India is exposed. And I had put out some facts a little while back, and I'm going to read some of them to you. India imports 90% of its crude oil, as we know. So we are also highly sensitive to West Asian disruptions because, as you know, from West Asia, 51% of the supply comes in. Russia has the next 20%. Strait of Hormuz is now choked, so we're fearing that we're going to have problems on that front. LNG, as you know, is not coming out of one of the biggest LNG producers in the world.
Interestingly, Rahul, they mentioned that in the statement as well. India is saying that our trade and energy supply chains also traverse this geography. Any major disruption has serious consequences for the Indian economy. As a country whose nationals are prominent in the global workforce, India is also firmly opposed to attacks on merchant shipping. So India is clearly saying its economy could have serious consequences if the Straits of Hormuz remains blocked.
Absolutely, because look, right now we are pulling ahead. As you know, the GDP numbers were released just about 3 or 4 days ago. And you saw that the projections for the next year have also been increased. I know this is a new series, but nonetheless, we're looking at an upside. And suddenly you have this disruptive war, which is going to throw all those calculations once again out of the window. Then there is the question that you were talking about, which is the remittance economy, which is from the diaspora. What are we talking about? 1 crore Indians that live and work in GCC countries, in which UAE alone is 43 lakhs. So 43 lakhs, which is 39% of the population, 4 out of 10 are living in just the UAE. And if you break it down beyond that, Saudi Arabia has 2.7 million, so 27 lakhs. Kuwait is 1 million, that's 10 lakhs. Qatar is just under that, that's about 8 lakhs. And where are these sectors that they're employed in? These are construction, hospitality, healthcare, services. And all of these, by the way, are locked down in the UAE because of these drone attacks that have come through. So it's also India that is going to start facing the problem. And then, of course, there is the trade and business link that is also referred to in this statement.
Absolutely. I think the Indian government, by its statement, is making it very clear that India does not want any impact on its economy. It wants Indian citizens to be safe, and that is why it's reiterating.
$57 billion of our exports go to the GCC. And we are talking about perishable goods. A lot of our food, etc., goes there, and that becomes problematic. When you really look at it from that perspective, our entire focus right now is to boost our exports and find markets for our exports. That's why we've just signed, as you know, a trade agreement with a couple of Gulf countries also. And the Prime Minister is working with the government to try and forge other agreements with other countries. We've just had the Canadians here, and the Canadians have said by the year end, we're going to have a free trade agreement. We've had it with the UK and the EU. So we are moving quickly. We're also negotiating with the United States, but look at this.
Clearly, and that is why India is again reiterating its call for dialogue and diplomacy. The MES statement saying we raise our voice clearly in the favor of an early end to the conflict. Many lives have been regrettably lost, and we express our grief in that regard. So I think the MES statement clearly putting the record straight on what really India's priorities are. And in the morning we saw Sonia Gandhi write a piece, asking India why it was not, condemning Khamenei's death. But I think Indian government has made its priorities very clear through this long and detailed statement.
She said silence was abdication. Without actually in any way taking position, I just want to state some facts before I bring in both Griha and Poonam. The facts are that even the UPA in its time did not take a position, for example, when Gaddafi was ousted by, again, a regime change operation.
Or when Saddam Hussein was assassinated.
Saddam Hussein was assassinated, hung actually. He was captured and then hung. Or even when you've had regime change in other quarters of the world. So there is a little bit of hypocrisy there, and clearly it's born out of a sense of political compulsion.
And back to you in the studio.
Right, absolutely. Rahul and Aman there, thank you so much for that assessment. India is making it amply clear that they have stakes in the region and they want de-escalation very, very soon. But here, look at what we have for you in the studio. We are looking at the global collective. Where do the, in fact, alliances lie? What are the blocks that one is looking at? If you take a look at this world alignment block here on the studios in the wall, there you see the big block here, which is of course led by the United States of America. That also goes on to include Israel, the UK of course, and also France, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, basically all the Gulf nations. They go on to form this one block that comes under West. And there is an anti-West bloc clearly with Iran, Russia and China. And that's why this entire Strait of Hormuz that also Rahul was referring to, and how India's strategic interests and also the energy flow that in fact happens from the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked. The other countries, their vessels have been blocked, but there are two countries, their vessels are being allowed to pass, and that strategically is also China. Russia to an extent doesn't cross the Strait of Hormuz that much, but China has been granted that leverage even as Iran goes on to announce that blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is what we are talking about, Block 1, which is a Western bloc, which is where you see, of course, the global powers like US, UK, France, and there is Block 2, which has, of course, Iran, China, and Russia. We will need Rahul's assessment, all this, and India's position, so to speak, and we'll expand onto that thought, Rahul, that you were making earlier, now that the statement by the Ministry of External Affairs is also out.
Yeah, thanks Griha there for that. Yes, we put that out so beautifully, didn't we? It was a very clear division between the East, really, and the allies there in the West, so to speak, which is this bloc that is supporting the United States. I remember my mind goes back to that famous quote by Henry Kissinger that to be a friend of America is fatal, actually. An enemy is bad enough, but being a friend is fatal. A large number of these countries that had tied up with the Americans, given them bases in exchange for petrodollars, as the term...
6 hours, the Hezbollah terrorist organization, the Iranian terrorist regime's main proxy, made a strategic mistake and decided to fire dozens of rockets and UAVs at Israel, and at this time, incongruent to IDF strikes and US armed forces strikes in Iran, the IDF is striking Hezbollah terrorist organization commanders and targets in order to eliminate that threat on Israeli civilians.
So, of course, we're hearing that the new Iranian defense minister has been eliminated in a fresh wave of strikes from Israel. But what we're seeing also is resistance coming from Iran. They seem to have hunkered down. They're sending these drones. Many people are saying that this is a strategy where they are trying to exhaust your munitions, the Iron Dome, patience of the Gulf allies. Is this what Iran's game plan is, or are they actually not being able to react using some of their hypersonic weapons and other bigger weapons because of compulsion? What's exactly happening? From your perspective, how do you read this?
So I can tell you that after 2.5 years of war, and after the 7th of October, the IDF has learned that we never underestimate our enemies. We understand the threat that the Iranian terrorist regime poses. And as far as it goes to their strategy, I can tell you one thing for certain, and that's that they have a strategy to target and hurt civilians specifically. This isn't just a message, it's concrete intelligence we have at hand. They're sending those ballistic missiles on their drones to civilian areas, not just in Israel, but in the entire Middle East.
Okay, well, what we're also hearing is that the longer this war continues, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about timelines, but the longer this war is continuing, costs are also escalating, as we know. Right now, I'm hearing that oil is up by about 8 to 10%, silver is up by 11%, the Strait of Hormuz is completely blocked. The new Iranian defense minister.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Day 4 of the war, it's expanding and dragging in more players. Iran says the gates of hell are open. Israel says it will respond with force. Meanwhile, missiles continue to fly in all directions. We'll bring you the latest updates tonight and the videos that sum up this war. From strikes in Lebanon to mass graves in Iran and Israelis partying in bomb shelters. We're also looking at who could join next. Will the Gulf states fire back? Will Europe be dragged into this conflict? We ask because now European bases are also under attack. Also, the backstory of how Ayatollah Khamenei was tracked. A report says Israel hacked Tehran's traffic cameras and studied patterns for years. In Tehran, the big discussion is that of succession. Who will be the next Ayatollah? Will it be Khomeini's grandson? Also trying to make sense of Donald Trump's strategy. What's his plan? Did he bite more than he can chew? And the economics of exhaustion. Iran's $20,000 drones are exhausting America's $4 million interceptors. That's all your questions answered in our special segment as we try to make sense of this chaos. The headlines first. Prime Minister Narendra Modi calls the leaders of Qatar, Oman and Kuwait. He expressed his concern over the attacks on their countries. The Prime Minister also discussed the security of the Indian community residing in these Gulf countries. Around 10 million Indians live in the region. Italy summons the Iranian ambassador to protest a drone attack on a UK base in Cyprus. The country's deputy prime minister said he reiterated Rome's stand that Italy is not part of the US and Israel's war against Iran. Reports say the British base could have been hit by drones launched by Hezbollah from nearby Lebanon. Donald Trump says the historical relationship between the US and Britain is not like it used to be. This comes amid a diplomatic spat over the war against Iran. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer had angered Trump by initially refusing to play any role in the war. Starmer later agreed to allow the US limited use of its military bases. Russia's central bank sues the European Union over indefinitely freezing its assets. Around $230 billion of Moscow's reserves have been frozen by the bloc over the Ukraine war. Russia cannot access the assets till it ends the war and provides reparations to Ukraine. And the Sudan's government says drone attacks on its territory are coming from Ethiopia. For nearly 3 years, a civil war has been raging in the Sudan. But this is the first time that Ethiopia has been officially accused of interference. There is no let-up in West Asia. Iran is talking about opening the gates of hell. Their missiles and drones are slamming into Gulf states and Israeli cities. It's fast turning into a war of attrition. American air defenses versus Iranian missiles. Today, Tehran struck the US Embassy in Saudi Arabia. 2 drones slammed into the American building and soon it was engulfed in smoke. Yesterday, the US Embassy in Kuwait was also hit. So Washington has decided to shut both embassies. The UAE was also targeted by drones today. One of the interceptions caused a fire at a major oil facility. Missiles also targeted Israeli cities. A large wave was fired early in the morning. Some of them were shot down by Israeli and US air defenses, but a few missiles did find their target. They hit multiple locations in central Israel. Reports say 9 people have been injured. And what about the other side? Well, Israel has opened a second front against Lebanon. Their fighter jets are bombing targets deep in Beirut. As of now, 40 people have been killed, have been wounded in Lebanon. And it's not just an aerial onslaught. Israel has ordered a ground invasion as well. They plan to create a buffer zone in southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, the Hezbollah is trying to fight back. They're firing rockets at northern Israel, leading to mid-air interceptions by the Iron Dome. This is the secondary front. For Israel, Iran remains the primary target. Their fighter jets continue to bomb locations in the west and in Tehran. Today, they hit government buildings in the capital, including the presidential office and the Assembly of Experts. These are sites attacked in Iran. Now, this Assembly of Experts, this Assembly building, is where the next supreme leader is supposed to be selected. But Israel has blown it up.
مرزارانی وای وای دوباره زد
Like yesterday, they're also hitting missiles and launchers. Remember, Iran has the largest missile stockpile in West Asia. It is their biggest weapon in this war. Israeli jets are flying multiple sorties into Iran. They're taking out more and more launching sites. Israel claims they have carried out 60 waves of attacks. Put together, more than 2,000 Iranian targets have been hit, which brings us to the US. What is the American military up to? The US has deployed its B-2 and B-1 bombers. They're using these planes to strike underground silos and launching sites, locations that cannot be breached easily. In addition, the US is also bombing internal security targets. Things like police stations, detention centers, intelligence offices. The Americans are going after all of this in Iran. And these facilities are used by the regime to crack down on dissent. By attacking them, the US is hoping to weaken the regime's grip on power. Basically, they're setting the stage for massive protests in Iran. And that sums up the battlefield updates. What about diplomacy? Is anyone interested in an off-ramp? Well, look at Donald Trump's latest message, and I'm quoting. Their air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late. And just to be clear, until yesterday, Trump did want to talk to the Iranians. He said the new Iranian leadership had reached out to him. But then Iran's security chief rebuffed him. He said there would be no negotiations with the Americans. So now, 24 hours later, Trump has also made a U-turn. He says there will be no talks. But here's the problem. Wars are not just fought with resolve. You need weapons to keep fighting them. Multiple US media reports say the Pentagon is worried. That's the US Defense Ministry. They're worried. They fear a long war will deplete American stockpile. So once again, Trump came out with a long social media post. And let me quote again from what he said. The United States munition stockpiles have, at the medium and upper medium grade, never been higher or better. As was stated to me today, we have a virtually unlimited supply of these weapons. Wars can be fought forever and very successfully using just these supplies. At the highest end, we have a good supply, but are not where we want to be. Well, that's a half admission by Donald Trump. He says the high-end stockpile is not where he wants to be, and yet he's not de-escalating. Trump actually says a bigger wave of attacks is coming. So it's not clear what he's trying to say. Like I said, more than 2,000 Iranian targets have already been hit. More than 2,000 targets. So what would a bigger wave look like? That's the question. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is betting on quick success. He says this will not be an endless war.
I hear the people are saying we're going to have an endless war here. I said it could be quick and decisive. It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war. In fact, it's an effort right now to achieve the peace that we all yearn and pray for. And I think together we'll achieve it.
Trump is saying something different, though. We'll tell you about his position later on the show. But for now, listen to the Iranian military. They are not backing down either. Despite the sustained attacks from the other side, the Iranians continue to hit back. The Iranian guards say the gates of hell are opening for America and Israel.
The enemy must await continuous punitive attacks. The gates of hell will open more and more, moment by moment, upon the United States and Israel.
It's basically a race against time. Iran wants to grind out the enemy air defenses, much like they did in last year's 12-day war. Meanwhile, Israel is betting on a blitzkrieg. They want to defang Iran's missiles before their air defenses run out. It's a question of what will happen first. Like I said, it's before the war, and by now you know the drill. This war is playing out on your screens too. Your feed is flooded. Every hour, thousands of videos are pouring in. So every day, we try to cut through the noise. We bring you the most important videos from the last 24 hours because, as we keep saying, misinformation is flying faster than missiles. And with artificial intelligence in the mix, it's harder than ever to tell what is real. So let's bring you our top videos. The top videos that you need to see today. Video number 1 is from Beirut. Beirut is the capital of Lebanon. As you know, the war is spreading across the region. Multiple countries are coming under fire. And last night, it was Lebanon that took the hit. Lebanon is home to the Hezbollah. It's a Shia militant group and a regional proxy of Iran. Now, Israel says Hezbollah has joined the war, which is why they're hitting Hezbollah bases in Lebanon. The Israelis are hitting these bases. As you can see on your screens, there are visuals on the blasts. They show Israeli strikes on multiple Hezbollah targets. Multiple videos captured the exact moment of the attack. People were seen sprinting away in panic. Onlookers dropped everything and ran for cover. Thick plumes of smoke erupted into the sky, and in a matter of seconds, chaos took over the streets. Video number 3 is from Iran. It is a disturbing video, so we advise viewer discretion. These are images from a city called Minab in the south of the country. A US-Israeli strike hit a school in the city. It killed 160 schoolgirls. Now, the US and Israel insist that they were not behind the strike, but Iran has been slamming them. And now we have images of mass graves being dug to bury the children. Take a look. Multiple funerals were held in Minab. Thousands also gathered to mourn these schoolgirls. Here's another video from Iran. It shows people running for their lives. This is after an airstrike near the Russian embassy in Tehran. Footage shows locals dragging injured people. Some were even overcome with grief. It's not just Iran. Israel too is coming under fire. Yesterday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited West Jerusalem. He toured a site that was struck by Iranian missiles.
When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians.
And what is a war without the weapons? Like I said, all sides are releasing war videos every hour. Iran released footage showing the launch of its missiles, especially the Qadr and Imad missiles. Meanwhile, America's Central Command showed off US firepower, including the B-2 bomber. Caught in this crossfire are the Gulf states. Iran is attacking them left, right and center, and while the physical damage has been limited, the strikes have shattered the sense of security. Cities like Dubai were seen as safe havens, centers of global finance and tourism. An attack on Dubai was unimaginable, and yet it happened. And since then, the mood has shifted. Yes, the skyscrapers still shine. Yes, the malls are still packed. But there's an edge in the air, and it seems the leadership knows this. So today, in an attempt to show that Dubai is safe, the UAE president himself went to a mall. We're talking about MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. He was seen walking through the Dubai Mall. With him was the Crown Prince of Dubai, Sheikh Hamdan. Later, they enjoyed a meal at a restaurant. They even interacted with other people visiting the mall. Dubai is out shopping amid falling missiles. Israel is one step ahead. It is partying. They have a Jewish holiday called Purim, but the government has banned public gatherings, so Israelis have moved the party underground. They are celebrating in garages and bomb shelters. Those are our top videos for today. The military war is not slowing down, and neither is the information war around it. So like we say every day, make sure you verify what you're sharing online. Iran's strategy is clear. They want to make this a regional war that will hurt America's allies in the Gulf, a war that hurts countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Qatar. We have seen relentless missiles and drone strikes from Iran. First at US bases in these countries, then at civilian sites like hotels, and now at energy facilities. Yesterday, Iran hit Saudi Arabia's largest oil refinery, Aramco's Ras Tanura on the Persian Gulf. The refinery was shut down following the Iranian strikes. On the same day, Iran also hit Qatar's Ras Laffan facility. This is run by Qatar Energy, the largest LNG producer in the world. Doha too has shut down this facility. And then today, the UAE was hit. Their oil facility in Fujairah was struck by drone debris. Also today, the Iranians have shut the Strait of Hormuz. This waterway carries 20% of global oil trade. It's a key export route for the Gulf states, and Iran has shut it. Of course, Iran is doing this on purpose. They know that that energy is the lifeline of the Gulf economy. If you cut that off, you can choke them, you can make them desperate. You can make the Gulf states desperate. The question is, what happens after that? Well, there are three possibilities. One, the Gulf states continue holding a defensive posture. Basically, they keep shooting down Iranian drones and missiles. But there's a problem with that. They do not have endless air defenses. They're using multiple interceptors to shoot down missiles, so the worry is they will run out of stock. Reports say some Gulf states have used up missiles built up over years in just 4 days. And apparently the US is not replenishing their stock. When some Gulf states asked for interceptors, the United States ignored them. So the current status quo is not sustainable. You cannot endlessly defend against drones and missiles. Which brings us to the second possibility. The Gulf states can enter the war. They can either allow Israel and the US to strike Iran from their airspace, or they can hit back themselves. Yesterday, Qatar scrambled fighter jets against Tehran. They shot down 2 Iranian warplanes. In Saudi Arabia too, patience is wearing thin. The Saudi kingdom has placed their military on a state of high alert. The question is, will they take the plunge? Will they join the war? Let's look at their firepower first. Saudi Arabia has around 280 fighter aircraft. This includes the F-15 and the Eurofighter Typhoon. The UAE has around 100 fighters. This includes the F-16s and the French Mirage 2000s. Qatar has also has more than 100 aircraft. This includes the Rafale, the Eurofighter, and the Mirage. Now, politically, it makes more sense for the Gulf states to join the fighting, to attack Iran themselves. Because if they open the airspace to Israel, the locals may not like it. The Arab population, as you know, is overwhelmingly anti-Israel. Having said that, an attack carries its own risks. For starters, you could be crowding the airspace. We saw what happened in Kuwait. 3 American jets were shot down by Kuwait's own air defenses. So that's a real risk. And secondly, Iran may hit back even harder. Iran's ballistic missiles could destroy oil and power facilities in the Gulf. It would take years, if not decades, to rebuild these. Which brings us to the final possibility. The Gulf states can push for peace. Now, this too is happening, according to reports. The UAE and Qatar are privately lobbying for a quick ceasefire. They're asking American allies to find an off-ramp for Donald Trump. If true, this is ideal for Iran. This was the whole point of attacking the Gulf states. Iran wanted them to put pressure on Trump, to push Trump for a ceasefire. Of course, Trump may or may not listen to them. He says he's willing to fight a long war. It's certainly a massive dilemma for these Gulf states. They cannot shoot down missiles forever, nor can they risk even bigger Iranian attacks. And of course, they can't do nothing. So they will have to pick one of these options. Whatever they choose, expect them to act together. These attacks from Iran have united the Gulf states like never before, so any response will likely be a joint one.
IDF spokesperson Ben Cohen, who joins us from the front lines, really. Thank you, Ben, for speaking with us. What's the situation right now in Israel? What are we expecting by the way of timelines? Is this war going according to plan?
So I just returned from the bomb shelter from a siren that was just in the area. We started this Operation Roaring Lion, on Saturday morning when the IDF and the U.S. Armed Forces started a joint operation intended to do one thing, and that's eliminate an existential threat, a threat that's relevant to the state of Israel, to the United States, and to the world at large, and that's been proved over the last few days. The strike started on Saturday morning when we eliminated more than 40 senior Iranian commanders, including Supreme Leader Khamenei, and they continued over recent days as we struck aerial defense targets, ballistic missile targets, and other Iranian terrorist regime targets in Tehran and in Iran at large. Over the last 36 hours, the Hezbollah terrorist organization, the Iranian terrorist regime's main proxy, made a strategic mistake and decided to fire dozens of rockets and UAVs at Israel, and at this time, incongruent to IDF strikes and U.S. Armed Forces strikes, in Iran, the IDF is striking Hezbollah terrorist organization commanders and targets in order to eliminate that threat on Israeli civilians.
So, of course, we're hearing that the new Iranian defense minister has been eliminated in a fresh wave of strikes from Israel. But what we're seeing also is resistance coming from Iran. They seem to have hunkered down. They're sending these drones. Many people are saying that this is a strategy where they are trying to exhaust your munitions, the Iron Dome, patience of the Gulf allies. Is this what Iran's game plan is, or are they actually not being able to react using some of their hypersonic weapons and other bigger weapons because of compulsion? What's exactly happening? From your perspective, how do you read this?
So I can tell you that after 2.5 years of war, and after the 7th of October, the IDF has learned that we never underestimate our enemies. We understand the threat that the Iranian terrorist regime poses. And as far as it goes to their strategy, I can tell you one thing for certain, and that's that they have a strategy to target and hurt civilians specifically. This isn't just a message, it's concrete intelligence we have at hand. They're sending those ballistic missiles on their drones to civilian areas, not just in Israel, but in the entire Middle East.
Okay, well, what we're also hearing is that the longer this war continues, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about timelines, but the longer this war is continuing, costs are also escalating, as we know. Right now, I'm hearing that oil is up by about 8 to 10%, silver is up by 11%, the Strait of Hormuz is completely blocked. The new Iranian defense minister, of course, has been eliminated, and I just discussed that with you, and you're doing a fantastic... Having an effect, can bombs substitute...
Iran was attacked on Saturday. It retaliated, first by attacking Israel and US assets, then by targeting Gulf Arab states, and now it has begun hitting the Europeans. Iran has struck a British air base in Cyprus, and it has fired drones at a French base in the UAE. Plus, air defense systems have been activated at multiple European facilities in the region. Long story short, Europe is being dragged into this war. European assets are under attack, and European leaders are struggling to respond. Because this is not a war they want to get into. But if they're targeted, they will have to respond. So far, we've heard from their biggest players, the UK, France, and Germany. We've seen them responding. They issued a joint statement over the weekend. The statement carried a direct message to Iran. Stop your attacks or we will strike back. Strong words. It appears that the big three in Europe are putting up a strong and united front. But in practice, European nations are heading in different directions. Take Britain, for instance. London received a request from Washington. The US wanted access to 2 British bases in West Asia. The Americans wanted to use these bases to launch attacks on Iran. The UK resisted first, but then it agreed, and it called them defensive strikes.
The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose. We have taken the decision to accept this request to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved.
He said it's for a defensive purpose. Well, here's the problem with that framing. The United States is the one that is driving this escalation. This is not a defensive operation in any sense of the term. So effectively, British bases will be used as launch pads for American attacks. France, meanwhile, has taken a different direction. France has deployed Rafale fighter jets over the UAE. This is to protect French naval and air bases from Iranian attacks. And then there is Greece. Athens has now ordered a military deployment to Cyprus. Greece is deploying 2 frigates and 2 F-16 fighter jets. What about Germany? Germany has decided to wait and watch. Germany says it will act only if its own soldiers come under direct attack. But the risk of an escalation is no longer hypothetical. Tehran has made it real today. Today, Iran issued a warning to European states. Its foreign ministry released a statement. It said any action by European countries will be regarded as an act of war. And in response, Iran says it will target European cities. Iran is threatening to target European cities if European countries respond or take any action. Clearly, Europe is being drawn into this fighting. It's a conflict that they had hoped to avoid. The threat assessment for them has changed almost overnight. And now European governments are rushing to manage the fallout. They've started pulling out their nationals, those who were stranded across West Asia. Italy has started airlifting its nationals out of Dubai. Other countries are expected to follow suit. European leaders have begun consultations. This comes after Ursula von der Leyen faced criticism over the weekend. Soon after Iran was attacked, the EU chief made a statement. She announced an emergency meeting to discuss the conflict. An emergency meeting not within hours, but on Monday, basically after the weekend. And sure enough, the internet mocked her response to this war. Memes spread on social media saying that Europe's war response could wait until after the weekend. Then on Monday, she made a statement. Allow me to quote from what she said. She said that she was focusing on a wide range of things, from energy to nuclear, from transport to migration to security. She also said, we must be prepared for the fallout. So far, Europe has not been a direct target, but after today's statement from Tehran, European states are clearly in the crosshairs, increasingly being drawn into a conflict that they were hoping to avoid. It was a quiet Saturday morning in Tehran. Iran's supreme leader walked into what was supposed to be another meeting, and minutes later, he was dead. Ayatollah Khamenei was killed in a joint strike by the US and Israel. But you already know this. Our story tonight is not the strike. Our story is the run-up to the strike and how it came about. It begins with surveillance that went on for years. This is according to a new report by the Financial Times. It talks about surveillance so thorough that Israel knew Iran like the back of their hand. We're not talking about a spying operation limited to a few officials. We are talking about hacking a city's entire traffic network. You heard that right. Apparently, Israel hacked into Tehran's traffic network, and that meant access to cameras. You see, Iran has built a very extensive internal surveillance system. It had installed cameras to spy on its own people, to monitor protesters and dissenters. Unfortunately for them, the same cameras were used by the enemy to spy on the regime. One camera placed at just the right angle reportedly showed something small, but something very, very critical. It showed the place where Ayatollah Khamenei's security detail parked their cars. So Israel started analyzing this footage. They started analyzing the patterns. When do the guards arrive? Where do they park their cars? Who drives which official? Who protects whom? Who swaps shifts? Israel gathered all these details by hacking Tehran's traffic cameras. And it proved to be a game changer. Because you don't kill a leader by watching him. Leaders are hard to track anyway. You kill a leader by watching the people around him. And that's what Israel did. Over time, the Israeli intelligence built data files. They call these pattern of life files. That's what they built. They gathered home addresses, commuting routes, and duty hours of these guards. It's like building a Google Maps timeline, but for a regime's inner circle. And Israel did this for years. Leading the project was Unit 8200. This is Israel's elite signals intelligence unit. The report says Unit 8200 fed mountains of data into AI-driven systems. I'm talking about billions of data points, phone signals, camera feeds, movement patterns, relationship maps. They use something called network analysis. What does that mean? It's basically mapping who talks to whom and who influences whom. You try to make sense of a network. And with this, they built a whole picture of Ayatollah Khamenei's daily life. Now here's where this becomes almost sci-fi. On the day of the strike, something strange happened. Cellular networks around Khamenei's compound were disrupted. Phones rang busy and warnings could not get through. Say you were Khamenei's bodyguard, you could not reach your team. Your calls were failing. At the same time, Israeli and US intelligence was at work. They confirmed that Khamenei was at his residence and that he was meeting top officials. And here's the other thing. They were not just depending on data. American intelligence also had a human source confirming all of this. That's what reports say, that they also had human intelligence. Now, Iran knew that an attack was coming. They knew that Israel and the US were going to strike at some point. Of course, the Ayatollah knew that too. But apparently he refused to go to a bunker. He wanted to die as a so-called martyr. What Tehran did not anticipate was the timing. They did not think that the strike would come in the morning. They did not think that it would happen in broad daylight. But that's what happened. And as dramatic as this backstory is, it's not new for Israel. Their intelligence is known for things like this, for operations like this. You may remember what happened in 2024, the pager explosions. Israel crippled Hezbollah's communication network. Their rank and file used pagers to communicate. Israel hacked those devices and blew them up. So thousands of pagers exploded simultaneously, and this killed thousands of Hezbollah fighters. That operation too is said to have taken years of infiltration, years of analyzing the same data, of figuring out patterns and knowing when to strike. And it tells you a lot about modern warfare. Wars today are not fought with just missiles and jets. They're fought with data, with years of invisible surveillance and algorithms. And it's something that Israel has mastered, the long game in a world of fast-moving conflicts. When Ayatollah Khomeini died in 1989, Iran did not hand over power to his family. It handed power to Ali Khamenei. He was a cleric, a loyalist, and a safe pick for the regime. For 35 years, Ali Khamenei held the line. Now he's gone. A new name is doing the rounds as his possible replacement, and that's Hassan Khomeini. He is the grandson of Ayatollah Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic. So why is his name gaining traction? There are several factors that work in his favor. There is the name, of course, but beyond that, Hassan Khomeini is a moderate, someone who could potentially reconnect the regime with a large population that is growing alienated. Our next report has more.
Iran is facing a question it has not faced in 35 years. Who leads the Islamic Republic? Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. The man who held absolute authority over the military, the judiciary, foreign policy is gone. And the name being spoken most in the corridors of Tehran is not a new one. It is Khomeini, not the founder, his grandson. Hassan Khomeini is 53 years old. He holds no government title. He has never served as a minister, a judge, or an administrator. But he holds something no appointment can manufacture, the name of the revolution itself. He is the custodian of his grandfather's mausoleum in southern Tehran. That mausoleum is not just a tomb. It is a shrine, a pilgrimage site, the physical symbol of the Islamic Republic's founding moment. And Hassan Khomeini stands at its center. He is the most visible of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini's 15 grandchildren. Within Iran's clerical establishment, he is seen as a relative moderate. He has close ties to former presidents Mohammad Khatami and Hassan Rouhani, both of whom pursued engagement with the West when in office. That is the political tradition Hassan Khomeini represents. Reform within the system. Engagement, not confrontation. His track record reflects this. In 2021, Iran's Guardian Council made a key decision. This is the body that vets candidates who can stand in elections. The council barred reformist candidates from running for president. Hassan Khomeini pushed back publicly against the council's decision. The following year brought an even sharper test. In 2022, Mahsa Amini, a young Iranian woman, died in the custody of the morality police. She had been accused of violating conservative dress codes. Her death ignited protests across Iran. Hassan Khomeini did not look away. He demanded accountability from the state. January this year brought fresh unrest to Iran. Protests swept through cities. Dissent was widening. The Islamic Republic was visibly under pressure, not just from outside, but from within. And inside Iran's political establishment, a conversation began. Could a moderate successor steady the ship? Some senior politicians believed in the idea. The case for Hassan Khomeini gained momentum. Khomeini himself had taken note. Last June, during the 12-day war with Israel, he went into hiding. And from that hideout, he named 3 men. 3 possible replacements for Supreme Leader Hassan Khomeini was one of those 3 names. But Hassan Khomeini's path to the top is not straightforward. The body that will decide Iran's next supreme leader is the Assembly of Experts. It has 88 members, all senior Shia clerics. They are elected, but only candidates vetted by the Guardian Council can stand, which means the assembly skews conservative, and the hardliners have other options. Khomeini's shortlist included 2 other names. The first, Ali Asghar Hejazi, Khomeini's chief of staff. He may no longer be a factor. The Israeli military says he was killed in the strikes on Tehran. The second, Gholam Hossein Mohseni Ejeye, head of Iran's judiciary. Again, he is a hardliner. There is a 4th name circulating too, Mojtaba Khomeini, the supreme leader's own son. He is powerful. He has operated in the shadows for years. Certain factions want him. But Khomeini himself made his position clear. He did not want the post of supreme leader to become hereditary. So the choice narrows. The Assembly of Experts will decide, and they will do so under extraordinary circumstances. A country at war, cities under attack, and a younger population that is watching closely.
Donald Trump calls himself the president of peace. He wanted peace to be his biggest legacy. No endless wars, no foreign interventions, no nation building. Except now, he's doing all 3. Trump has bombed 7 countries in 1 year. 7 countries: Iraq, Syria, Venezuela, Nigeria, Yemen, Somalia, and of course, Iran. In Venezuela, he kidnapped the head of state. In Iran, he killed the supreme leader, both without any global sanction or approval. Trump's predecessors gave elaborate excuses for their wars. They talked about building democracy. They spoke about nation building. Donald Trump is not wasting time with fake excuses. He is bombing countries because he can, because he thinks American might makes him right. Of course, we don't expect anything less from a US president. The only difference is that this one promised to be different. He built his career around opposing foreign wars.
Unlike other candidates for the presidency, war and aggression will not be my first instinct. You cannot have a foreign policy without diplomacy. A superpower understands that caution and restraint are really, truly signs of strength. But actually, my personality is what kept us out of war. I was the only president in nearly 4 decades who did not get America into any new conflicts. Instead, I brought our troops and our wonderful children back home. I brought them back home where they belong. Proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier.
I guess Trump lied. Shocking, isn't it? This is a man who openly coveted the Nobel Peace Prize. He shamelessly took the Nobel medal from last year's winner, Venezuela's Maria Corina Machado. And weeks later, he went ahead and bombed Iran. Reports say at least 700 civilians have been killed so far, including more than 100 innocent schoolgirls. Just compare his actions to his words. Donald Trump has repeatedly claimed that he ended 8 wars. He also formed a so-called Board of Peace to end global conflicts. Again, days later, he bombed Iran. I wonder what Pakistan's Prime Minister will now say. He called Donald Trump the savior of South Asia. Is he now saving West Asia too? Do the Iranians and the Arabs feel safe yet? I bet they don't. And don't forget Trump's multiple claims on Indian fighter jets. You may remember this. He kept swinging from 8 to 11 jets down. Listen to this first.
They weren't fighting. They were fighting. 11 jets were shot down. Very expensive jets. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. 10 planes were shot down. They were going at it.
The real answer is 3. Not Indian or Pakistani jets, but American jets. In 3 days of fighting, the US military has already lost 3 jets, 3 F-15s in Kuwait. And guess how? Shot down by friendly fire. Basically, the Kuwaiti air defenses shot down American jets. Let's hope he'll remember that number well. 3 jets downed. But on a serious note, the Trump White House is under a lot of fire. They seem confused and unserious. Consider what happened yesterday. Trump attended a medal ceremony for soldiers. He also paid tributes to the troops killed in the ongoing war. And then out of nowhere, he made this detour.
We have a lot of great service members here with us, too, in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building. See that nice drape? When that comes down right now, you see a very, very deep hole. But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors because it can't get more beautiful than that. I picked those drapes in my first term. I always like gold, but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains.
How about that? Trump has just plunged West Asia into war, and now he's joking about his ballroom. In times like this, the world is looking for clarity. They want the US president to spell out his goals and his timelines, but the very opposite is happening. Trump officials are giving out conflicting versions of the war. We'll focus on 3 main issues. First is the trigger. Why did the US military launch this attack? Listen to what the Secretary of State and the Secretary of War had to say.
We believe the objective that we have set for this mission, which is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities, both launch capability and manufacturing, can be achieved without ground forces.
Are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people this, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do.
Marco Rubio says Israel was going to attack anyway. The US feared that Iran would retaliate against US bases too, so Washington decided to attack first. I'm afraid this is not what preemptive means. This is provocation, not preemption. But the Pentagon, that's the US Defense Ministry, they're offering a completely different version. They say this attack was always in the works. It's meant to destroy Iran's missiles and its navy. So a clear discrepancy there. Now to the second issue. Will America put soldiers on the ground? Again, 2 different answers.
We believe the objective that we have set for this mission, which is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities, both launch capability and manufacturing, can be achieved without ground forces.
Are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people this, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do.
Now the third issue. How long will this campaign last? The Pentagon chief says this will not be an endless war, but Donald Trump says it'll last for as long as it takes.
This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right.
We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
At first, Trump said the war could last 4 to 5 weeks. Now he says as long as it takes. So which one is it? Trump officials also appear confused about their end goal. The president himself had openly called for regime change in Iran, but his Secretary of War says this is not a regime change war.
I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives.
Again, which one is it? Trump is treating this war like a school project, something that he can make up along the way. But the fact is, he's playing with the lives of millions of people. War is not a real estate deal or a TV show. It's as real as it gets.
IDF spokesperson Ben Cohen, who joins us from the front lines, really. Thank you, Ben, for speaking with us. What's the situation right now in Israel? What are we expecting by the way of timelines? Is this war going according to plan?
So I just returned from the bomb shelter from a siren that was just in the area. We started this Operation Roaring Lion, on Saturday morning, when the IDF and the U.S. Armed Forces started a joint operation intended to do one thing, and that's eliminate an existential threat, a threat that's relevant to the state of Israel, to the United States, and to the world at large, and that's been proved over the last few days. The strike started on Saturday morning when we eliminated more than 40 senior Iranian commanders, including Supreme Leader Khamenei, and they continued over recent days as we struck aerial defense targets, ballistic missile targets, and other Iranian terrorist regime targets in Tehran and in Iran at large. Over the last 36 hours, the Hezbollah terrorist organization, the Iranian terrorist regime's main proxy, made a strategic mistake and decided to fire dozens of rockets and UAVs at Israel, and at this time, incongruent to IDF strikes and U.S. Armed Forces strikes, in Iran, the IDF is striking Hezbollah terrorist organization commanders and targets in order to eliminate that threat on Israeli civilians.
So, of course, we're hearing that the new Iranian defense minister has been eliminated in a fresh wave of strikes from Israel. But what we're seeing also is resistance coming from Iran. They seem to have hunkered down. They're sending these drones. Many people are saying that this is a strategy where they are trying to exhaust your munitions, the Iron Dome, patience of the Gulf allies. Is this what Iran's game plan is, or are they actually not being able to react using some of their hypersonic weapons and other bigger weapons because of compulsion? What's exactly happening? From your perspective, how do you read this?
So I can tell you that after 2.5 years of war, and after the 7th of October, the IDF has learned that we never underestimate our enemies. We understand the threat that the Iranian terrorist regime poses. And as far as it goes to their strategy, I can tell you one thing for certain, and that's that they have a strategy to target and hurt civilians specifically. This isn't just a message, it's concrete intelligence we have at hand. They're sending those ballistic missiles on their drones to civilian areas, not just in Israel, but in the entire Middle East.
Okay, well, what we're also hearing is that the longer this war continues, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about timelines, but the longer this war is continuing, costs are also escalating, as we know. Right now, I'm hearing that oil is up by about 8 to 10%, silver is up by 11%, the Strait of Hormuz is completely blocked. The new Iranian defense minister, of course, has been eliminated, and I just discussed that with you, and you're doing a fantastic job of trying to eliminate the top leadership. But is that really having an effect? Can bombs substitute for a ground invasion and affect regime change? So one is that question, and the longer we obviously stay in this war, there are these knock-on effects. So how do you react to that?
So we operate in accordance to clear military objectives. And that military objective is to eliminate that existential threat, those ballistic missiles, the launchers, the infrastructure, to eliminate the ability of the Iranian terrorist regime to operate their proxies on our borders, as we see with Hezbollah, and to eliminate the ability of the Iranian terrorist regime to pose a military threat upon Israel and the Middle East. And we will continue to do that for as long as the political echelon asks of us. We have many targets at hand. We continue to strike all the time, and we'll do that for as long as need be. But I want to make clear our target is to eliminate that military threat. And the IDF, in contrast to the Iranian terror regime, strikes military targets.
The battle lines are getting deeper in the Middle East. Hello and welcome. I'm Ayushman Singh Jamwal and you are watching CNN News 18's rolling coverage of the conflict in the Middle East as West Asia enters its fourth day of conflict. We bring you the latest updates. Iran is expanding the ambit of the conflict, going guerrilla against America's traditional Gulf Arab allies in the hope that these countries will put pressure on Donald Trump to quickly end the war. America, as a result, is now constantly shifting the goalpost. We get you the big updates. Donald Trump now makes it extremely clear regime change is the aim of the entire conflict, also hitting out at Spain as well as the United Kingdom when it comes to supporting the American efforts in the Middle East. Moreover, Iran moves to escalate the cost of the conflict, targets oil production sites in Saudi Arabia, Oman, the UAE and Qatar. Global oil prices shoot by a whopping 8%, sending shockwaves across the energy markets across the globe. Iran now issues a dire warning to the United States, and Israel says that the process that has begun will soon engulf Europe. This also comes as Donald Trump has criticized his European allies for not fully supporting his war efforts in the Middle East. And as Iran launches missile strikes across the Arab world, Israel blasts mobile missile units in Iran to cripple Iran's drone swarm strikes that have crippled the energy markets across the globe by hitting those oil sites in the Arab world. Moreover, Israeli strikes hit the assembly of experts in Qom in Iran, the body that chooses the supreme leader of the country. Meanwhile, NATO chief Mark Rutte says that there is broad backing among European allies for President Donald Trump's military campaign, even as Donald Trump is giving a different sentiment to his European allies. So is this conflict in the Middle East going to turn into another diplomatic row between the European allies as well as the United States? Has Trump now soured the NATO allies when it comes to the conflict in the Middle East? We'll have to wait and see how that plays out, even though Donald Trump is adamant that regime change will be the mission of the United States and Israel. And back home, India expresses grave concerns over the West Asia war, says 1 crore Indians work in the Gulf and security and stability of the region impacts in the Indian economy. Oil Ministry says it will source petroleum products through non-Strait of Hormuz routes. So new routes being analyzed by the Indian administration to ensure that the energy security remains intact and oil prices don't shoot up back home. But getting a big piece of breaking news that's coming in, where US President Donald Trump held a press briefing just a short while back and made it extremely clear that America's aim in the Middle East is regime change. In Iran, talking about the Ayatollah regime. Now, that is the pitch that's coming in from the US president, saying that while his subordinates are moving the goalpost time and time again, Donald Trump has said in just a short while back in a press briefing that his aim is regime change in the nation of Iran. He reiterated that the United States has unlimited middle and upper ammunition to destroy the terrorist regime, also making it extremely clear that Iran will have to cow down to US military pressure, claiming that Iran has no option but to negotiate. Even when it comes to negotiation, Donald Trump has said that it's too late for them to negotiate and the Iranian regime has to fall. There has to be a new set of leaders to take over the country and to protect the democratic principles when it comes to the movement calling for an end to dictatorship in Iran. That is what Donald Trump has said. He's also said that if the United States did not intervene, Iran would have been armed with a nuclear weapon. Listen in to what the US president had to say as he justifies the cause for war, in effect trying to rein in the NATO allies to continue the efforts in the Middle East?
You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people, people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact. Spain has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly, and so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, and I'm not. By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. We're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left, and so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people, and the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit. And I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership. And it looks like that was pretty substantial also.
And let's get to our guests as the developments come in thick and fast from the Middle East. I'm joined by Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital, former commander of the Special Forces of the IDF. Thank you, sir, for joining us on the broadcast, as well as Ashok Sajjanar, former diplomat. Also joining us is Yasmin Madar, Iranian scholar as well as political activist. Thank you so much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Lieutenant Colonel Avital, I'll come to you first. The fourth day of Operation Roaring Lion, Netanyahu very confident about the action that has been taken against the Iranian regime. Donald Trump also full support behind the Israeli government. But given the fact that the energy corridor in the Arab world is now under constant pressure and threat, given the fact that even oil prices have shot up, has there been some level of miscalculation from the Americans as well as the Israelis?
It's yet to be seen, looking forward, what will be the consequences. In terms of tactical achievements and the objective that were set, the objective was set very fast, very quickly in the first few days. Elimination of the leadership, the whole infrastructure of air defense systems. So basically, Iran is completely open, eliminating the Navy, the Iranian Navy. But still, of course, we have to look at the long run. What is the end game of this war? And this is where Trump steps in with the regime shift. But the question, which regime? He actually said that even the second line of regime was eliminated. So who is the regime shift? He talks about better leadership. Is it like in the prospect of this liberal democracy, whatever that can emerge in Iran? It's hard to see this. The question, what kind of new leadership can emerge that can end this game? The strategy of the Iranian is very clear. Create enough chaos that would force the hand of Trump and would force the hand of the US, and then to conclude this with negotiation. It's not clear.
Right. And Yasmin Mathur, when it comes to regime change, now that's something that Donald Trump is talking extensively about. The first pitch coming in from the United States was to dismantle the nuclear arsenal as well as the nuclear capabilities of the Iranian regime. Now, Donald Trump, you just heard him. He said that the Ayatollah's regime has killed over 35,000 people, and these are bad people as per the US president, and another regime needs to take control. Is that easier said than done given the institutions of power in Iran?
It's easier said than done. There are a number of issues. First of all, the 35,000 is an exaggerated figure. A lot of people were killed, probably a few thousand, and that's bad enough. There's no need to exaggerate. However, this regime has many enemies. Protests show that, it's clear. But it also has a support base. And that support you have seen when Khamenei was killed, that support was on the streets of major cities. So you're either going to have civil war, or this government, this regime in its various formats will be able to repress the protesters. You are not going to have suddenly these people moving away and the new government, a liberal democracy. I don't know what that is nowadays, given the world situation, but a democracy suddenly flourishes out of it. This government has repressed liberal opposition, left opposition, secular opposition. Who is left to replace? Many people believe that Trump believes he can replace this with others within the current regime, or a strong man from the commanders of the Revolutionary Guard. Maybe he has people in mind, I don't know. But none of this will serve the people of Iran or the protesters. Now, the protesters will have to calculate, are they going to face these huge crowds where nationalism, patriotism has changed the equation in terms of how many people are against the regime, how many people are for the regime? We don't know.
Right. And that's a very interesting take. Ashok Sajjanar, I want to come to you on that. Could we see the resurgence of a new wave of Iranian nationalism? Of course, there's a lot of anger against the Ayatollah's regime, but given the fact that this is all out war
we're going to create a cordon sanitaire for ourselves, leave, and we're also going to go after Hezbollah. So that's really what's happening here.
And that's a clear message that is coming in. But even as we see collateral in terms of other countries that seem to be bearing the brunt, the direct fight between Israel and Iran will continue. And the latest, in fact, we're seeing is something that's coming in from Tel Aviv, where smoke seems to be rising in. There are injuries in Bet Shemesh that have been reported as well. There was a direct hit in Tel Aviv. That's the latest that we are gathering as far as attacks of Iran on Israel are concerned. These are all drones, missiles that are being fired from the Iranian side into Israel. There are several cities in Israel that seem to be particularly targeted by Iran. Ras Al Ain is one of them, Tel Aviv and Bet Shemesh, which was also targeted 2 days ago, where 9 civilians were killed. That's another piece of information that is now just trickling in to get a sense of what exactly is transpiring. I believe Aman Sharma is also now joining us, getting us more inputs of what exactly is transpiring in the region.
Well, Poonam, what we have right now is a detailed statement being issued by India, the Ministry of External Affairs issuing a detailed statement on the conflict that is happening. The MEA is now saying that unfortunately in the holy month of Ramadan, the situation in the entire Middle East region has deteriorated significantly and continuously. India is also reiterating that it is most concerned about the safety of Indians who live in the Middle East. Nearly 8 million people of Indian origin live in the Middle East. It is Indian statement is saying that the deaths and the destruction have mounted even as normal life and economic activities have come to a halt. As a proximate neighbor with critical stakes in the security and stability of the region, these developments evoke great anxiety. This is what Indian government is now saying. There are almost 1 crore Indian citizens who live and work in the Gulf region. Their safety and well-being is of utmost priority. We cannot be impervious to any development that negatively affects them. That is what the Indian government is saying. No outright condemnation yet of Khamenei's killing, but the Indian government is very clear, Rahul, on what they are saying now.
Well, you know, the priorities are very clear. We have to safeguard our interests. The Khamenei matter, I think, has been left aside, and we've already sort of spoken and expressed our deep concern. But the point is, from oil to remittances, India is exposed. And I had put out some facts a little while back, and I'm going to read some of them to you. India imports 90% of its crude oil, as we know. So we are also highly sensitive to West Asian disruptions because, as you know, from West Asia, 51% of the supply comes in. Russia has the next 20%. Strait of Hormuz is now choked, so we're fearing that we're going to have problems on that front. LNG, as you know, is not coming out of one of the biggest LNG producers in the world.
Interestingly, Rahul, they mentioned that in the statement as well. India is saying that our trade and energy supply chains also traverse this geography. Any major disruption has serious consequences for the Indian economy. As a country whose nationals are prominent in the global workforce, India is also firmly opposed to attacks on merchant shipping. So India is clearly saying its economy could have serious consequences if the Straits of Hormuz remains blocked.
Absolutely, because look, right now we are pulling ahead. As you know, the GDP numbers were released just about 3 or 4 days ago. And you saw that the projections for the next year have also been increased. I know this is a new series, but nonetheless, we're looking at an upside. And suddenly you have this disruptive war, which is going to throw all those calculations once again out of the window. Then there is the question that you were talking about, which is a remittance economy, which is from the diaspora. What are we talking about? 1 crore Indians that live and work in GCC countries, in which UAE alone is 43 lakhs. So 43 lakhs, which is 39% of the population, 4 out of 10 are living in just the UAE. And if you break it down beyond that, Saudi Arabia is 2.7 million, so 27 lakhs. Kuwait is 1 million, that's 10 lakhs. Qatar is just under that, that's about 8 lakhs. And where are these sectors that they're employed in? These are construction, hospitality, healthcare, services. And all of these, by the way, are locked down in the UAE because of these drone attacks that have come through. So it's also India that is going to start facing the problem. And then, of course, there is the trade and business link that is also referred to in this statement.
Absolutely. I think the Indian government, by its statement, is making it very clear that India does not want any impact on its economy. It wants Indian citizens to be safe, and that is why it's reiterating.
$57 billion of our exports go to the GCC. And we are talking about perishable goods. A lot of our food, etc., goes there, and that becomes problematic. When you really look at it from that perspective, our entire focus right now is to boost our exports and find markets for our exports. That's why we've just signed, as you know, a trade agreement with a couple of Gulf countries also. And the Prime Minister is working with the government to try and forge other agreements with other countries. We've just had the Canadians here, and the Canadians have said by the year end, we're going to have a free trade agreement. We've had it with the UK and the EU. So we are moving quickly. We're also negotiating with the United States, but look at this.
Clearly, and that is why India is again reiterating its call for dialogue and diplomacy. The MEA statement saying we raise our voice clearly in the favor of an early end to the conflict. Many